Even if you've got a broken leg and you've got a shot at goal 20 out with the wind up, you tick up, you just go back and even if you're on one leg, you still kick it.
Had 3 goals last week. Already has 1 today.
He looks like his old man.
Doesn't he? The body shape.
Looks like the body shape and his gait. Other than the blonde hair, they're identical.
A little proppy on the runner.
Proppy.
Left foot. It doesn't affect his goal kicking, Riley West. He's got 2. It's 4 for the turn for the Doggies. Might slowly make his way to the boundaries. Shouting to the physio now, indicating he gave it a little roll in that marking contest.
They've got 11 goal kickers, individual goal kickers, the Western Bulldogs, so they're not relying upon 1 or 2 or whatever. Just having a look how Riley West hurt his foot here. He kind of came back. He just stood on Humphrey's foot. Yeah, just rolled it. Yeah, he's okay. A couple of minutes left. What's the margin? It must be up near 85 odd points.
89 or up to
89. So if they kick 2 quick ones here, they raise the bat. And that is one record you don't want as a player.
Their high score of the season too for Lodex equipment hire.
Too many sides of 130 points.
Minute and a half to play. Fraser rose up to take it and then quickly got it to Bontempelli. Was able to shrug 1 tackle and then get it back from Fraser. Just lope around top left-hand point of the square to 35 out from goal. Norton, Radaglia did well to deny him the mark. Radaglia the crumbs and a nice give to Evans. Evans quickly because Norton was bearing down. Bounces it out of defensive 50. Johannesson there to take it over the line. We'll have a boundary throw in. So a minute to play in the final term. 130 plays 41. And that biggest ever win.
We thought this was going to be match of the round.
93 points in 2009 is under threat here. The Dogs lead by 89 points with a minute to play. Joe Watton.
Coming away through the middle was Fraser. Got boot to ball. They're inside 50. Vandermeer couldn't swoop on it. Little hand pass out to Norton. Back to West. 1 don't argue, 2 don't argue. Boot to ball. Fraser. Bontempelli has his kick smothered. Bergman under pressure. Once, twice. He's going to be gone because he ducked under the first one.
You're gone, young kid.
And then got hit with the second. So Bontempelli and Vandermeer can raffle it off here. I think the Bond's going to get it.
Seniority.
Of course. Oh, no, he's going to hand it off to the young kid.
The other way.
Give the kid a bit of confidence.
That's a good captain for you.
Yep.
You giving that one up, Box, in your days?
Oh, yeah. Very on stuff. Very on. Just have to get Wizard in or Jeff or David Neitz.
Gary Early.
Gary be battling. I go, get your chin up, Gaz. Come on.
Vandermeer starts it right. The breeze brings it back, but not quite enough.
Well, if he drove up there with the Bond, he's walking back after missing that one.
Margin out to 90 points.
So it's all done bar the shouting. Port Adelaide had won their last 4 against the Western Bulldogs. The 2 games they'd played here, they'd beaten them. But on an election Saturday, the Bulldogs hold their seat in Ballarat. They have punished Port Adelaide to the tune of 90 points. Better. They led by 3 points at quarter time, but since quarter time they've been outscored 18 goals to 3 by the Western Bulldogs. It is a thrashing at the hands of the red, white and blue for Port Adelaide. Three goals to Aaron Norton and Marcus Bontempelli. Tim English got a hat-trick as well. Richards, Karmas and West all kicked a couple for the Dogs. Willie Rioli, the only multiple goal scorer for Port Adelaide with 2. Georgiades 1 goal, 2. Powell Pepper in game 150 got a goal. And Jordan Sweet got the only other Port Adelaide goal. There's a lot to work through and not a lot of time to do it. So our expert for Lumo Energy switched to 100% Australian-owned Lumo Energy is David Schwartz. Ox, who was the best defender for Murray Pest Control, played Pest at their own game with the team from Murray's.
I'm going to give it to O'Donnell. I thought he did his job. He played on a quality player and a red-hot player in Georgiades, and he was able to towel him up.
The Dogs go to 4th position. Port Adelaide will fall to 12 for the time being. Around the grounds for TAFE SA, hire and apprentice with fee-free TAFE construction. Crows and Blues up after this for TAFE SA, fee-free TAFE construction. The goal of the day, are we anyone arguing Ed Richards?
Eduardo Richards.
For Credit Union SA, kicking goals thanks to Credit Union SA. And what was the big moment today for Budget Car Rental? Get on the road faster, call 13 27 27 Ox.
Big moment. Tim English, second half. He went into the forward line, he kicked 3 goals, and he just said to young Sweet, who was at the doggies, that's why we gave you the door, and that's why they kept the big dog here.
It was a very big performance from a very big man. Who was the hot player for Panasonic Air Conditioning? Panasonic Comfort Cloud, set your air conditioning from your phone. The hot player for the day, then I'll get you the cold.
So am I giving him 3 votes? Or?
No, this is just the hot player or the cold player. There isn't a 3, 2 and 1 today.
Okay, I'll give it to Ed Richards. Thought he was fabulous. Thought if I was giving votes, he would have got my 3 because he had 30, 17 kicks, 2 goals, 4 tackles. I thought he was outstanding. He was hot, and I mean red hot.
And who was ice cold today?
Port Adelaide. Yep. Port Adelaide were icy cold.
No, fair enough. The mark of the day for McGain Real Estate, sold by McGain again.
Carmus. Carmus on the goal line. Could have been Norton, but Carmus in the end.
Joe, did you look like you had a...
I thought there was, but no. A few almost.
Almost. There was a lot of almost, but no cigars.
So the power play rankings, all thanks to Red Energy. Tim English, 145, 27 disposals, 6 marks, 3 goals. He had 3 contested marks
he would have got
in
one
that
vote.
Third term. Marcus Bontempelli for 23 disposals and 3 goals. He had 126. And Ed Richards, 123, 30
he would have got 3
disposals.
votes.
2 goals, 1. And Matt Kennedy had 11 clearances, by the way, today. He's been a fantastic pickup from the Blues for them. That was all for Red Energy. Switched to 100% Australian-owned Lumo Energy. In fact, it was... Yeah, that's what the credit says. So we've got about a minute, Ox. But so for the Western Bulldogs, who have got the Suns in Darwin, and what a clash that has been. There's a showdown next week for Port Adelaide, and they go to it.
And then they've got Geelong. So they've got their work cut out. They've just got to get their best and worst close together, because at the moment, it is the size of Port Phillip Bay.
It's hard to find a good player for
And Willie Rioli's in a bit of
today.
trouble. He's probably going to miss the next 2 weeks too.
It'll be interesting to see what the angle of that is, if it's chest, throat, or if it is across the mush.
It looked like it was across the mush.
Suppose he had 29 disposals, but under the 87, he was 65% disposal efficiency. Butters had 24 at 62% as well, and Jason Horne-Francis 22. 14 of those were contested, and 6 clearances as well to be some of the better players. But they were beaten soundly in the midfield. Ox, the clearance numbers 49 to 35, 17 to 8 in centre clearances, and 148 to 131 in contested ball. 258 to 168 in uncontested.
The last time we spoke about Port Adelaide, we were talking about how Kenny Hinkley, how's he going to justify this? I don't know how you can justify that. That was a horrible defeat. It was one that showed very little character, and they'll be bitterly disappointed with what they were able to dish up, especially after quarter time.
Thanks for listening to us on Power Nation. The Western Bulldogs, too good by a long way at Mars Stadium in Ballarat. A 90-point win over Port Adelaide. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
That quarter on Power Nation was for Revo Fitness from only $9.69 per week. SEN, the home of AFL Nation. listening to Crows Nation for Hyundai. Find your next Hyundai at Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Crows Nation and the Adelaide Oval. It's the Adelaide Football Club taking on Carlton. This game is huge. 6v13. The Crows are 4-3. Carlton 3-4. Kim Dillon with you, and this is the pre-game show thanks to Toyota. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job, no way. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota. Our experts today are here thanks to Lumo Energy. Switch to 100% Australian-owned Lumo Energy. In the commentary box, he's been doing it for many years, and he does it brilliantly. Former Sandford defender and co-host of Sports Day SA, along with the great man Malcolm Blight. David Wildy joins us, and I'm pleased to say, doing the specials, our expert today, a man that knows a little bit about football, Willie. He played 321 games for the Crows, runner-up in the best and fairest on 3 occasions. Tyson Edwards. Tyson, great to have you back.
Thanks for having me. Haven't been here for a while, so looking forward to it, and I've picked a really good game to be involved in too today.
You're damn right you have. This is going to be an absolute cracker. We got the old 4-minute preview, so we've got to get the bit to get through, boys. Let's take a look at the best defenders today. I hope it's not a defensive game. All thanks to Murray Pest Control. Played Pest at their own game with the T for Murray's. Who are you looking for?
Well, I think if you're looking at having the biggest impact on the game, Harry McKay is probably the one for Carlton, who's in come back in really good form. Is it Butts gets the job on him to start with, and then if you look at the other end, Wiedering and Haynes, I think it's probably the taller defenders and taller forwards that will have the biggest impact. Now that we say that, the smalls will probably pop up, but that's where I see the game not won and lost, but having a huge impact.
I reckon if Adelaide can hold Curnow and McKay to under 4 goals, they win the game. No question of that. Where would you like Wiedering to go? Given this is Crows Nation, we want Adelaide to get up today. If you're a Carlton supporter, we'll try and be fair.
He'll go to Phil Thorpe. He's the biggest danger. They've got other smaller defenders. There's no Silvani this week, so Lewis Young, I reckon, might go back. Haynes could go back.
Haynes would try and run off Walker, I would imagine.
I would think so. And probably Lewis Young, Tyson would go back deepest. And
he'll take Fogarty.
Well, he's 198 centimetres something himself.
He'd take Fogarty,
I think so.
I would imagine so. All right, we're looking forward to that. Hey, Willie, what about a big moment today? Thanks to Budget Car Rental. Get on the road faster. 13, 27, 27. Get the crystal ball out.
I think the big moments are going to be in the centre. I know Tyson said the forwards. I agree with that, but Cripps has been remarkable. I still can't get over how someone can get 45 votes in a Brownlow, but they've got to stop him. And Kimbo Dawson has been slightly off. He still gets the ball, but he hasn't been as pivotal going forward and using the ball as well as he normally can. So I think Dawson, I'd actually probably run Dawson with a Cripps.
He's done that before and he's done it really well. So I'd expect that to happen again. I'm a bit worried about Sammy Walsh. Last time he was here was round 5 last year. 37 it was. If they'd played Draper, and I'm not upset that they haven't, boys, I'll get your views on it. If they'd played Draper, I would have given him a run with roll on Walsh, but Adelaide will not tag.
No, they probably won't, but there are options in case. I mean, we did chat about this before we come on air with potentially Keys with their most midfielders.
Peatling as well.
Yeah, even a Neil Bullen. Neil Bullen, if you really need, he can do it, and he's done it before for Melbourne. So I wouldn't be shy, and just even if it's just for a quarter or a passage in a game that you need to quieten them down.
That's a great move because remember Neil Bullen tagged Nick Dacos and did a great job on Dacos. So I'd put him on the wall, someone like that.
Well, he's disciplined. I know though. Look, more importantly, that sounds negative. I wouldn't go overboard. I want Adelaide to play attacking football. Tag one, happy with that. All righty, let's have a look at the hot and cold players. You've mentioned Dawson. This is all thanks to Panasonic Air Conditioning. Panasonic Comfort Cloud. Set your air conditioning from your phone. Who's been hot? Who's been cold?
I think Isaac Rankin can be both, but he's had a very good year. It's really solid year. Even
needs to get his hands a little more dirty in the midfield.
Kick a couple more goals, I agree, but he can be hot. The cold players, well, there's Crows about a couple in the last month, Tyson. They've lost 3 of their last 4 games. So who do we need to see?
Keane needs a big game. He'll probably be on.
And Keys was quiet for his first game last week. He's been really good too, so I expect him to have a better game today.
I think Benny Keys has kicked 3 goals against Carlton on the last 3 occasions.
Yeah, he stood Sard, remember, kicked 4 on Sard and killed him. Sard hated it.
Hey, they're about to get underway. I'll miss the toss, boys. We'll tell you who's kicking where. Adelaide's kicking to the right. Yeah, the right of your radio dial, the River Torrens end. If you made one move, Tice, thanks to CMAX, join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare. What would it be?
let's jump on one of the Carlton midfielders straight up. Let's go to Walsh and try and squash him early in this first quarter.
I love it. Join a paid clinical trial at CMAX. That was a very quick pre-game show thanks to Toyota. Here's David Wildy to get this crucial game underway. It could be one of the games of the year.
Yeah, well said, Kimbo. It is absolutely important for Adelaide to win. Simple as that. They have to win a home game, and they've got the showdown next week. Then Collingwood. Umpire puts the ball down to Koning, overran it. O'Brien in there gets wrapped up in a big tackle by Tom de Koning, and the ball is still in the bullseye.
Wiedering, you're right, has gone to Thilthorpe, and Young has gone to Walker.
What sort of game will we have? Will it be an open sort of game? Carlton have been kicking goals recently. Miller gets the first kick of the afternoon. The Young comes out, meets it beautifully. Then he got meant to drop the ball. Perhaps could have been holding the ball. Nothing doing. Pushing up there was Rankin. Goes inboard to Miller again. Now to Keys. This is promising. Walker fended off one.
No.
He fended off two, and he's been done for holding the ball.
It happens in slow motion sometimes, the text, doesn't it?
Sometimes. I think the mind's working, but the body's not working for him at the same time. But good pressure there from Carlton. It was they were so close to getting out there, Adelaide, and having a shot on goal.
We've seen that scene before with Texie. Hollands has got the ball. He kicks out wide to the outer side. Good work by Nankervis. Like this lad. Plenty of upside. Clever little handball over to Keys. He's been active already. Oh, Taylor Walker, I think he dropped the mark on the outer side. So a little bit fumbly, the Texan to start with in the opening minutes of this game. We're here thanks to Adrian Bryan. He's got a free kick.
Yeah.
Crowd love it. Too far out to score. Short pass, not a good pass. Ball comes to ground level. Saligo was the one that applied the spoil. I tell you what, the Blues are under a little bit of pressure. Thilthorpe gets it. Keys smothered off the boot. He had a snapshot. Now Thilthorpe gets it. He comes back. Nice kick. Strong mark taken by Isaac Cummins. And Cummins, has he kicked a goal for Adelaide? He's kicked 2-1.
Don't underestimate how good that kick was from Riley Thilthorpe.
Yeah.
On his non-preferred, under a lot of pressure on the boundary. That could have gone anywhere. That was a fantastic kick, weighted to advantage.
Good West Adelaide boy, Tyson.
Yeah, they know how to breed him, don't they, up the bloods.
Well, you were one of the best, Tice. Adelaide missed a lot of easy ones against Freo over in Perth last week. They'd love to slot this one. 10 metres in from the boundary, 35 metres out, stabs at it, hits the post. Was never going to quite get there. Started on the right. Adelaide 1 point on the Toolkit Depot scoreboard.
So Carlton now to bring the ball back into play. Been all Adelaide in the opening couple of minutes. And Sard, as we said, he's been tagged a couple of times by Ben Keys and done a remarkable job. So I think he'll have the job again tonight. Sard has his bounce. Brings it back towards the wing. They love him as a player. He's over 200 games. Good marking to Mark Keane. Came off his line,
50,
almost a 50.
Yep.
Umpire put the whistle to his mouth. Now Rankin's got busy early. Little 8-metre kick was good. Shelley's got it. 45 out directly in front.
He was there forever, Tice.
Yeah, they just look a lot sharper at the moment, Adelaide. Defensively, Carlton are known, for stopping teams and squashing and not letting them score. They're one of the best at it in the comp, but at the moment, Adelaide getting plenty of the ball, using it really well, and they look quite sharp, Adelaide.
Just quickly, we didn't put our credibility on the line. Willie, which way were you going? Carlton?
Close game. Hoping Adelaide.
You're tipping Carlton.
Underside. Oh, you want me to tip Carlton?
No, I know you backed them.
In my
Remember what
tips,
you're
I tipped
gambling with.
No. Tip back on the line. Here comes Rochelle. 7 goals for the year. Can he make it 8? He too has sprayed it.
Ooh,
So
good.
Cumming misses to the right. Rochelle misses to the left. Adelaide have 2 behinds on the Toolkit Depot scoreboard.
Well, at least I don't sit on the fence. I'm going Adelaide by 5 goals. Tice?
Yeah, I think a close game. Adelaide at home just by 8 points.
8 points. All right, I'm looking at around a 30-point margin, but they want to do better in front of goals. They've kicked 2 points on the Toolkit Depot scoreboard. Nice re-entry by Carlton and a strong mark taken out there. A long way down the ground by Curnow. Turnover, though. Adelaide takes it. Dawson's been busy. Sweeping handball out right. Went a long way. Now it's taken by Michael Andy. Another inside 50. Thilthorpe had it. Lost it. Umpire wouldn't play it. Gee, had a fair bit of it. We'll wait for the replay. Umpire blows the whistle. Ball up. Expert comment. Tyson Edwards.
Yeah, it didn't look like he held it for long enough, but not quite long enough for me.
Ooh, got his arm dragged down there, and that was by Wiedering. Tyson Edwards, thanks to Lumo Energy, 100% Australian owned. Ball comes out again, little fumble there, going without it was Dawson. Out the back door, kicked by Blake Acres. It's a long kick. Curnow had it fisted away. Michael Annie got it over towards Miller to Saligo. Nice evasive skills to Dawson again. Adelaide looking sharp, and there's the short pass by Laird.
who has played something like 217 games and never had less than 15 disposals.
Saw that stats are remarkable, isn't it? He's only been beaten by one, but they haven't told us who the other one is.
I know.
Probably Robert Harvey or someone like that.
Well, but sure we'll get it. Anyway, the pass found Rankin. Now, surely his class will come to the fore. They've kicked 2 behinds.
Well, they need to, don't they? They've had absolute domination.
You know what happens if you miss these? It goes down the other end and it's normally a goal. Yeah, so they could have had 3. They've got a chance for their first from 48 metres. The crowd lights it. Adelaide get on the board with their first one. And they lead 8 points to 0 thanks to the Toolkit Depot's tax time sale now on.
Well, it's just all Adelaide at the moment, winning all the contested possessions. Had the ball just locked inside their half for the whole of this quarter, basically. I don't think the ball's been past the halfway line, and there was plenty of options going forward there. Obviously, Rankin ended up with it. Rochelle was clear as well. So Carlton just looked a little bit of a mess defensively at the moment. But credit to Adelaide, they look very sharp and they've come to play so far.
Tyson Edwards, thanks to Lumo Energy, switched to 100% Australian-owned Lumo Energy, leading the ball winners at this stage, Jordan Dawson, and that is thanks to Rd8 Equipment Hire. We love their support.
Perfect start by Adelaide, looking really sharp. Beautiful day here in Adelaide. In the previous game, Port Adelaide went down by 90 points. Can you believe that, to the Bulldogs?
Lost nearly 11 percentage points.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that's going to come back to bite him, I think, in the year. De Koning down at Dawson. He's been busy. Cripps picked his pocket, did really well. Back to De Koning. So the big ruckman just wobbles it in the Worrell direction. He goes after, got a shocking bounce. Comes down towards Will White. He can't do much with it either. Back to Worrell and now Curvis. What can they do? Saligo bided his time, did well patiently. They go to the wing, and they might have kicked it out on the full. They have.
Trying to go down the line there. Ben Keys took the mark, but it was about a metre on the wrong side of the boundary line. So Hollins with a short little kick. That's not a bad one. It goes in towards his brother Elijah Hollins. There's an inside 50. Ooh, nearly a grab there. Play on the call. Picked up by Cripps. Snapshot around the body. And it's gone out of bounds. Left forward pocket. Northern end. Members side of the Adelaide Oval. This is Crows Nation. Kim Dillon, David Wildy and Tyson Edwards with you, thanks to Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
Yeah, Carlton coming off a great win over Geelong last week. Adelaide a bad loss to Freo. Ball in the left full forward pocket. Their first real chance to score, Carlton. And Cripps picks it up and Cripps goals.
Oh, that's bad.
He's a champion, 5-time best and fairest. Won the Brownlow record votes last year. And you said, Kim, will go down once they go.
Yep.
And Tyson, they did exactly that.
Well, 4 inside 50s Adelaide, 1 for Carlton, and it's a goal for Carlton. That really hurts. I mean, Adelaide have been very good in the start of this game, but allowing a goal from 1 inside 50 really does hurt, and especially a player like Cripps, he's just too good in that contest. Just gave half a metre is enough for a good player in this game, and snapped it over his head. Don't think he hit it that well, mind you. No. Kimbo, but it's gone through nevertheless.
And just watching the replay there, I think De Koning was trying to claim the tap down, but I reckon it came off Riley O'Brien. Either way, there was no one on the outside of the champion, the Brownlow medalist, Patrick Cripps. So 2-point ball game, Adelaide leading. That's thanks to the Toolkit Depot. Ball back in the centre. We've had 8 minutes of the first term. Perfect conditions. 23 degrees here at the Adelaide Oval. So Riley O'Brien tries to get the front position. Ball goes out wide. Coming off the line there was Nankervis. No free kick. Looking for it was Motlop. Goes towards Adelaide. Advantage played. Sweeping handball went to Riley O'Brien. This is good. Gives it to Fogarty. Couldn't miss from 35 and he doesn't. There's the quick reply. The Fog. Welcome back. Shoulder looks okay at this stage.
Well, we might be in for a high-scoring game here by the look of it. It's been end-to-end the last 60 seconds, 2 minutes or so, but lots of scoring, lots of opportunities for everyone, and Adelaide do look good. Once they win that ball at the clearance or a contested situation, they seem to have a lot of numbers forward, a lot of options, so some defensive structure needs to be spoken about as far as a Carlton team, just to try and steady that ship and just stop them. They've just had free numbers to hit on numerous occasions already in this game, Adelaide.
Yeah, look rejuvenated. That was really wonderful play, and in the end, unguarded Fogarty looked at the goals, had plenty of time to assess the situation, and he finished off as Fogarty does.
Gee, Dawson's up and about 5 possessions already, thanks to Rd8 Equipment Hire. Set up that goal.
So Dawson's standing alongside Walsh at the moment. Doherty about to come in off his wing. He needs to play well too. De Koning just pushed out O'Brien. Picked up by Cherry. Had a really nice game last week. Kicks to the hot spot. Out comes Mackay. Oh, good mark to Keane. That's McGain real estate mark of the day. Read that beautifully, the Irishman.
Well, that'll help his confidence. He's been a little bit down. That was a ripper. Yeah. Looks like Peatling has gone to Hewitt. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, Hewitt normally gets a job himself. Brodie Smith, his first game for the year. Pinpoint accuracy, did really well to Rankin.
Well, here we go.
Little dinky kick. Gee, Dawson's everywhere at the moment. So the skipper now on the western wing, a little short ball over the head there of Neil Bullen. Was a shocking kick for Dawson, normally really good there. Haynes picked it up, gave it a Doherty. They're working the boundary, not going too far. Going over and out there was Walsh.
It was an easy little pass, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, especially for Dawson. He'd hit 99.9 of them out of 100. But Adelaide are moving the ball with composure, but still quick. It seems to be a kick mark option for them at the moment that's chopping up Carlton.
Walsh just a little bit proppy after sliding over the boundary line. We'll keep an eye on that one. Ball thrown into Coating and Riley O'Brien. Riley won the tap, goes back over the boundary line, a few metres in front of Rankin. Not sure what we can pick up here. We've got Butts is on Mackay, as we thought it would be. Keane has gone to Curnow. What else can you see, boys? Brodie Smith, he's picked up Motlop.
Yep.
So we got a boundary throw in front of the Crows Nation commentary box on the members' wing. Beautiful day in Adelaide, 23 degrees. Ball comes down to ground level. Cummings had it, lost it. Big tackle. Ball flicked out wide to Walsh. Went backwards. Now they go forward down the line. Keane is there. Used his body well. And Carlton have gained about 40 metres. Ball goes out of play. Dawson going for his first spell.
Yeah, so Brodie Smith and Butts playing their first game for the year. Good inclusion, though, Butts, I think, for the big Harry Mackay. That's the one they need. The perfect conditions, absolutely ideal conditions to play footy on this Saturday afternoon. And Adelaide simply need a win. Can't drop another game. They started well. De Koning and O'Brien grapple. Ball went bypass Walsh. Umpire seen a free kick.
Free kick.
Going the Crows' way. Isaac Rankin, he started well too.
A little bit soft, that one.
Yeah, a little bit. Plenty of that goes on each game, yeah.
Tyson Edwards there for Luma
Just
Energy.
got the numbers here really easily, Adelaide, don't they?
Here comes Michael Annie. Yeah, they're just doing the overlap beautifully. Brodie Smith ships it out now to Worrell. Goes even wider to Nankervis. Nankervis tackled. Strung through the core, did well. You heard Kim Dillon say, oh no, but they've still got the ball, but they run themselves into trouble. This time they're gone, I think. They will be. Umpire took forever.
Wow.
They didn't pay holding the ball. Amazing. Ball up now towards Hollands. Two brothers out there playing. Young got upended there. Coming through now was Curtin, wrapped up by Sard. 2-2-14 Adelaide, one straight to the Blues.
Tice, was that a case of trying to find the perfect play when they...
Potentially, and they have been able to do it. Yeah. So you sort of get in the mode of it, you know, when you're playing sometimes that, there should be something here I can hit up, but yeah, probably should have got the ball on a little bit quicker.
Yeah, wouldn't have liked to have been an Adelaide forward then. They stuffed that one up. Ball goes up really high on the outer side, and a good mark taken by Rory Laird. He's up and about too. Back in defence where he won 2 All-Australians. And here's a ball magnet. Has the ball on the outer wing. We've had 12 and a half minutes of this first term, and it's Adelaide leading by 8 points. And they go to the forward pocket, and Taylor Walker tried to keep it in. Tried a full-on crash tackle bump into Cooper Lord. Wasn't effective, so we're going to throw in about 48 metres out from Adelaide's goal.
Yeah, 14 plays 6. And the crowd just hushed momentarily. McGovern about to come on, and Cripps back for the Blues on the boundary line. Walker tapped it only as far as Carlton. It was Chera. Exits D50 back towards the wing. Geo running was Philthorpe. Kernow's kicked a Fogarty. Had to be good. It was.
Yeah, it was.
Now they run. What can they do with the footy? Elijah Hollands now. It's a race for pace as they go towards goal. Might even go the way. Motlop tried to go up the ground. Well played there by Worry. Crashed in the padding of the post, but saved a goal, a certain goal.
Tell you what, if we'd said at the start of the game who's going to win a foot race between Motlop and Worrell, and he gave him 2 metres.
Well, as soon as the ball was kicked, you would think, this is going to be a goal if it bounces properly for Motlop. But that was fantastic defence, and those things can win you games. You look back at the end of the game in a close one. That one just stays in. Those things add up big time. Beautiful
kick by Worrell down the line. Here's Adelaide again. Strong mark. That was taken there by Taylor. He's onto the ground. Smith was good. Brodie, the handball comes out to Curtin on his left boot. Little squeezy pass down the line. Finds Walker. He turns around. Look at that for a kick. It's an absolute beauty to find Neil Bullen. Well, that's a coast-to-coast and a player of the day, maybe, if he can convert.
They're slicing through them, aren't they?
Are they? What?
It's actually good to watch. They're very slick at the moment. Ball movement is, they're composed at times, but still going quick. And that time they got a handball off a mark and from Brodie Smith, and that just opened up the Carlton defensive.
All right, need to take your chances. We keep saying this. They lead by 8 points. He's only 40 metres out. That's beautiful off the boot. Adelaide go out to a 14-point advantage. Alex Neil-Bullen kicks his first goal. Adelaide get their third. We've had 14 and a half minutes of this first term, and probably fair to say that Adelaide could have been, should be at least 4 goals up.
Agreed. Yeah. Well, it's almost double the disposals for Adelaide, 56 to 29. So they've had plenty of the ball. And as you said, Kim, you really need to take your chances when you're having that much of the ball. That's for stats there for Lodex equipment hire. That's probably the one that stands out the most at the moment. Inside 57 to 3, you'd expect that when you're dominating their possession.
Gee, that play by Worrell, though, that's a big moment. Thanks to Budget Car Rental. Get on the road faster. Call 13 27 27. That was gut running and desperation and didn't give a free kick away. Had to get around him.
Tell you what, he's lucky they got padding on the post. In the old days, the ones we played with Kimbo, that would have broken your neck. 20 plays 7. Great start, Adelaide. Been under the pump all week. The important showdown next week, but first of all, they've got to finish this job. Cripps has kicked the only goal for the Blues. Have hardly gone forward 50. Haven't seen much of Curnow or Mackay. In fairness, haven't had much chance.
Well, Phil Thorpe in the ruck now.
Against Lewis Young. Phil Thorpe should win that. In fact, Young did. And took it straight, snapped it out towards Durden. He got rock and roll. Can't do much. Phil Thorpe did really well to Peatling. Akers came in. The ball spilled out. Shoveled out now towards Cumming. Good tackle on Miller. Can't do much with footy. This is better. Now the game's starting to heat up.
Dump tackle. I hate that. It was a tackle. That's BS. That's against Brodie Smith.
Yeah, BS against BS.
You get paid free kicks against being too aggressive these days.
I know.
Yeah.
There's no danger there.
20 plays 7. Adelaide by 13. Akers now. Just puts it out in front of a couple of the pack. The pack come out. Harry Mackay got his ears boxed from behind and the ball slips out of play.
So Blake Akers a little bit proppy now as well. Might have just got a bit of a knock. Here's this tackle again, Tyson. Was I over? Oh, you're kidding me. Did not go near his head. Just took him to ground.
He was pretty forceful with it, but, that's how you're taught to tackles. But anyway,
exactly.
That's the game.
Motlop had it, lost it. Inside 50 for Carlton, so Adelaide want to extract this if they can. They've got the numbers. That's a high tackle. No.
Yes.
Crowd wanted it. Yeah, umpire picked it up a little bit slow. Peatling, if he is, I think he is on Georgie Boy. He said Chera's been quiet. Hewitt's been quiet. It's a terrible kick, but he got away with it. Short pass. Saligo takes the mark. There's Chera quiet at the moment.
Hewitt. A couple of kicks.
All right, Adelaide deep in defence. Carlton have got back well defensively. So Adelaide forced to kick down the line. Front position. Big mark. A beauty by Fogarty and the Game Real Estate Mark of the Day nomination. Adelaide are up and about. There's the 45 kick to Dawson.
Yeah, great signs there to see the Fog doing well and the skipper started well. Phil Thorpe should mark. Once again, just got hands to ball. He's let a few go. One day they're going to all stick. He can play the big boy. His first few games, he's the top forward in the comp.
He's gone for a spell now. Riley O'Brien will have to work hard to get to the ruck competition. He's letting the umpire know he's about 20 metres away.
David Wildy, Kim Dillon, Tyson Edwards, Adelaide by 13 points. Bright start. Going to keep it going now. O'Brien got to the ground. Coming. Just shipped it out. Couldn't do much with it. Coming through Dawson again. Also Chera. He got locked up by a couple.
Oh, gee, they're letting it go.
Trying to break through one. He couldn't. He came off with a groin late last week too, so we'll keep an eye on him. But good player is Adam Chera.
Yeah. Former Docker. O'Brien should win the tap. Tried to get it to Peatling. Couldn't quite control it. Hollands comes out on his left boot. Got under that with a sand wedge. Goes up really high. Keane used his body well. So too Michael Annie dropped the mark though. Ball goes over the boundary line. So we've got a bit of a stalemate the last 4 or 5 minutes. Nearly 19 minutes gone on the clock. We're here thanks to Adrian Bryant Hyundai. Find your next Hyundai at Adrian Bryant.
Yeah, a lot of it is mentally, isn't it, Tyson? You know, who's on, who's switched on, who's not. Ball toss in. De Koning and O'Brien. Chera. Nice work there momentarily as Kern, but De Koning now up towards full forward. A mark drop there. Carlton try and pounce on the crumb. Coming through Kerno. They want a free kick and they get one.
Oh, dearie me. Deliberate.
Was it deliberate?
He was trying to tap it away from him.
These are the who's going to take is going to be.
Have a look. Here's the
Motlop.
replay. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's not very subtle with that sometimes.
He's not.
Great man.
Hasn't worked it out, the Irishman, has he?
No.
So let's have a look at this Jesse Motlop. He was run down in a foot race a moment ago, but they can do the mercurial, the magical. He'll need to. He's in one of the Eddie Betts pockets. They're all Eddies here. So round the body he's going to go. Motlop hits it, and he hits it pretty well. Both their goals have come with snaps over the right shoulder. That's a really, really nice goal, and it goes to Motlop, and Carlton hit back. They don't go away. 3-2-20 plays 2-1-13.
No, it just steadies the ship there nicely for Carlton. And interestingly, just looking at the stoppage side of it, because that's going to be a big I guess factor in the game today, and Carlton are up 10-4 at the moment. So I think if you're a Carlton fan, you're looking for stoppages at the moment.
Well, I just watched the replay then. This should have been Curno's free kick. He was the closest there, and it was taken.
He's not bad on those either, though.
Yeah. All right, that hurts. So I think if you're Michael Voss, given the way this game's been unfolding, you'd be happy to be trailing by only 7.
Yep.
Let's see if Adelaide can get the quick reply. Ball goes back to centre field. We got a ball up. 20 minutes gone. Kim Dillon, David Wildy, Tyson Edwards, Crows Nation on a Saturday afternoon. Thanks to Adrian Bryan, Hyundai. Love their support. All righty, Riley O'Brien's been pretty good. Opposed to De Koning. O'Brien got a backward flick to it, tried to get it down towards Rankin. Handball comes out, doesn't favour anyone apart from Miller, but his handball was poor. Adelaide now get an opportunity. Dawson out the back door was good. That familiar kicking style of Brodie Smith was good. It goes inside 50, nobody home. Dinky little kick on the left foot comes out, and the mark's been taken there by Doherty. He does a 45 into Cripps, and they're away now through Adam Saad.
Saad, he's got plenty of pace, and it's a nice kick out wide. They should do well here. Akers, he's recovered from that knock. Blake Akers, been with 3 clubs. He's played pretty well at all 3. Goes in short. Got his man then, Hewitt, averaging around the 30 possessions a game for the year. Incredible year. The former North Adelaide boy, Georgie Hewitt, and Sydney Swan works it in the pocket. Mark not taken. Up with Cooper Lord. Akers again round the body. Snaps a dangerous position. Looking for the free kick there with De Koning, but they slap it through. It's going to be a minor score. So 20 plays 14. It's one straight kick, the difference on the Toolkit Depot scoreboard.
Yeah, that one rushed over the line. Adelaide will take that. They're leading by 6 points. And Mark King to bring the ball back into play. He's had some interesting moments with some of his re-entries this year. And here we go. That's a beautiful kick looking for Keys. Couldn't take it. Front and centre was Rankin. Beautiful hands. Got it over to Curtin. He tried to get the big fella in Riley O'Brien. It wasn't Riley's fault. Poor kick from Curtin. Ball goes out of play by the interchange gates as Thilthorpe comes back onto the ground along with Peatling. Let's see where Peatling goes. He runs straight over to Doherty at this stage. Cripps and Rankin alongside of each other, and Dawson going to Cripps. So it's Ringa Rosie, and Hewitt's there as well. Ball goes down to ground level. Dawson gets his hands to it first, pushed out of it. Umpire will blow the whistle, I think, and he does on the members' wing.
Yeah, what's misdirected kick there from Dawson? Look, don't kick to a ruckman. You know that rule. You don't handball to ruckman either.
Curtin. It was.
Was it Curtin?
Yeah,
What's happened here?
Okay, so De Koning's got it. 3-2-20 plays 2-2-14. Nice crowd in. Beautiful conditions. Really has. Haven't had a lot of rain recently. The kick up to half forward. Should be an Adelaide mark. It isn't Curtin.
He's a big boy, isn't he?
It's a lovely mark. You just tell he's going to be a player down the track. He's taken a little while, but they persevered this year with him. He's been pretty good.
Yeah, it goes the short pass. Finds the target this time in Richelli, who was in great form before busting those ribs. He plays on down the line. Sard will get there, and he does. Peatling puts his hands in the air, but for 90% of the way, the kick looked all right. Tough one. 2-2, plays 3-2. Adelaide leading by 1 point. Probably should be a little further ahead. So we've got a throw in on the members' boundary. Not a bad crowd. Spoke to the people on the gates. They're expecting 50,000. I think they'll get close. Wow. Yeah, it might be about 48. Oh, a rare fumble by Laird. Ball goes out of play again. Just on the northern side of the interchange gates.
Tyson, you were a really consistent player over a number of years, but Rory Laird's got to be in, I reckon, the top 3 in the club for consistency.
Yeah,
very rarely
100%.
plays a bad game.
Yeah, he always finds the ball. That's one of his great strengths, and I really like him off the half-back too. I think that's his best position and sets up the play really well from Adelaide.
So he made his name off the outside of the shoe was Rankin. Is going to drop short. Mark got taken. Philthorpe got a paw to it. Did well. Disrupted the play. Now Adelaide can go forward. Sweeping handball to Rochelle. He's 60 out from goal.
Kick.
And he's got a man in the square coming in late though. The defenders. Oh, it didn't matter. Wiedering just strolled in. But terrific mark there.
Dawson.
And Dawson's everywhere. He's popping up like a sprinkler. It looked like Wiedering was covering the ground. And he's such a good overhead mark, a strong overhead as Jordan Dawson. He's had the perfect start of the game.
Yeah, Wiedering probably should have got that in the end. I thought the kick was a little bit high and gave Wiedering enough time to get there, but
Took a while to get there, didn't he?
Yeah, just misjudged it a little bit. So Jordan Dawson's having a great start to this
Should
game.
hear the roar, and you do. So Dawson puts Adelaide a couple of kicks in front. Good game of footy. 4-2-26 to 2-2-14. That's Dawson's first for the day.
Well done to Philthorpe to create the contest and the
Absolutely.
spillage. Yeah,
Yep.
didn't look like he was going to get there. He's got some pace, the big man, though.
No, he's an extraordinary talent, that's for sure. He's going to be great to watch for a lot of years to come. And Jordan Dawson finished off the play there beautifully, just pushed forward. That's his 9th disposal, leading all possession gatherers today in a goal. So that's a huge start for him. Isaac Rankin 7, Wayne Miller a 7 as well, and Elijah Hollands and Patrick Cripps on 5, the most for Carlton at this stage.
And that is a copybook lesson for young kids taking an overhead mark. Never take your eyes off the ball.
Gee, Wiedering just missed that. Had an airy. He should have punched that. Normally he's the best in the business.
I don't think he'd missed too many of them over his career, Wiedering.
All right, ball back centre field. 12 points the margin. That's on the Toolkit Depot scoreboard. Their tax time sale is on now. Pop in there, take advantage. Umpire, very unique bouncing style. Got very low. Adelaide's been good around the clearances. We'll get some numbers off Tyson shortly. What happened then? Oh, there's a free kick. It's gone the way of Rochelle having a squirt on the ball. Wobbly kick. Oh, the mark's been taken by Neil Puller. Well, it was a mongrel floating drop punt.
Horrid kick.
And a touch of Ian Perry about it, the old helicopter. The Sarge.
That effective.
Oh, now Adelaide would love this. It'll take it out to 18 points. Was probably more reflective of how they played in this first term. He has one already. He's lining up. He'll kick from 49. Sard's on the mark. They would have had a ruckman on the mark, but they haven't. He lets it launch. Crowd likes it. Umpire doesn't move. He has 2. Adelaide leading by 18 points on the Toolkit Depot scoreboard.
Great finish. Nice little period here for Adelaide. Started this game, though. Had plenty of shots on goal and couldn't quite convert, but they've been nice and effective the last few inside 50s, and clearances starting to even up a little bit. Kimbo 10-7 now in favour of Carlton still. But it has evened up a little bit.
What about centre square clearances?
Centre square 3-all.
3-all, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Mackay and Kerno haven't been a factor yet.
not
They
at all,
can't get it down there and give them any service, so well done, Adelaide.
And the long ball in have had no effect either, Carlton, with those 2 tools. Adelaide have defended that really well, the long ball in it. They look more dangerous with the quick random ball.
27 minutes gone in this term. Adelaide's known to be coughing up goals in red time in recent weeks.
High scoring quarter. Adelaide have got 5 goals, the Blues 2, but they look on the top of their game at the moment. So Hewitt, Rochelle in the centre circle again, De Koning. Clever play, had an area when he tried to kick it out. Peatling got it to Rochelle. Time for another couple of goals for the Crows. They kick it up towards Walker. Fended off his man there in Young. Young's handball's desperate, but he found Akers on the half-back flank. That beautiful smother there. Look at Keys go like the Roadrunner. The legs and arms are going everywhere, Benny Keys. They want deliberate 60 out from Adelaide's goal. They won't get it. But the crowd coming to life. So we're going to see. Cripps actually got almost pushed into the ball. Would have been tough if that was deliberate.
Yeah, Mark Keane needs to take a lesson from the Cripper.
How to do it maybe half properly.
Yeah, not so obvious. All righty, what have we got left? 27, nearly 28 minutes gone. Ball gets thrown in. Everyone goes to ground. Hewitt was set upon. Picked up by Curtin. Jams it inside. But this time a tall mark has been taken. And it's been taken there by Haynes. Had a really good game last week. McGovern, he'll get the boos of the crowd. Left for money after signing a deal. Shame on you. Ball goes down to ground level. Mackay has it. Now they're a charge. Short little pass. Miss Kerno coming through nicely. Without the ball was Keane. And Adelaide Smith's at the bottom of the pack. Adelaide get a ball up and they'll take that big Willie 50 metres out.
Carlton missed a moment then. They could have been off to the races, but a bit sloppy by hand. Adelaide's defence scurried after, did well. Rucks go at it. De Koning down towards Cripps. He is a ball. Couldn't take it. Now coming. Isaac coming back towards the wing. Young and Walker. Young got double fist to the ball. Brought it to ground. Rochelle started okay. Young again. Ambles towards the boundary. Taylor. That's Zach Taylor. Put on his hammer and it goes out of play. So as we head to quarter time, Adelaide with a handy lead of 18 points.
Yeah, Zach Taylor got a nice ground ball a while ago that helped set up a goal for Adelaide. The Dawson goal that was. We'll have a throw in on the outer side. 4 minutes remaining in this first term. It's been an absolute beauty. Thanks to Adrian Bryan, Hyundai. Ball goes down to ground level, courtesy of O'Brien. He's doing a good job against De Koning. Cripps looked a little slow there. Now the handball comes out from Laird. Adelaide on the move again. Kick from Dawson was not a good one. Oh, big opportunity there. And now Carlton rebound with a short 45 kick. Still in the defensive 50 for them. Found Sard who goes out wide.
Yeah, Haynes has got it. So 5-2 to 2-2. Dying stage, as we said, first quarter being good football. Now Young. Just to Doherty. They're really struggling when they get a pass centre, or struggling to get a pass centre, Carlton at the moment.
Sam Walsh only 2 disposals for Carlton at this stage too.
Yeah, he's been quiet.
Yeah.
What's inside 50s, Tyson, when you get a chance there too?
12-7 in favour of Adelaide.
Yeah, that seems about right.
All the stats thanks to Lodex Equipment High. Become a Lodex legend. Book at lodex.com.au.
Sard towards Big Mackay. Can't do much with it. Here's a chance for Cherigo, or Hewitt goes around the body now, sliding and slipping and sliding. Comes Cripps, applies a big clamp there on Brodie Smith. And Cripps is going to win that one all day, every day. Brings play to a halt 40 up from the Blues goal.
I don't want to go early. I think the umpiring's been okay.
Okay.
And they've been under the microscope, though. And, look, they're letting it go a little bit, and they've been consistent. Ball comes down to ground level. Cripps was there, couldn't take it. Tried to use his feet to grab the ball. Nearly did it successfully. Chera gets a handball out, went to Butts, then went over to Laird. Now goes back to Michael Annie. Long clearing kick to Walker. They'll take the boundary, and they get it. So 2:45 left on the clock. Adelaide leading by 18 points on the Toolkit Depot scoreboard.
If the umpires just umpire like it's a finals game every game, everyone will be happy.
Why don't they, Tice?
They do a brilliant job in the finals.
Spot on.
Adelaide beat Carlton last year. Marvel were kicked very straight that game, but here they've beaten by 8 goals on average. Carlton don't normally play well. Adelaide Oval against the Crows. They go forward now. Little kick into the pocket. Fogarty comes out. That's a nice mark. Really good mark there by Rory Laird.
A game real estate Mark of the Day nomination.
He's taken a couple of overheads this year, but he's just, as we said, such a wonderful, consistent player. So Laird goes out wide. Phil Thorpe in front. Can do him a lot of service. That kick. Chera, tackle, dropped it, had it, got it back. Goes out towards Cripps now. Umpire allowed play to go on. Neil Bullen's had a good first quarter. A couple of goals to his credit. Sard picks up the crumb now to Koning, to McGovern, to Cripps. A rare fumble. Goes by hand back to De Koning. Puts up a high ball. Where the big men? Here comes Harry. Harry can't take the mark. Curtin showed courage. Really good courage. Mackay was put on his bum, and Adelaide can clear through Neil Bullen.
Fisted the ball about 30 metres. It found Miller, and now the ball goes to the outer side, and Peatling's off to the races. Decides for a handball. Goes into Walker. Uses his left boot around the body. Didn't have a good look, and he's managed to find there, I think it's White, is it? Carroll, I should say. Took a mark on his chin. Adelaide should have done a bit better. Now they come out. Will they get him on the rebound, Carlton? The ball is with Fogarty.
Curtin was good back there too. Some really courageous stuff running into the pack.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I don't know if he planned it. It was more good luck than good management, but he fisted it straight to the outer side to Millerer. Adelaide's got back nicely. Haynes goes down the boundary line. Members side. The mark will be taken by Smith. Welcome back, Brodie. Plays on quickly with a handball. Gave it to Butts. Gave it to Millerer. Over to Dawson. BOG goes out really wide to Walker. The run's been provided. Have a look at it. No, he goes long instead, and he tried to get it to Rochelle. Picked it up on the first bounce. He's not bad on the snap. He lines them up. Hit the post. Wow. That would have been exciting. Adelaide leading by 19.
Adelaide are getting on them on spread at the moment. That from contest, once Adelaide win it, their spread as they're just showing Carlton how to do it at the moment. They're getting plenty of space and lots of opportunities and options going forward.
Inside the last minute, they look speedy, Adelaide.
Yeah,
they really do. They look fast, using the ball quickly. So Sard has a little bounce to himself, kicks to the wing, the western wing. Harry Mackay hardly sided him. Can get a jump at that one. No, he didn't. Butts with him. So they've kept the two big men down. Keen towards the boundary, kept it in. Sligo just jumped out, and umpire said you jumped out deliberately.
Yes, Keane did all the hard work, kept it in, and Sligo walked over the line.
Well, to be honest, Keane should have just, killed it, done it again.
You're spot on. He hasn't worked it out yet. Butts goes back with courage. Adelaide just seem like they've got a couple of extra players out there at the moment. Sweeping handball goes to Peatland, courtesy of Smith. Smith has been good. Philthorpe can't take it. Wiedering takes his first mark of the game. He's a good player, isn't he?
Solid, so solid. Always relying on him to do his bit for the team.
Watching Charlie Curnow hasn't been competitive going for the ball at all. Now, get a jump of this one. He's just been pushed out of the contest every time, and he's better than that, so they need him. So, can't be many seconds left.
5 seconds.
So, there'll be no more score. Interesting first quarter, and Adelaide dominated it 5-3 to 2-2. It's a margin of 19 points, and as you said, Kim, it could have been even further ahead.
All right, we'll go through a few of the stats very shortly, courtesy of Tyson Edwards. He's our expert, thanks to Lumo Energy, 100% Australian owned, and of course all the stats brought to us courtesy of Lodex Equipment Hire. It's the Adelaide Crows leading by 19 points at quarter time. Maybe could have been up a little bit more. We'll tell you about that shortly. This is Crows Nation, and we're here thanks to Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
That quarter on Crows Nation was for Toolkit Depot's Tax Time Sale. On now.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
With over 25 years' experience in endophyte technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
So, did you do the dishes?
Yes.
Did you walk the dog?
Yes.
And you took the bins out?
Yes.
What?
I just won a TV on Grays.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
What?
Experience the thrill of an online auction on Grays.com. Find great deals on everything from wine, electronics and cars to machinery and transport equipment and everything in between. Get it on Grays. Start bidding today on Grays.com.
Working fatigued on farm isn't the same as being sleepy or drowsy. It's about pushing your body beyond its mental and physical limits day after day with no time to recover. Fatigue can make you experience slower reaction times, reduced coordination, poor memory or concentration. Fatigue on the footy field can lose you the game. Fatigue on the farm can lose you much more. Know the signs and manage fatigue. Search Fatigue on Farms.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream AmbiHeat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia. Install a Ream. Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
If you're in the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed, contact Best Sheds today and take advantage of their 25% off sale. They've got the best sheds in the business, and their sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams and save with Best Sheds 25% off sale. Save big at Best Sheds. 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
You're listening to Crows Nation for Hyundai. Find your next Hyundai at Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
Sweeping handball went to Riley O'Brien. This is good. Gives it to Fogarty. Couldn't miss from 35, and he doesn't. There's the quick reply. The Fog, welcome back. Shoulder looks okay at this stage.
He's got a man in the square coming in late, though, the defenders. Oh, it didn't matter. Wiedering was thrown in. But terrific mark there.
Dawson.
And Dawson's Every.
Having a great start to this
Should
game.
hear the roar, and you do.
Wobbly kick. Oh, the mark's been taken by Neil Puller. Well, it was a mongrel floating drop punt. He led to launch. Crowd likes it. Umpire doesn't move. Yeah, some of the highlights from the first term there. This is Crows Nation. Kimdall and David Wildy. Tyson Edwards, three-time runner-up in the club championship. He was robbed. We're here thanks to Adrian Bryan Hyundai. Adelaide, a fast start, 5-3 to 2-2. They lead by 19. Why, Tyson?
Fast start in a lot of areas. I think they're a lot cleaner around the contest and looking to go really quick offensively once they get it, and that's catching out Carlton's defence. So inside 50, 16 to 10 in favour of Adelaide. The uncontested possession is 76-43 in favour of Adelaide. So that's them getting out and being able to chip the ball through Carlton. The hit-outs, interestingly, 12-9 in favour of O'Brien versus De Koning, which is good. And marks inside 50 for Adelaide, 6-0. So that, we talked about the big tools, but having a big impact on the game, and they haven't had a mark inside 50 yet for Carlton.
Beautifully done, Tyson Edwards, our expert, thanks to Lumo Energy, Australian-owned, and all those stats, courtesy of Latex Equipment Hire. 5 days for the price of 2. Second turn to get underway. Crows Nation, here's David Wildy.
Only the second first quarter. Carlton have lost all year, and they've never been headed to half-time, so this could be, they could break the drought here. Adelaide look really, really sharp, and then go forward again.
Oh, yeah.
A little sidestep there. No. Bait took too long. Peatling back to Laird. Now Miller can clean up the mess, should, and does. The mark's been taken by Nankervis. Little dinky kick. It was a brave kick, and they don't wait. And Laird from 60 will kick the hot spot. The big man lurking over the back of the pack. No free kick. There is a free kick. It's going to go to the Blues. Someone got pushed out.
Darcy Fogarty just barreled him.
Well, I thought maybe Fogarty had his run obstructed. You reckon he ran into him?
Yeah, he did. Tried to body him out of it. A little bit too aggressive, which is...
Crows Nation, I'm being a bit biased.
Forman Crow McGovern. He's a beautiful kick. It's a sweeping kick towards Harry Mackay. He can't get warm at the moment. Cripps just bullet his way through. Someone going to lose Hammers. The beauty of the end to Hewitt. So having a remarkable year was Georgie. Little short dinky kick was good. Curno's within range. He's got an open goal, and he set sail to the southern goal. All about the bounce, and it bounced up, and it bounced through. Unbelievable. The footy's got its own mind. He needed a good bounce, but it wasn't so much end on end. It went up and over the head of the Crows defenders. A perfect start for Carlton.
Well, it's just a fantastic handball there from Cripps inside. One of the first times today that Carlton have shown up Adelaide inside, and I think Adelaide probably got too close to the contest. And, George Hewitt, I think it was on the outside. And then in saying that, though, the Crows were pretty well structured up behind the ball here. And a lot of the time you're going to stop that ball right on the line, but they're a little bit harsh there. And they didn't have anything else to go to, Carlton. But they needed that one certainly to steady the ship a little bit.
It's unbelievable, Kimbo. As you said, the ball could have gone in on end. The defenders thought it was, and it went actually over their head in the end. So just over the line.
Maybe he had to dive to try and touch it. It's a bit hard when you're running the same way, the flight of the ball. Alrighty, on the Toolkit Depot scoreboard, margin down to 13. That's a really good start to this second term for Carlton. O'Brien won the tap, and it was a good win too. But they didn't win the football. They still may. O'Brien got in there. That was good. Got it out to Dawson. Big tackle by Sard. But there's a free kick to Riley O'Brien for over the shoulder. And Riley, why isn't someone running past for the handball? They weren't, but he goes laterally out to Joshy Worrell. The left footer just held back on that, and he found Laird. He plays on with a handball. Now it goes back over towards Michael, and he goes for his second goal. No such luck this week. Minor score, margin out to 14.
Of his first point.
Yeah.
His first goal a couple of weeks ago was against the Giants here, wasn't it, in the wet?
Yeah, it was a beauty just down the River Torrens end from about 50 out, 48.
Marching back to 14, Carlton. I reckon they might have got a rocket from Michael Voss at quarter time. They did not look switched on, but full marks to Adelaide. So the Blues now to the far side, kick drop short. It's been marked by Isaac Rankin.
Thilthorpe's a target. He's got Sard.
Here comes Wiedering, though. Missed the last one. This time destroyed from behind. Adelaide with the numbers. Keys loves these situations. And Benny Keys just misses to the near side at behind.
Tyson, you're our expert. Was he a hungry hippo then?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Short but sweet, that one. But he's had a remarkable career since coming into Adelaide, Benny Keys.
He has. Yeah, well, for a natural left footer, snapping one on the boundary on the right there, it's not ideal.
Yeah, exactly. Could have centred that one. Could have been a goal for Adelaide. Nice kick by Sard.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the mark's been taken by Willie White.
You just like saying that, don't you?
I do.
Willie White.
I'm waiting for him to get it Wong.
Oh.
All right, ball comes out of Rochelle to Wiedering. He was always going to mark that. Good pressure by Rochelle. So Adelaide will get back defensively. Lead provided by Oliver Hollands. That's ignored. Adelaide's done all right here. Called to play on. Rochelle puts a bit of pressure on him. He kicks down the line to the member side. Now Curvis is there. Ball bounce back in again. Fair dinkum. The Koning got it. Sweeping handball. Akers should get taken out, and he does, and so too the football. Well, that should have happened the first time.
Well done for Miller there. Come off his man to effect the tackle and create a stoppage. And I like the way the Adelaide backs have been pretty proactive today, getting involved offensively, getting ball, centre forward as well, and entering the ball inside forward 50.
Tyson Edwards there for Lumo Energy, 100% Australian known. And here goes Isaac Rankin. Dinky little handball at the top end, well to Neil Bullen. It's a poor handball, set him up, gave him no service at all. Miller comes in to lend a hand, sweeps it out wide. Here's the chance for Adelaide, got to think their way through it. Isaac coming into the pocket, Keys couldn't take possession. Wiedering now, snap there. Where's it going to go? It only went about 8 metres, won't count any. But Fogarty says, get out of my way. He got one, he got two. And the umpire says, you're not going to get three. And it's a free kick to the Blues.
Well, he wanted a shot. He wanted a handball.
Get out of my way to his own mate, didn't he? Bang!
I'm coming through. Oh, dearie me, that was so close. So Walsh, Sammy Walsh, what a player he's been for Carlton. Has the ball deep in defence, called to play on. Fogarty still just carrying that left shoulder a little bit, getting underneath that one, not able to take the mark was Worrell. Nicely picked up. The Blues are on the move. Bad fumble there. Now it's taken by Motlop. They're still alive though. Walsh gets it, has two bounces. Now the handball, they're trying to set something up. That was good play. Kick wasn't great, but Akers may save the day. No, he doesn't. Keane does, wrapped up in a tackle. Umpire said pay on. Gee, they're letting it go. Now the ball flicked out. High tackle on Hewitt. Did they see it?
No.
They were on the wrong side.
Yeah,
Four umpires.
They're all on the wrong side. Sorry, mate. Yeah,
spot on. How can that be?
I thought that was the idea of the umpires. You could always have one. Anyway.
Yeah, no, that wasn't good umpiring.
Your call was correct though, Kimbo. But Carlton have it 40 up from goal. Akers just kicked straight at the man. Poor disposal and then didn't. Perhaps could have gone to his left or right. Went to try to go straight through. That doesn't happen.
No, he let it go.
And
he let it go.
Kick.
That is a rubbish decision.
They do that though these days. They will let it go over knowing they've got the free kick. The ball with Wiedering.
That's stupid. Just go to last disposal like the Sanford.
Former number 1 draft pick, the big fella, number 23 for the Blues.
Just throw it in. Sorry, Wills. Just throw the bloody ball in.
Yep.
That's crazy, isn't it? Just make it last touch now, you reckon, Kimbo, too?
No, not last touch. No. Last disposal.
Last disposal. Okay, so Chera.
Well, it's unfair. We're asking the umpires to guess what the player's thinking.
It's hard now. What can the Blues here? They're going to try and mount some sort of challenge. So Haynes, the former Giant, kicks the centre half forward. Pack congregate. Ooh. Almost a mark to Dawson. And his pocket here comes Hollands. Elijah Hollands dishes out wide. The hurried kick towards goal came from Cooper Lord. bouncing ball. Blues through Hewitt. What will Hewitt do? Gets it back to De Koning on his left, and De Koning might have snapped a goal.
He has.
It's sort of, the ball was a reverse swing there, I reckon, Kibblewin. Right and back left.
Yeah, they'll go upstairs, but I reckon from here it looked like it was through.
I followed the flight of the ball, and honestly, it was wobbling everywhere. This is going to be a hard one. What's the umpire's call?
I'm not sure myself, actually.
Here we go.
This is going to be hard. He's caught it behind.
Oh, behind, did he? Gee, I thought it was a goal.
Ball swung late. Have a look at it when the...
Can't see anything yet.
Can't find the ball, yeah. Is that it up there? There it is there.
Yeah, I felt like it went over the top of the post almost. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought
it didn't hit it cleanly at all. It's just wobbling everywhere like a...
It's going to be a goal, I think.
Inconclusive.
Well, that's right. If that was called a point...
Minor score, that's a let-off. I'd written that one down. Marching back to 14. Hey, they had so many chances then, Carlton. Adelaide lost a bit of shape one of the first times, yeah.
That's the difference in the game, I think, at the moment. Adelaide are much cleaner around the contest and making the most of their opportunities, and Carlton just a little bit fumbly and taking their time to move the ball.
Yep, they had 3 opportunities to goal. Then there's a good mark on the outer side, taken by Michael Annie. What a player he is for a young fella. Ooh, thought about going backwards or inside. Now he'll go down the line, and he gains about 45 metres. Not a great kick. Oh, McGovern dropped the mark. It goes down to ground level. Keys over the top of it. Walsh managed to paddle it forward. Now a chance for Peatling. Went back with courage. Got it over to Laird. Now Neil Bullen back to Laird. Here we go. Here's Adelaide. Worrell spears out a pass, but it was a stinker.
She's read that well, though.
Oh, you'd think Haynes was a forward for Adelaide. He put it right on his chest. So here we go. Turnover time.
He finally found some form last week, did Nick Haynes? Played a super game in the Anzac round. They kick up now to half forward. Adelaide had the numbers. Who's going to get the crumb? Elijah Holland's in there. Try to dish it out to Hewitt. Missed the target. Laird been everywhere. Played really well. Now Nankervis. Little hand over the top. Saligo puts a high up and under. It should be marked by Sard. Came out. Full chested. Rankin had to go against it.
And he didn't go, Rankin.
And just might have got winded there. Sard, who's been pretty good off the half-back flank. They haven't elected a tag with Keys today.
Thought Rankin needed to buy into that contest a little quicker. May have misread it. Oh, yeah. There's no one else there.
Sard to Haynes. Now they can reload, and they do. It's 3-on-3 here. Oh, big jump from De Koning from behind. Interfered with everyone. And it's going to be a free kick, you would think. To Adelaide it will be. Riley O'Brien.
Well called, Willie. Riley O'Brien, he'd have the honours on De Koning at the moment, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's been very good. Winning the hit-outs in that first quarter, and that was I was just looking at the unbelievable contest from Worrell there. He landed really awkwardly. I was waiting for him to get up. He did well.
Oh, Fogarty competes overhead there. Now he goes for a spell. Heavily bandaged left shoulder. Ball goes out of play by the interchange gates. We've had, what have we had, boys? 10 minutes?
10 minutes,
10 minutes
seconds
of this second term. Adelaide leading by 14 points. They led by 19 at quarter time on the tour. That's got to be a free kick to Riley O'Brien. It had to be. Umpire froze. Adelaide get the clearance anyway. That wasn't a good handball. Went out to Taylor. Goes back to Millerer. Over towards Saligo. Went out wide. He was hit late. Umpire said it was fair, and I reckon that's fair enough. Adelaide goes short. Mark taken by Rankin. This next kick, all important. He's on the outer wing. He goes long and low. Walker pushing the back.
He's paid it.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Wow.
Tex was never going to get to the contest without a 200 by 2.
Amazing. 4 umpires.
What do you think?
Or did he put some
I thought two hands from here. I mean, that's what you were looking at too. So
it's 2 hands.
It's such an easy call for an umpire. As soon as you see that, they give it. And that was the only way he could have pushed his player under the ball.
And 4 umpires again, and then there was no one behind the play. So the umpires only had a front-on view. The Texan would like to kick this. Adelaide probably need it too. He can take it out to 20. He's kicking from 50. He's not going to get the distance. Dilthorpe, no. Touched over the line. 15 points the lead on the Toolkit Depot Tax Time sale is now on scoreboard.
As we said, Carlton have been headed to half-time. Even the 4 games they lost, they were in front. Well, Adelaide still have a very nice lead at the moment.
15, not a lot.
Well, it's nice. It's better than being down 15.
Okay, no.
Oh, the Blues shocking kick. Might be a turnover here. They need to do something with the Crows. Coming through is Peatling. Goes by hand to Rankin. Dispels danger. We know what he can do. Rankin pushes off his man. Still waiting. Still sizing up the situation. Did well. Didn't panic. And Worrell mark 60 out from goal. Isaac Rankin, very clever play. Little sharp pass comes in. Missing it there was McGovern. They've got back up around. It's 2-1 here. If they mark, they spoil themselves. The Blues, real big fumble. Curnow, push, shove. Isn't holding the ball. It is. Absolutely.
Tyson. Oh, I blame Curnow there because he was the one behind. He should have called back. I couldn't see who that was in front of him.
Might have been White, I think. Willie White. Ball back now towards Big Riley O'Brien. Crashed him back. There's White there too. Comes down now to Worrell. Slips it over to Taylor Walker.
Didn't have it.
He was running on the spot, Taylor. Wasn't going anywhere. The boundary line might win. It finally does. 60 around from Adelaide's goal. Right half forward flank, northern end.
Well, that was going to be a goal to Carlton.
Absolutely. They were out, yeah. And then Curnow should have just pulled back his play or even just let him mark it. What have we got here?
Free kick. It'll go the way of Lord, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And there was a high tackle by Keys. I thought the umpire had missed it.
I think Tyson's right. Curnow should have stayed out of it. Give it to someone else that ran on.
He would have got the next one anyway, Curnow.
Yeah, they were out big time. That's a good kick to the outer side. Running mark taken there by Curnow, the player we're talking about. He's kicked one goal for the game. Butts has done a pretty good job so far. Short little pass. That goes back to Lord. They're on the half-back flank. Adelaide is set up nicely behind the ball. Crows Nation. 13 minutes into the second term. Carlton go down the line and Mackay underneath it. Couldn't take it. Dawson had it. Mackay stole it. Got it on the boot, but the umpire had blown the whistle. So Adelaide lucky. We've got a ball up on the outer side.
Other game in Ballarat today. Port Adelaide down by 90. The Bulldogs, who arguably with Collingwood the most informed team in the competition. They look really good. Treloar played his first game. Norton kicked 3. Bontempelli kicked 3. And Big Tim English kicked 3. So the ball is Saliga on the outer side.
Cripps had his arm before he had the ball.
Had a great start he did, Saliga, then just dropped off a little bit. Short ball. Just got his full measure to Peatling. And he's right in the centre of the beautiful Adelaide Oval. So Peatling just trying to see what's ahead. Not a lot, so he too goes short. Happy just to work their way through the maze. This is Cumming, Isaac Cumming. So Adelaide 5-6, Carlton 3-3. You're right, Kim. There's a bit of a stalemate at the moment too. The hurry ball into the pocket. Walker, he's got 2 to contend with. It beat 1. He couldn't beat the second and get 5th and 8 rows back.
They'll take that, Tice, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Get time in forward half. Set up defensively really well. They've looked really structured. Well, really nicely structured, Adelaide, once they've been able to set up, and this is exactly what they want. Bit of time in forward half. Put some pressure on the Carlton forward line, Carlton defence.
Let's see who gets on their bike for Adelaide from this stoppage. Front position, the Koenig did well. Ball comes down to ground level, trying to crash his way through. That was good work by Akers. Got it back to Walsh. Ball goes out of the members' wing. Adelaide have the numbers. Pick up the crumb. Smothered off the boot of Dawson, though. May have rushed his work.
Yeah.
Oh, and Dawson with a big tail. Was that holding the ball up? I said play on. Carlton may get out of trouble. No, they won't. Handball goes back out. Adelaide a big chance through Nankervis. Oh, no. Got dispossessed there. Now the handball goes back out to Brodie Smith. Bit of experience and composure. He goes to Worrell, who spears out a beautiful pass on the outer side. Nice out Cumming has it. And he finds Walker. Now this time he'll kick from right on 50 and should get the distance if the umpire brings him back another metre. And he does. Boys, some bad news for Carlton. Just watching Adam Saar down on the boundary with that contest with Isaac Rankin. Looks like he's done something to his groin, so he received a bit of attention. He's been trying to warm up. We'll keep an eye on him. What do you reckon, boys? Texan?
Yeah. Well, he missed the last one from a similar distance. Didn't quite strike it nicely. Back him in, Kim. Come on.
Yeah, no, I'm going to have a crack at him this time. I reckon he's going to kick right through it, and he does. That was better contact. He put it through the middle. They go to a 21-point lead. Their biggest of the game so far. And that's on the Toolkit Depot scoreboard. We love them.
You don't give the big Texan 2 shots in quick succession from the same spot. He's going to nail that. He's too good a player for that. And just looking at some stats here, just looking at Harry Mackay, he still only had the 1 mark. We spoke about him before the game being having a big influence on this one. He still only had the 1 mark. Not completely his fault. Obviously, he plays forward. He relies on the ball coming in and not a lot of clear ball coming in for him. But stats-wise, Miller are now on 14. Laird has been very good on 13. And Cripps has caught up he's getting a bit of the ball now on 13 as well.
Our expert there, Tyson Edwards, thanks to Lumo Energy, 100% Australian owned. I reckon, Big Willie, you said about Vossi at quarter time. He said, let's slow this game down, tighten it up a bit. We've only seen 2 goals, one from each side in this second term, after seeing 7 in the first.
Yeah, he could have been holding the ball to Cripps, but the strength of that man, he took 4 on. And
he's 6'5".
Oh, yeah, no, he went up being a key forward when he's finished in the middle. Riley Philthorpe takes the ball into the air, kicks to centre half forward. They might get 2 in a minute here. Big pack. Collide. Haynes is down. He might be hurt. Richelli.
Oh, yeah.
Fogarty. This is good. Key should go, and Keys misses.
No, he didn't.
Kicked it. Gee, at him into the square too. Made the umpire race to his right. Haynes is still down. And Adelaide get 2 goals in 30 seconds. And that was really, really good stuff, Tyson.
And clearance is now 6-1 for the quarter in favour of Adelaide. So that's having a big impact on this game as well. And putting Carlton just under a huge pressure in the defensive end. And it's just looks like there's so many options for Adelaide. They've got time to pick and choose the option. And they just, once again, still nice and clean around the contest. 1, 2 gives and they're out. And then a nice, well, it wasn't a nice finish, but it was a goal in the end from Keys.
Wasn't
it was
it?
Very steery off the boot. I think he thought he missed that one.
We got a long way to go, boys, but I giggle. There's so many experts in the game now, which is fine. We love all the different opinions, but they jumped off Adelaide very quickly.
Yeah.
I reckon they'll be back on if this continues. Alrighty, ball back centre field. Adelaide leading by 27 points on the Toolkit Depot scoreboard. We're here thanks to Adrian Bryan, Hyundai. This is Crows Nation. Dawson set the tone early. Got the handball to Saligo. He goes out really wide. No, I think that's been taken by Anzac Cumming. It has. Got it to Michael and he smothered off the boot. So they've actually lost about 30 metres there. So that wasn't the best result. We'll have a boundary throw in on the outer side.
Tell you what, Tyson, we haven't seen Durden or Fogarty or Motlop. They've hardly done anything with little small forwards.
Durden didn't touch it in the first and still hasn't touched it for the game. Motlop 1 possession.
Durden took that spectacular mark on the Anzac Day weekend. Here's Motlop as if he hurt us up in the box there. Kicks towards Hollands. Elijah Hollands. Ball. Free ball. Who wants it? Taylor. Bounced off Ollie Hollands. Comes back to Cripps. He's a ball magnet as we know. Kicks to half forward. Fogarty pushed out of it. Adelaide just appeared to have the answers. And Nern Curvis, nothing in front of him. Took his time, but umpire gave him plenty of time. Got rid of Saligo. Just did the old fend off.
In the face.
Too high, the umpire said.
Well, this is my knock on Saligo. I like him to do first thought a lot more than he does.
So they go short, dangerously. It's been marked by Hollands, who's playing his 50th game today. Remember Benny Hollands played in the Suns. He got a couple of good kids, hasn't he?
Been saying this about 6 months now, I reckon.
Goes short again. Kimbo, mark not taken. They've got the big men covered at the moment. The high penetrating kick comes out of defensive 50. Taylor Walker couldn't quite get there. Stretched the hamstrings, but his hands were good. And he goes back to Walker. Taylor Walker did well. Now to Curtin. They're running a tightrope here. Ends up with Zachy Taylor. Little short ball to Philthorpe. Look at the post go here. Now Walker, his 4th possession, and he spotted a man in Rankin all on his own. Play of the day. He wants 50, but Taylor Walker take a bow.
He'll be going to the bench. Have a look at him.
He wants to.
No, they won't let him. He's stuffed.
That sums up the game for me where it's at for Adelaide.
There we go.
Rankin plays
and
on.
Rankin misses. One he kicked 9 out of 10. That was the 10. He missed. 49 plays 21. Adelaide in complete control.
It should have been a goal. Deserved a goal. The ball just wouldn't leave the Texan.
He should have taken a bit more time too, Rankin. It was a pretty full-on passage of play just to let Adelaide set up defensively, and they're being caught out a little bit here now.
Yeah, and they may pay for it. Motlop's got the ball in the outer wing. He's going to go wide, and he does. So it's now been taken. I'm not sure who that is on the outer side, Willie. Mark's been taken.
Free there.
Yeah, taken by Curnow. Too far out to score, puts it inside 50. Yeah, Adelaide's lost their shape. You called it well, Tyson.
Gee, Walsh has been quiet by his standards today. They said only 2 to quarter time.
Yeah. How many's he had now?
He's 6, so this will be his 7th. So he's had a few in the last few minutes. Yeah, absolutely for him, yeah.
Can you do the old miss cockies?
Yep.
We don't want them getting a goal here. Adelaide by 28. You feel like they should be about 30, 40 up at least. So he's pinned to the boundary line in the left forward pocket. River Torrens end on the outer. The right side for a right footer. And he's put it through for a point. Didn't even get close. So margin back to 27 points on the Toolkit Depot scoreboard. We love their support. And we love that of Adrian Bryan, Hyundai as well. Find your next Hyundai at Adrian Bryan.
So they can clear, and they do back towards Curtin, but it went over his head in the end, and Hollands Ollie Holland's becoming a player.
Yeah, Tex still can't get off the ground.
He's the younger of the two brothers.
Look at him.
He's going to smother that.
So Holland's in the pocket, almost played on the crowd, thought he was out of bounds, but see, the big men can't get warm at the moment. Kerner and Mackay aerially, Tyson haven't figured.
He played on, he kicked the ball outside the boundary line. Tex telling the umpire's run away from him.
Yeah, they don't pay them though anymore, do they?
Rule anyhow,
I think it is too. Yeah. I don't think they pay
Get a bit of momentum swing to your right. Who cares?
Right, throwing in the right forward pocket. I just get the feeling Carlton might do something here. Ball comes down towards Lord, wrapped up in a tackle, threw it out of the way. Umpire said holding the ball. Good result for Adelaide. Free kick will go the way of Zach Taylor. Oh no, Zachy boy. It's just going to pump you up too. So they've got the ball on the half-forward flank, or in between the wing and the half-forward flank, and it's been taken by Chera, and gee, he's been quiet. We'll get his numbers too. Plays on this time and goes off the outside of the boot. Adelaide out position, but not outplayed. Picked up there by Curtin, by Lord, tackles him. Umpire says dead heat. Adelaide will want to get this over the boundary line.
6 disposals for Chera.
Wow.
Yeah, the midfielder, and Hewitt probably not as prolific as he normally is either, so...
Are we missing something there? I thought Peatling went to Hewitt early. Maybe Adelaide is tagging.
So here's a chance now for Carlton. Cooper Lord, he got caught last time. What's happening here? Throw against Sard. He's going to go to Rochelle in a big first quarter, Josh Rochelle.
He's been good.
Just slips it out to the other pocket, so they go laterally and face the goal. The ball with Dan Curvis. Ooh, goes short to Michael Annie. Benny Hart clone. He's going to be a superstar down the track.
Even here, there's just options here for Adelaide just to chip it through. And
Yep. Here's Michael Annie again, so he provides a rebound from behind. Walker. And Wiedering run it. Sard, his hands are good to Georgie Hewitt. To the Coney, I'll set up Hewitt again. Didn't do him any service. He's good enough to strike the tackle. Now to Cripps. Cripps in the bullseye of Adelaide Oval. Just goes short again. Kick was nice. And now they're a chance to go forward. It's Curnow. We know he's a thumping kick. Kicks in the pocket. Pushing and shoving. Oh, good mark. Wonderful mark. Akers thought he could push his man out. And man, Curvis simply too good.
That's a great catch.
I said late last year, I reckon this lad could end up an All-Australian at some stage in his career. He just continues to grow. Runs with the footy. Has good hands, but the kick wasn't great. The mark's been taken by Hewitt. Trying to impose himself on the game. We've got just under 4 minutes remaining in this second term. Adelaide leading by 27. They wouldn't want to cough up another one, but they're having a crack. Carlton. Ball goes in long. Big fist away. Came down to ground level. Taken by Saligo. Got it to Peatling. Went out wide. Nice kick. Mark taken by Darcy Fogarty on a half-back flank on the outer side. And he says, I'm going to pump the brakes. Now he goes long. Have a look at that for a leg. Looking for Walker. Had it.
She's strong. Puts out the big backside, doesn't he? Keeps out.
Wiedering did well, though. Got a fist on it. Ball goes out of play. Adelaide will take that all day. They'll reset on the outer side.
Absolutely. Kimbo Worrell took that McGain mark today, so we'll mark that one down.
Okay, we love McGain.
Akers tried to edge him out, and he didn't budge.
Sold by McGain again. You're looking to buy or sell a property or have a rental property, get in touch with McGain.
So Carlton won their last 3 games at the moment. Adelaide right on top of them in pretty well every facet is Hewitt.
Shrugged another tackle.
Slipped out to Chera, to Walsh, but as soon as Walsh gets it, he's tackled as well. The pressure enormous. And the Crows doing some nice stuff. 26 gone second term. It's a very handy lead now. 49 plays 22.
Peatling took his opponent over the boundary line then. He would have been nervous. Got a game for that in Geelong, against Geelong. Shouldn't have. We live in a weird times now with football. Ball thrown in on the outer side to Koenig. Did really well. Took it out of the ruck. That'll bounce high, and it does. Goes over everyone. Trapped there by Curnow. Now kicks it long. Worrell's going to be first there. Will he get a good bounce? Should do. It does. Sits up nicely. Has a turn of speed and disposes. Finds Rochelle. I tell you what, he could be our best defender, Worrell. He's going all right. Rochelle kicks it long again. Nice mark by Curtin. Again, real estate mark of the day. That's 50 metres. Umpire let it go. Ooh, short pass, just 15. Finds Smith. And Brodie with that thumping leg.
They're
crosses to the outer side.
Yeah, they got the players. Tyson's right. There's loose Adelaide players everywhere. Could be a head count. Yes, they've got the extra man. There was short ball to Laird. Impressive first half for Adelaide. Perhaps should be further ahead. 14 scoring shots to 7. That tells the story in itself. They missed a lot of gettables. And now they're just biding their time. Mike Laney with the footy. He's on the outer wing in front of the Max Bashir stand.
They're all a bit stagnant now. Here he goes.
Yeah, Carlton don't look like they're going to score much either. De Koning in front, that's a nice mark. 201 centimetres, put up the big arms and
It's a bad kick,
took a great grab.
It's a bad kick. Gave the forwards no opportunity, or Riley O'Brien. Came in too low. All right, Adelaide still got time to score. I reckon they'd like to go by 33. They lead by 27. De Koning down the outer side. Oh, good mark taken there, and it's taken by Michael Annie. And he plays on quickly. Maybe they can open them up this time. No, yes. Now they come out wide. So it's 2 against 1. The bounce favours Curtin, draws the opponent, gets the handball over to Brodie Smith. He does likewise. Sweeping handball to Rochelle. Smothered off the boot. It goes to Tex. Sits nicely for him. Quick handball was a shocker. Goes out of play. Gee whiz. Who would have that gone to? That would have gone to Brodie Smith.
I think Taylor Walker's looking for the oxygen bottle at the moment.
Why don't they give him a
gasping
break?
the air.
I think he was actually looking to block as well. Like he was almost handballed to the guy who's going to block. But yeah, they were out there, Adelaide.
Only 74 seconds left in the half, and Carlton have kept them to 3 goals. So terrific effort there. Cripps. But it's Peatling that emerged with a footing. They're put inside Adelaide's attacking 50.
Dawson.
Mark Matemo Dawson. He gets crocodile rolled over the line. And I reckon Matthew Nicks is going to be really happy at half-time what they've done. Maybe a couple of goals more they could have had.
He'll be happier in the next minute. I reckon they're going to get one more, Willie.
Oh, he's
going to get one more.
Well,
I can feel it. I can feel it.
Okay, we'll go with that. So De Koning, he's generally right. He can, Nostradamus can see in the future is Walsh to Chera. Chera under pressure again, back to Walsh. He's forced to a hurried kick. Goes about 15 metres along the line.
Here we go. Get it in, son.
This lad, seriously, he's going to be a player. He might be a centre-half back one day. Kicks into the pocket again. Here come the cavalry. And the mark's been taken. Look at the hands of Dawson.
He's like Stephen Copping. He's got those telescopic arms.
He marks. Stephen Kernan used to mark like that too. Don't bend the arms. He's only played, as I said to Tyson, only won 37 games and he's 28, but he's got better and better with each year he's played AFL footy. He's a tough kick though.
For a left footer, very tough.
Remember the showdown goalie?
Yeah, he'd had 20 metres back and about 5 metres.
Yeah, he wasn't this tight, but this will bring the house down on the stroke of half-time. We're right behind him. Jordan Dawson for icing on the cake. He has kicked it. Dawson, take a bow. Heads go up. It's Adelaide's half, and they've got a very, very healthy lead at half-time. Great scenes here at Adelaide Oval. The Crows lead 8-7-55. They're leaving the Blues in their wake 3-4-22.
David Wildy, Tyson Edwards and Nostradamus. Yes, that's me. It was a wonderful goal. A 33-point lead at halftime. Dawson kicks his second. Great game of footy here at the Adelaide Oval. It was a big game for both clubs. Adelaide, the superior side at the moment. When we come back, we'll go through all the stats, courtesy of Lodex Equipment Hire. 5 days for the price of 2. We love their support. South Australian company. Go down and see Big Jason Kerry. They're absolute rippers. We'll take a break. It's Adelaide by 33, and we're here thanks to Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
That quarter on Crows Nation was the Toolkit Depot's tax time sale. On now.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
Hi,
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. For over 4 generations, we've been proudly making the highest quality Italian-style cheese. With a passion for tradition, we're offering a little slice of Sicily to our customers, including ricotta, burrata, semi-matured and hard cheeses, and an extensive range of specialty cheeses that are considered the best artisan cheeses in Australia. Floridia Cheese, available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au and follow our socials. Floridia Cheese, traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
So, did you do the dishes?
Yes.
Did you walk the dog?
Yes.
And you took the bins out?
Yes.
What?
I just won a TV on Grays.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
What?
Experience the thrill of an online auction on Grays.com. Find great deals on everything from wine, electronics and cars to machinery and transport equipment and everything in between. Get it on Grays. Start bidding today on Grays.com.
Working fatigued on farm isn't the same as being sleepy or drowsy. It's about pushing your body beyond its mental and physical limits day after day with no time to recover. Fatigue can make you experience slower reaction times, reduced coordination, poor memory or concentration. Fatigue on the footy field can lose you the game. Fatigue on the farm can lose you much more. Know the signs and manage fatigue. Search Fatigue on Farms.
It's the OMF Mate Sale and we are looking after you like a true mate would. Get up to 60% off selected mattresses like the Revivify Support Mattress for under $800 or the Mornington Mattress for under $1,200 and get up to 40% off selected Manchester and up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. Plus this week get a free mattress protector. Mate, we're not mucking around. OMF's Mate Sale ends soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
If you're in the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed, contact Best Sheds today and take advantage of their 25% off sale. They've got the best sheds in the business and their sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams and save with Best Sheds 25% off sale. Save big at Best Sheds. 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
You're listening to Crows Nation for Hyundai. Find your next Hyundai at Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
Distance of the umpire brings him back another metre.
Back him in, kid, come on.
Yeah, no, we're going to have a crack at him this time. I reckon he's going to kick right through it. He does. That was better contact. He put it through the middle.
Shelley, Fogarty, this is good. Keys should go, and Keys misses. No, he didn't. Kicked it. Cheered him into the square too. Made the umpire race to his right. Kicks into the pocket again. Here come the cavalry, and the mark's been taken. Look at the hands of Dawson. Yeah, he wasn't this tight, but this will bring the house down on the stroke of half-time. We're right behind him. Jordan Dawson for icing on the cake. He has kicked it. Dawson, take a bow. Heads go up.
Yes, a beautiful goal there, just in the dying seconds of the second term. Welcome back to the Adelaide Oval. This is Crows Nation, thanks to Hyundai. Find your next Hyundai at Adrian Bryan Hyundai. Kim Dillon with you, along with David Wildy. Just grabbing a quick pie at the moment. And our expert today is Tyson Edwards. Been a cracking game of footy. Adelaide led by 19 points at quarter time, 33 at half time. Just quickly, goal kickers. Dawson has 2, Neil Bullen has 2. Singles to Keys, Walker, Rankin and Fogarty, and just the 3 for Carlton. 1 to Motlop, 1 to Patrick Cripps, and 1 to Charlie Curnow. Alrighty, let's go through a few of these. Adelaide, fairly impressive. Tice, what caught your eye statistically thanks to Latex equipment hire?
We spoke about clearances in the first quarter with it ended up being even pretty much 12-11 in that first quarter. Carlton had a bit of ascendancy in the early stages, but in the second quarter it was all Adelaide, 12-4 in favour of Adelaide. Wow. So time and a half for Adelaide was enormous that quarter. They just put the pressure on Carlton's defence, and they just look a lot surer going forward and around the ball. You know, they've got more options. They're moving the ball cleaner and quicker. And look at Harry McKay's only had the 1 mark still to half time from a Carlton perspective. So you would have thought he would have clung 2 or 3 already in this game. And they've not so much his poor work. It's more that they just haven't had the supply from a Carlton perspective.
Same with Curnow. He's only kicked 1. He was a little bit lucky or fortuitous with that one. Our experts, Tyson Edwards, thanks to Lumo Energy, switched to 100% Australian-owned Lumo Energy. Hey, who's been the best defender out there in the first half? You've got a few to pick from here, thanks to Murray's Pest Control. Played pests at their own game with the team from Murray's.
Yeah, well, look, from an Adelaide, there's quite a few to choose from. I think probably Josh Worrell has looked, fantastic. I mean, there's been, I think all the 6, to be honest. I mean,
do you like Josh Worrell, or am I getting ahead of myself?
No, he's had a massive quarter. He's had 16 disposals now. He's leading possession getter.
Upside though, further on.
Yeah, absolutely. He's only going to get better and better, and intercept marking and those sorts of things, and he'll get surer with his disposal, and he just looks really comfortable back there. He's reading the plays, really proactive. Laird's getting involved defensively as well, and McInerney's been good. So I just think it's they've been helped by the pressure coming up the field. It always makes your defence look better when there's pressure up the field, but they've looked really proactive all over the ground today, Adelaide, so far.
For the defenders, it's almost all played well. Hey, what was a big moment today in that first half? Thanks to Budget Car Rental. Get on the road faster. Call 13 27 27.
Big moment. I need some help here, I think.
I can help. I thought the goal from the mark and the goal in the last minute from Dawson was big. To get out to 33 and just on the siren, you've played 321 games. It just takes the wind out of you a little bit.
100%, demoralising for Carlton, and probably sums up the game in a lot of ways where it should be for Adelaide. I think they've pretty much dominated and had control of this game, and that just put the icing on the cake, really. That's a really handy lead now going into half-time, and they just need to keep playing the same way. I'm sure Carlton will come out and try something here. They have to, just to try and get the ball inside 450, because they've been one of the best teams in the competition at restricting the opposition scores and getting inside 50s, and they've been averaging 60, I think, inside 50s, Carlton in their game so far. And what are they at the moment? They're only on where are they inside 50s? 21. So they're well below what they would normally have. So the supply for the forwards for them is what they're wanting. So see if they try something different at stoppages and clearances, because they got smacked that quarter, and I know they've been very strong in that area too. And their midfield group, let's have a look at Cripps is on 15, so he's actually got a little bit of the ball. Where was Walsh? Because we were talking about him a little bit. He's at 9, he got probably 7 that quarter. Which is more his numbers. Had a very quiet start, so expect them to respond. They're a very proud midfield group and quite experienced in there. So I'll keep an eye on that going forward for sure.
Dawson with the honours at this stage though, 14 disposals and 2 goals from the midfield. That is gold. Tell you what, we would have had a big moment when Texie got trapped down on the wing here. He got in about 5 contests. The ball it just kept following him, and then Rankin misses the goal. That would have been one of the plays of the day. Hey, if you were to make a move for either side, thanks to CMAX, join a paid clinical trial at CMAX. What would you suggest? Is there anything else Adelaide could do here?
I think it's status quo for Adelaide. I don't think they need to change too much. I think they just keep the energy around the footy. That's the biggest point for them at the moment. They're structuring up nicely, as we've spoken about, but their energy after the ball leaves the contest as well, they're all getting involved, particularly their backs. They seem to be outworking Carlton at the moment. They look faster than Carlton, and that's a really good sign. So they're reacting quicker. They're reading off each other, and it's they've been enjoying the way they're playing at the moment. So for them, they don't need to change a single thing. They just need to keep the foot on the pedal and keep the pressure on Carlton.
Hewitt found a little bit of the ball late in that second term, but the work Peatling's been putting into him has been really effective. effective. I'm trying to find Hewitt's numbers.
He's on 14 disposals at the moment.
14, he was pretty good the last 15 minutes.
Yep.
He started to rack them up. That suggestion there on the field move for the second half was all thanks to CMAX. Join a paid clinical trial at CMAX. You got a player out there that's been either hot or cold or both, thanks to Panasonic air conditioning. Panasonic Comfort Cloud, set your air conditioning from your phone. Probably the player we're talking about, Hewitt, was unsighted.
Yeah.
And then about 15 minutes, he picked up 6 or 7 possessions late in that second term. That'd be mine. Cold would be Harry Mackay.
Yeah, Durden hasn't touched the ball yet at all as well. And that, small forward, you're relying on the ball coming in. But pressure-wise, he's only had the one tackle, so he's probably the player at the moment. But yeah, Mackay, we've spoke a little bit about the pre-game when we had a few minutes to discuss. We thought he'd have a big impact on this game, and he just needs more supply. They needed to get the ball into him and let him go to work.
Poor young Durden. We probably gave him the kiss of death. We had him on our show yesterday, and he's a Golden Grove boy.
Yeah.
Went to Central District. He's got about 20 tickets. He got 20 extra tickets for family and friends here today, and he hasn't had a sniff. God love him. Nice fella too. All right, the mark of the first half, thanks to McGain Real Estate, sold by McGain again.
I don't know whether we had any classical. I know Josh Worrell took one in front of us in that second quarter.
Took one down there too.
Darcy, that one. That was probably better, actually, the one in defensive end. Darcy Fogarty took one. So I'll probably give it to Joshy Worrell. I think he's had two.
All right, I like it. I'm going to give an honourable mention to Jordan Dawson when he stood under that one to kick the goal with 2 defenders coming at him. All right, around the grounds, thanks to TAFE SA, hire an apprentice with fee-free TAFE constructions. One game played already. That was Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. That was played in Ballarat at Mars Stadium. If you've just joined us, you've been living under a rock or something, we've been busy voting, I can tell you Port got smashed by 90 points and they've lost about 12 percentage points as well. Hey, we'll take a break. When we come back, David Wildy will go through some more stats with Tyson Edwards. We'll have the power play rankings thanks to Red Energy as well. It's half-time here at the Adelaide Oval. It's the Crowies leading by 33 points. This is Crows Nation for Hyundai.
Listening to Crows Nation for Hyundai. Find your next Hyundai at Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew, pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
If you're in the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed, contact Best Sheds today and take advantage of their 25% off sale. They've got the best sheds in the business, and their sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams and save with Best Sheds 25% off sale. Save big at Best Sheds. 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Macca's new Tennessee barbecue burgers are now touring for a limited time. With smoky barbecue and tangy honey mustard sauce, crispy onions, and 100% Aussie beef. Grab the hit single or double Tennessee barbecue burger today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Hey, it's Ariane Titmus. Australian Made Week is almost here, and it's your chance to go for green and gold. From the 19th to the 25th of May, get out there and support the home team by buying Australian made. So, if you've got what it takes to be a champion, look for the famous green and gold kangaroo logo and get behind our makers and growers. Because Australian made makes Australia. Visit australianmadeweek.com.au.
Every coach knows it's hard work building a winning team, and finding the right players isn't easy. When it comes to apprentices and trainees, there's nobody better in the game than MEGT. MEGT can help you recruit the key position players you need to keep your business moving. They can also take care of wages and provide ongoing support and mentoring to keep your business ahead of the game. So, if you're needing to build a winning team, call MEGT today on 134 767 or visit MEGT.com.
DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by two 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Working fatigued on farm isn't the same as being sleepy or drowsy. It's about pushing your body beyond its mental and physical limits day after day, with no time to recover. Fatigue can make you experience slower reaction times, reduced coordination, poor memory, or concentration. Fatigue on the footy field can lose you the game. Fatigue on the farm can lose you much more. Know the signs and manage fatigue. Search Fatigue on Farms.
Hunting for hybrid, engineered timber, laminate or vinyl flooring? Beaumont's has what you need. Shop our new range and you could pocket $5,000. That's right, 5 lucky winners, $5,000 each. Only at Beaumont's. T's and C's apply. Beaumont's.
You're listening to Crows Nation for Hyundai. Find your next Hyundai at Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
Yeah, David Wildy, the former Crows champion, Tyson Edwards, Adelaide with a really handy lead at half-time, lead by 33 points. The power play rankings are Energy, switched 100% Australian-owned Lumo Energy. What do you got for us, Tyson?
Well, it works out quite well. Sometimes the fantasy doesn't work out with who you think's best on ground, but Jordan Dawson is leading on 78. We would give him best on ground at the moment with his 14 possessions and a couple of goals. A nice finish to that half. Max Mocklany on 63. Isaac Rankin 62. They're the top fantasy points for the Crows, and then Patrick Cripps on 60, and then there's a fair drop-off for anyone else from Carlton. Adam Sard, he's the next best on 50. And possession getters, Josh Rolls actually on 16 disposals now. He's had the 12 kicks and 5 marks as well, and 334 metres gained. Wayne Miller, he's been pretty consistent tonight as well. He's probably been missed a little bit in the defensive end. They've had so many good players, Adelaide, back there. He's on 15, Laird 15, Cripps 15, and Rochelle and Peatling on 14 for the Crows. And George Hewitt, who had a big quarter in that second quarter, he's come up to 14 possessions as well. So
yeah, quite first quarter, yeah. What would you do with Carlton? Would you keep their same structure, their same format? They haven't, to be fair, given their big men too much of a look in, have they? But
no. I think it's the midfield. If you need to change something up in there, or provide some spark, or someone with a bit of speed, they could push through there. That's probably what I'd be looking at. That quarter that was 12, as we mentioned just before, was 12-4 clearances in favour of Adelaide. So that's sort of the area they need to put some time and effort. I'm sure they would, because they want to give their forwards some looks at the ball this quarter.
Second half to get underway, thanks to Adrian Bryan Hyundai. Find your next Hyundai at Adrian Bryan Hyundai. David Wildy, Kim Dillon and Tyson Edwards. And Carlton a bit shocked. I reckon Michael Voss certainly not happy at half-time. Matthew Nix, a big smile on his face. Third quarter underway. Comes down towards Cripps. He always plays well. But it's Adelaide through Soligo. Work it forward. Walker almost. No free kick forthcoming. Lewis Young, like that moment over again, is coming. Can look at the goal from 45. Snaps over there of a couple of players. It's gone all the way. It went low. And it went fast, and the two guys in the goal square. What is it, a point? It must have been touched.
Must have been touched off the boot, maybe? I didn't see that in the goal square.
Maybe they got a hand to it on the last line, because Carlton have brought the ball back into play really quickly.
Yeah, we missed all that. Waiting for a replay just to see what happened there. But
Isaac Cumming looked like he's trying to pass to the guys in the square. It didn't work out. Cripps now can do much with. They've seen a free kick for too high, so he'll come back to the superstar. I can't get over 45 votes in a Brownlow, Tyson. We'll never see that again.
No, I hope we don't, by the way.
No, it's not, can't be right.
No.
He was getting best on grounds when they were losing by, 5-7 goals. So it's not a great stat, but he had a wonderful year, and he's a dual Brownlow medalist.
Look for him to lift here too. I'm sure you put the team on his back if he...
Motlop's just turned it over. Just going to hurt him on the comeback. You'd think this Miller has got the footy in hand, looks up. Not a lot on offer, so he goes towards Phil Thorpe. A 2-on-1 here. Weeding did well. Collected the footy and just bangs it for hope in anything. 2-on-1 now. Adelaide have. Ball hits the ground coming. Done some nice things today. Walker lurking. He's on the 50. Soligo. Oh, missed tackle there from Motlop. Neil Buller looking for goal number 3, but he doesn't. He passes into the pocket. He's got Keys there. And Keys drops an absolute centre. Recovers. Toe poke. Goes through to Adelaide. Missed a golden chance there. If Neil Bullen could have kicked his third. Unselfish there.
It was the right play. I love it when teams do that. That means they're playing the right way. And I think although Neil Bullen might have his, if he had his time again, he might have a shot next time. But I don't know how he dropped that. Yeah, I don't know how he dropped that.
And Motlop's kick before was absolutely awful as Kim Dillon rejoins us.
Yeah. He spent that one before he had it, boys. That should have been a goal to Adelaide. Oh, that's a push to Worrell. It has to be. Oh, the umpire didn't. Oh, now he plays it.
Paid the trip, yeah.
Gee, a little bit slow on the whistle then, wasn't he, Tice?
So they kick the ball to Durden, who's about 5'8", up against Josh Worrell. Just crazy play, some of Carlton's entries.
Well, that's the beauty of Josh Worrell. He's 6'4". He's a left footer, and he's pretty quick, as we saw earlier, where he outraced Jesse Motlop in a foot race. There goes that left leg, and he does the big switcheroony to the outer side, and he finds Michael Lanny. He does a dinky little pass. Ooh.
Butts has hurt his back.
Did he get a knee in the back? The umpire called play on.
They're both down. Harry Mackay.
They're playing a free kick back to him now. No, not going back that far. So free kick on the outer side to Rankin. Butts didn't look good.
He looks all right. He's got up. He's holding his side more than anything. I think he's fine.
All right, so Rankin kicks long just outside of 50. Dawson had it again. Oh, Stilthorpe spoiled it. Chera picked it up, went back to Young. He goes out wide to Hewitt, who started to get a bit of the footy late in that second term, Georgie boy. 14 touches. This will be number 15. All the stats thanks to Lodex Equipment Hire. Become a Lodex legend. Book at lodex.com.au.
He's been a great footballer, Kimbo. Butts rises high too. Out of the Ashes. Paid the push.
Yeah.
Okay. Harry doesn't take too many marks, says Jordan, but umpire said that was an illegal one. Harry Mackay been a really quiet player, kicking in the pocket. Once again, Curnow didn't get there. Whoa. It's like to see him. I reckon he's playing almost half injured. Needs to do more. Michael Lanny went to his right, goes back to his left and kicks to the half-back flank. Harry Mackay at the back of the pack. It once again collided the teammate. No cohesion there at all. It's Adelaide extricate the footy through Fogarty. Dawson's been everywhere. Nice little kick towards Keys, who can run onto it. And he does. Sandwich between two Blues. Ends up with Walker. What's Taylor going to do? The handball. He should have had a shot. Rankin now picks it up. 45 out from goal. Kicks in the pocket. 2-on-1. Up goes Phil Thorpe, down goes Phil Thorpe, backs himself to get past, he does, and he's gone. He's caught.
Good tackle.
Red-handed holding the ball.
Honestly, they butchered that though, didn't they?
They did, yeah. Almost too many options. You know, Rankin took too long to make his decision, and Tex, I don't know what Tex was doing.
Too unselfish.
Yeah, I know. Tex should have had a shot, should have just wheeled around, been instinctive, kick a goal. Crowd loves it, everyone gets up. Adelaide by 34, could have been 40 points up. Now Sard runs around, plays on with a handball, gives it to Chera. They're going to try a little bit more overlap and run, I think, because they trail by 33, and that's what they're doing. The handball goes over to Hollands. That's a beautiful kick, and it goes to Willie White. Willie takes a mark, and that was a coast-to-coast, and they opened Adelaide up. I think it's Willie White, isn't it?
Durden might be.
Oh, apologies. Well, I hope it is Durden, because he's got all it is. Yeah,
I think Tyson there hadn't touched the footy for the quarter and a half.
I said at half-time, we had him on the show on Thursday or Friday. He's got 20 friends here.
Played well last week too, didn't he?
He'd love to kick this one. It's been a quiet day. They can drag it back to 28. That means they'd still be in it. Only 40 metres out.
He's got it.
He snuck it in, just came in the right post. So the boys get around him. He's a local boy, played for Golden Grove, then Central District. So he gets his first. The margin 28. That's on the Revo Fitness. Smash your goals with Revo Fitness, and you can look like David Wildy at the age of 80.
I think...
Gee, that hurt.
Gee, that's nasty.
No, when you get there. Get there,
Well, hopefully they do.
Well, you will if you go to Revo.
So they have exactly doubled the score, 8-8 the 4-4. But those keys misses, Tyson, becomes crucial, doesn't it? That should be a certain goal.
Yeah, well, they could have really put the foot in the throat there and had another couple of goals ahead. But just keeps them close enough, Carlton. Yep. And I think, as you said, Kimbo, I think we see Carlton play a little bit more quicker. They need to take a few more risks and give their forwards a bit of a chance.
Yeah, I think the game will open up. The Crows have to capitalise on a couple of gilt-edged chances they've blown. Back in the centre now, but they've still got a very handy lead. DeConing went down. The two number 12s clash. It was Dawson now. Got it back to Peatling. His kick wobbles to half forward. Good coming off his line was Neil Bullen. So too McGovern. Hewitt stood his ground in front. Now, trying to claim the mark was Peatling, but cleanly came off Hewitt's. Couple of tough nuts there, James Peatley and Georgie Hewitt.
Yeah, they're having a crack now, Carlton. You can see DeConing just ran straight into Rolling O'Brien, trying to get a little bit physical now. So this is their chance. The premiership quarter, they can't afford to get the three-quarter time trailing by 30 points. At the moment, it's 28. Umpire letting it go. And eventually blows the whistle. We'll have a ball up about 15 metres on the offensive side. Adelaide kicking the River Torrens end at the moment. It's getting a little dark and overcast. We're not going to get any rain though, are we, boys? None forecast?
No.
Beautiful. Riley O'Brien got that one. Went to Hewitt though. Now a chance. Neil Bullen, he's been good. Puts it just inside 50. Curtin in a one-on-one. Now he's got 3 to beat. Gets the football. Shouldn't have grabbed it. Taken to the ground. Umpire says a dead heat. Adelaide will take that. 48 metres in. Or out from the goal, a metre in from the boundary line.
Yeah, they're a chance now. They got in dangerous territory. They're going to the southern end in the third quarter. Not a lot of breeze at all. Perfect conditions for footy. Rucks go at it again over the back of the pack. Cripps, he's just so strong and through the core.
Good play.
Now they try and exit through Lord. 1-2, he wasn't ready for the comeback. Chance for Adelaide to get the neutral ball. Ends up at Cumming. He's been good. Down to Fogarty. Put up the big chest, straight the shoulders, and takes a very good contested chest mark in the end. And we know what he can hit.
Who was that against, boys? Here's the replay. McGovern. Gee, he was too strong, wasn't he?
Yeah, big boy. Hard to get your arms around Big Darcy. And well done from Adelaide there. Carlton looked like they were out. You know, that was a nice bit of play for them. Nice hands in close, nice and clean. But Adelaide too good.
17 goals for the year. Can he make it 18? Don't bet against him. He's a beautiful kick normally. We're right behind him. The number 32 starts straight and then goes to the right, if anything. Held its line behind. So Adelaide 8-9 have been a bit errant in front of goal. Carlton 4-4.
Yeah, 1-1 for the Fog. Normally would put them through. So we wait on the re-entry. Adam Sard looks like he's okay. Had some groin concerns early in the second term. He plays on. He's had a lot of it. Now changes. Goes one way, then the other. Had to bounce the footy. Good pressure by Keys. Adelaide have the numbers. If they can get it to ground level, they couldn't.
Good grabbing it.
Oh, Wiedering's a beauty. He is so strong through the hips. Got a big backside. Old-fashioned defender with a touch of class. Kick goes down the line's a good one. Good mark taken there by Mackay. So they're trying to make things happen, Carlton. They cannot afford to sit back or this game will be gone. But they go back defensively all the way to Wiedering. He in turn comes out and it's taken there. That is courtesy of Haynes and his kick's a good one. Finds Georgie Hewitt, the boy from Port Broughton. Has the ball on the members' wing. Held up nicely by Isaac Cumming. Now the ball comes out to Young. So they're not moving it quickly and Adelaide will take this. Now they go back to Wiedering. They'll be looking for a little kick through the midfield at some stage, but Adelaide are all over it.
Yeah, covered it well, Kimbo. Now they go back to Young. He's one of 3 South Australians in the Blues side. We mentioned Durden, we mentioned Hewitt. 8-9 to 4-4, bit of a stalemate, an arm wrestle at the moment. But Carlton can't get back-to-back goals. Coming out to Coney, he dropped the chest mark. Philthorpe came through like the Bondi tram. Ends up with Saligo. Now to Taylor. Taylor's a centre-half back, and Adelaide have got players on the outrider there. This time it's Worrell to Keys. McGovern came in. Picked his pot, but dropped the mark in the end. Gets a little handball out quickly. Gee, Carlton, the pressure enormous. Nothing doing, said the umpire. Should have perhaps been a free kick there for holding the ball. I thought he almost threw that.
If McGovern, I mean, he did really well to come off there, McGovern, but if he takes that, which normally he would, then they can, reset, switch the ball, put some pressure on Adelaide again, but now it's a stoppage.
Yeah, game of millimetres, ball on the outer side. Hewitt tried to get a handball out to Koenig, did so, got it over to Cripps, went over the head to Blake Acres. He had a fumble, then slipped over, wrapped up in a tackle. Worrell once holding the ball, umpire obliges.
It doesn't matter if you slip.
Yeah, Blake Acres couldn't believe it. but didn't attempt to get rid of it. Now, Adelaide need to capitalise. They only lead by 29. Yet Carlton get the next two. They're back into it up to their eyeballs, and Adelaide's been the best side. Of course, this is Crows Nation. We're going to say that, but it's a fact. Yeah. Ball comes out. Hewitt becoming a factor. It's getting a bit slippery out there. Well picked up by Adelaide. That was Worrell again. What a game he's playing. But the ball forced over the boundary line from Peatling. And we'll have a throw-in on the outer swing. 4-4 plays 8-9, 57-28. That's on the Revo Fitness. Hey, from only $9.69 a week, you can get yourself mentally and physically in beautiful condition at Revo Fitness.
Well done, Kimbo. Head-to-head over the years. Adelaide 24-21, but they've been dominant in the last few years. Done really well. Here go the Blues, though. Kick out to be perfect. It wasn't. Fogarty, hardly called his name today. Ends up with Chera via Cripps. And he's missed his target too in Doherty. That's a nice little kick. Tinky kick went about 8 metres, but the umpire said good enough. It's funny how they pay some and not others. That can be no more than 8 or 9 metres.
I'd like to see the replay.
All right.
Mind you, they pay, and there has to be 20 now.
Yeah, occasionally.
Yeah.
So here's a massive kick for the Blues. Charlie Curnow. We saw Motlop kick one from a tighter angle. Charlie normally likes these. He's come too early. Swung across his body, missed to the near side, and Carlton miss a golden chance to pick up another goal.
Adelaide by 28 points. They'd like a coast-to-coast here. I'm not sure it's going to happen. First kick goes towards Michael Annan. Let's see if they can control the footy. Walker the target, 3 against 1. The destroyer was Wiedering from behind. Taken by Hewitt. He's becoming a real factor now to get back in this game. The kick was a stinker. Loose ball inside 50. Carlton have the footy. Hewitt gets it again. Got rid of the handball to Walsh. Went to Doherty. He got a dinky kick away. The mark's been paid. Play on. That one wasn't 15.
Oh, went about 8 as well.
Yeah, that one was definitely shorter than one before. So Adelaide happy with that because Carlton are starting to have a crack. We've had nearly 13 minutes gone in this third term. Adelaide led by 33 at at half time. Now it's 28. Ball comes down. Peatling jams on a boot. Mark taken. It was a dump kick by Walker. Not happy with his options, so he thinks about going back. Now goes down the line. Better option, but it's a 2-on-3, and the mark's been taken by Haynes. Great player, former All-Australian.
Yeah, he's been around for a long while. Was Haynes had his share of injuries as well, but just finding his feet now at Carlton. Last 2 or 3 weeks have been really good. Gee, goals hard to come by at the moment. Adelaide haven't scored one in the third quarter. Carlton kick one. A short ball from Ollie Hollins to Doherty. Doherty undecided. Still undecided. Changed his mind 2 or 3 times, so he's not sure what to do. What will he do? Everybody in the crowd weren't sure. Then he does slip it out wide to Chera. Biding his time. He's on the half-back flank. Little short ball again. They're going via the cape here.
Oh, here we go.
It was Walsh. Got it back to Cowan. Cowan now, Carroll, I should say. That's a nice mark. The big man, Harry Mackay. Probably think too far out to score, though.
Oh, he's a thumping kick.
If he times it.
He can run around on the arc.
He can also do the helicopter. Now he's going very close to the man of the mark. And he just pops it up high. Catch it if you can. That is a terrible kick.
What was that?
Absolute horror.
Oh, I'll tell you what, he's gone from a rooster to a feather duster, Harry Mackay. 19 possessions last week. He was sensational, but he's having an ordinary game. Arms were chopped at curtain. Umpire didn't see it. Ball goes over his head.
What
now
was he
out
thinking
of play.
then, though? Just
don't think
the
he
3-on-1.
Yeah, that was,
maybe he didn't.
It was like a set-up kick, but it was a set-up kick for Adelaide. Like it was. And I would have liked him to go back and just have a crack at the goal. I think he can. I think he can kick that far,
55.
particularly when he can run around a little bit now.
Adelaide need a goal, though. Lovely tap. That was Saligo. Oh, Saligo, what did he do then? That was weird. Adelaide get the footy, though. Dawson does the don't argue. Now a sweeping handball. Not a bad one. Their ball ends up with Rochelle. Here they go. They get over the back, and it's guess who? Keys. Keys going to line up for his second. He's kicked 3 against Carlton in the last 3 occasions. He loves playing the Blues. And he'll enjoy this one. And Adelaide need it. If Carlton had got the next one, margin would have been 22 and the Blues would have had a bit of momentum. So this one against the flow. And he's got this unique style for set shots where he goes back a long way and gets into, like you're doing a shuttle run, gets into a full gallop normally. Here he goes. Not too bad that time. Straight through. Keesy's got his second. Adelaide lead by 34. The biggest lead so far today on Crows Nation. Nation, thanks to Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
Mind seeing a little bit more out of Tom De Koning in the ruck. At the moment, hit-outs compared to Riley O'Brien. Riley O'Brien's 26, Tom De Koning 11. Coming into the game, you probably would expect them to at least be 50-50. So that's making it very hard for the Carlton mids, which is where most of the players started from, obviously. So I want to see him get a little bit more aggressive in that ruck.
Tyson Edwards there for Lumo Energy.
Thank you, Willie. We don't do the 3-2-1 in these games, and if we did, I got the feeling Joshy Worrell would be getting 3 Brownlow votes at this stage.
Yeah, Dawson half-time was brilliant too, but well done, Adelaide. First goal the third term. Keys, 14th goal for the year.
Worrell, 21 disposals so far, thanks to Lodex Equipment.
He's right. He's been outstanding, right, Kimbo? Still a relatively young man. His chance for Dawson again. He'd be in the votes as well. Now Rankin. Now Peatling. Peatling throws on the boot more in hope than anything. Sard's there. Bit of pushing and shoving again. Ball comes to ground. Neil Bullen with strength. Somehow got boot to ball. Went about 2 metres to Wiedering. Wiedering took a turn to fake the handball and he set his teammate up. And Adelaide are starting to sniff a win here. That was a ferocious bump.
Rory Mead, one of the best tacklers in the game.
Yeah, telegraphed a little bit from Wiedering, but that's what you want to see your backs to be. Nice and proactive, coming at the ball rather than sagging back, and that was beautiful.
Showdown is that Saturday night next week, Kim? The
Showdown, yeah, it would be.
Be a magnificent game. Port Adelaide, they're coming with a big loss. Adelaide hoping to win. G. Rankin took a long while to get rid of it. Ball to Fogarty. What can they do here? The hurry kick towards half. Port Adelaide in front should mark around at the full. Take your pick. They will bring it back into play through Keane.
7 o'clock next Saturday night is going to be huge. Do you know what number it is?
About 58 or
57, isn't it? 57 or not?
Has to be
57,
an odd number.
Showdown 57. It's going to be a cracker. Important for both sides. Ball came out of field court. Yeah, Big Riley. Yeah, Tyson Edwards there. He's our expert. All courtesy of Lumo Energy. Goes to the forward pocket. Another strong mark, Rochelle. He loves the goal, this boy, and the celebration.
Damn, Banks just starting to open up, I think. It's just starting to overflow at the moment.
Hopefully. That's what we're here for. A big Crowy win. This is Crows Nation. So Rochelle's kicked 2 points so far today. He's going to kick a left footer and he'll run around. So he's not a natural left footer, but he's highly skilled. And he's only kicking from 35 metres out on a slightly worse than 40. Now it's a 40-degree angle, like shelling peas. Through it goes. Adelaide leading by 14 and starting to rack up a bit of percentage.
It was a fantastic mark there from Riley Philthorpe, and then to go quick as well to a 1v1, but Saul Rochelle had the better position, and that's really smart craft there from both players. Nice little mark from Rochelle, and obviously the finish is fantastic, and he would have loved the positioning there, nice right in front of the Riverbank stand, give them a bit afterwards, but very smart here from Riley Philthorpe, just gets it on quickly, sees the 1v1, that's what you want from a forward. Get it into me, let me go to work.
Sub's been activated too for Adelaide. Berry is on the ground for his first hit out. Let's have a look who's come off for a rest. But neither of us had Carlton in the top 8 at the start of the year. You had Adelaide high, so when you look at that, you're really
Adelaide
at
top
home.
4.
But they seduced with a big win over Geelong last week. They played well last week.
Geelong, you said it yourself before the game that Geelong were cherry ripe to get knocked off. That had a huge month.
Yeah, they were due.
Short turnaround too.
Nice bounce, comes to ground. I just can't score Carlton at the moment. Chera just bangs on the boot. Once again, more in hope. Laird's been really good. Fogarty slipped it over his teammate there. Was it Cripps? No, in fact, it was Willie White. Here they go now. A shot on goal, they can go short. That's better delivery. And finally, one of their small forwards can have a shot. Is this little fella again?
Fogarty, isn't it?
Durden.
I think it's Durden.
Durden again.
Yeah.
Durden.
Apologies to his family.
Almost from the same place there, Kimbo. He's got the left arm taped up. That's how we can tell it's a little number 19. Always felt number 19 is not a number you can think of many superstars. Jason Dunstan's one, but not many. It's unfashionable, Kimbo. So Durden for his second this time. Is he stuck it through? He has again. He's aiming for the right-hand post, Tyson, and swept back beautifully. So Carlton won against the Tide. Suddenly it's raining goals. 10-9 plays 5-5.
A nice centre clearance there from George Hill. He's got busy. He's leading the possession getters at the moment on the ground with 22. So he's had his last bit quieter in that first quarter, but certainly got going in the last 2. So want him to, from a Carlton perspective, to continue on that, and a nice. Koning did tap that down to him there, so they need a bit more of that. Put some pressure on Adelaide's defence.
Yeah, well, Laddie won't be happy with that one. He gave him about 20 metres, and that's all Durden needed. And, yeah, they kicked it again, just snuck it inside the right
They both
post.
thought they were going to miss, didn't they?
I know.
Yeah, they just got in.
He's managed to drag them back. All right, next centre clearance, really important for both sides. Adelaide leading by 34 points on the Revo Fitness Smash Your Goals with Revo Fitness scoreboard. We love their support. Kim Dillon, David Wildy, Tyson Edwards with you. Round 8 live from the Adelaide Oval. Find you next to Hyundai at Adrian Bryan Hyundai. This is Crows Nation. Umpire taking an eternity. Now he holds the ball in the air. Let's see what happens. Obviously waiting for a sponsorship commercials to be had. Now it's all done. We're back to business. Riley O'Brien takes front position, got pushed out of it by De Koning. It was 2 actions. Umpire said that's okay. Oh, the legs were taken. That's free kick goes Carlton. Tide might be turning. Thought that might have gone to Cumming. Crowd not happy on 2 occasions. Carlton making their move. Chera drives it in low. The back of the pack. That's where it was going to land. Here's a snapshot smothered off the boot of Akers. Underneath it there was Shelley. Punched it towards the boundary line. The umpire's had deliberate in the same position. Shelley says, you're kidding me. Durden's going for his 3rd. Completely unsighted in the first half. Tyson Edwards, what's your thought here?
Oh, well, I mean, he's tapped it out, but goodness me, he was getting pushed as he was doing it.
Yeah.
There were 2 Crows players there who was hitting it to, their sort of space.
Here's the snapshot.
A bit skinny.
Yeah, maybe the footy gods there did the right thing. A minor score, but margin down to 33. That's what it was at halftime, boys.
I feel like that's the decision umpires just love to make, is that deliberate one out of bounds. That's the one they get really excited about.
They do, don't they? They set themselves up, posture.
They love it.
You see, look at me. Then they blow the whistle. So Adelaide now. The kick in goes right back towards centre wing. Riley O'Brien slipped through his fingers. Now Akers. Adelaide got numbers down back. And this time it's Miller. Does well. Goes out to Butts. Butts a little 8-metre kick. Yes, time it's legal to Zach Taylor. So Zach Taylor's on the left half back flank. In front of the Gavin Wanganeen stand. Beautiful night here in Adelaide. A couple more games tonight to West Coast of Melbourne, Geelong and Collingwood. So stay with SEN there. Gee, Lewis Young just had almost an area of the footy, couldn't take it. Now they apply a tackle. Bit of fumbly football, bit of clumsy football, really. Umpire can throw it up.
The old Texan, I tell you, I don't mean to say old. He's an absolute ripper. Had a couple of really bad years. Everyone thought he was gone. I certainly did.
Yeah.
He is a delight to watch, though. He is box office. Whether he's good or bad, he's a beauty.
Almost needs an all in grease, doesn't he, now? Then just to get him going again, get the...
And I just like him not to be so unselfish at times, because he's so skilled. All right, the handball comes out from Riley O'Brien. Tried to get to the lead. He did so. He flicked it out. Oh, no, that could be a hammy or something. Curtin's gone down.
I think he clashed foot, so he went to kick. Yeah, I think he's fine. He just
picked up, trying to run it out. Gee, just went to ground really quickly. Free kick, those going to Lairdy.
Yeah, wonderful play, Laird. Just shorts it now. They can take their time to Michael Annie. Very rarely plays a poor game. Yeah. Good delivery to Zach Taylor. He's starting to keep his place in the side too, the little fella.
Not bad.
He had a lot of injuries in his first couple of years. Now getting a chance.
The Texan, look at him run.
So we work out who Berry came in for? Did we?
Well, Berry came in for Draper.
No, Berry's on the ground, the sub.
Oh, apologies.
So Cumming, we're just trying to pick up who's off for Adelaide. Cumming with a footy. Nice kick to him in the pocket. About 8 on 8 here. De Koning over the top. Terrific mark. They pay it. No one's getting into the Wiedering.
And Curvis has come off. He's the sub.
Dan Curvis.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonder what were his numbers? I didn't think he's going. Well, actually, he's been quiet.
Was he injured or tactical?
It says tactical. Yeah, tactical.
Okay.
So he's had 8 possessions.
All right, so not a big one. No, Mark taking by Isaac Cumming. I like the way he's been playing on the wing. He rarely gets beaten, this lad, so he's just warming into his season. Has the ball way too far out to score. He's about 90 metres. He's on the half-forward flank in between the wing and half-forward. Drives it inside 50. There's a big mark. And it's a beauty and a taken by Dawson again. So we line up for his 3rd. He is just a wonderful modern-day footballer. He can be a midfielder. He goes back in defence when the game's to be saved, and he can go forward when it's there to be won.
Actually, Riley Phil thought about a bit of it too.
Yeah. I thought it might have been Riley's in there, but man in front. Yeah, he's a delight. It'd be a delight to coach. You want sort of 3 or 4 in your team. You can put him anywhere.
He's one of best and fairest, and he's also, I reckon, getting a few Brownlow votes this year, Kimbo.
Yeah, he got off to a fast start. Last 2 weeks a little bit quiet. Gee, Adelaide so much better than they were against the Dockers, and the Dockers absolutely awful last night. Dawson, a left footer. Oh, he snug it through. He's picked his third margin out to 39. Celebrates with the boys. All right, they want to keep the energy going, make it party time. There's almost 50,000 here. The Crowies need a big win. This is Crows Nation, thanks to Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
19 possessions and 3 goals now for Jordan Dawson. Hasn't had as much of the ball in the last little bit, but every time he doesn't need a lot of the ball to be damaging. The 3 goals are huge for Adelaide to drift forward like that from a midfield perspective.
Yeah, last couple of minutes, Adelaide, a couple of nice goals too, and Dawson 3. He marks at the highest point, but Phil Thorpe certainly had a bit of that ball as well.
Like to see the big filthy get a couple, and also the Texan to get a few more. Plenty of time.
It's like Carlton have made their substitute as well. Cowan's come off. He's been subbed out by the look of it.
Okay. So umpire to put the ball down. Cripps standing there waiting.
He didn't touch it, Cowans, did he?
For the ball hurrying down towards Peatling. Peatling towards Rankin. Rankin goes over the top of Rochelle. Rochelle's looking really dangerous. Round the body goes Josh and delivers in style. A masterpiece there from Adelaide. They worked it from the centre circle and ended up in the hands of Josh Rochelle. And he's playing the best football of his career. He wasn't until he got hurt, and he's doing pretty good stuff when he comes back.
I love it when someone takes the responsibility for a shot at goal. In the modern day, they're always trying to give it to someone in a better position, but this is not a hard goal to kick for players at this level. You just got to own the moment.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah, but I like it. I like it though.
And you want, as when you kick it into your forward end, you want to be kicking to someone who backs themselves in and as you say, takes the moment, because that's what they're paid the big bucks to do. And with his skills, that's, as you said, that type of kick, it's really easy for him. So nice finish and some momentum here for Adelaide. That's a very handy lead now.
Yep, and we don't see as many goals like that because they like people to be running in straight lines and feeding it off, but it's not hard to do. That's a skill, and we need to see more of it. Berry, he'd be looking to have an impact. He got wrapped up in a tackle high, according to the umpires. Another clearance to Adelaide. Plays on with a handball to Michael Annie. Streams through. Adelaide want another big mark. They've got under the football, reading it beautifully. Front and centre, Rankin. Check side through the middle. It's party time. Adelaide lead by 51. 3 in a row. Bang, bang, bang. First Rochelle, then Rankin.
He's jotting up a good game, Tyson. Now just over 20 possessions and a goal, and he's given out a couple. So dangerous player is Rankin.
Trademark Rankin, that one. Yes. Just a nice little crumb off the contest there, and just no pressure on him either. Like a player like Rankin, he just can't. Walsh was actually his immediate opponent then for whatever reason, but just gave him too much space there, and he's not going to miss those.
Walsh just hasn't been dangerous today. Even Cripps hasn't been really dangerous, had plenty of ball, but the Stars have just failed to fire. So full marks to Adelaide. And Michael only bursting off that half-back flank. Bit of chaos ball there, ended up with Rankin goal.
Still time for 3 more goals here. There's minute 18 left.
We saw Melbourne do that in the grand final, 3 in just over a minute.
Yeah, well, maybe one more then.
So Cripps now tries to pick it up. They pick him up. Peatling did well.
Oh!
And then a push or a dump. Free kick to Adelaide. Got to get it moving now.
Oh, one more. Berry having an impact.
With a really short haircut. When he came to Adelaide, had the long hair. Looks better short, I reckon. Kicks inside the forward 50. Where's Phil Thorpe? Oh, good mark, Wiedering.
Dawson was held. The umpire saw it. That had to be a free kick. That was a genuine free kick. Look at the replay, boys.
I was watching Wiedering and you saw it off the ball there.
Look at this.
So Dawson going for goal number 4.
Mitch McGovern, the culprit.
Yeah, I think they're just worried about his aerial prowess, and this is a big game for the skipper. He got criticised last week for dump kicking. Well, he's done well today.
This will make it 57 points.
Yeah, incredible. So Jordan Dawson would have back against him to the southern end, almost on the siren. Has he got 4? No, he hasn't. This is to the far side there for the left footer.
We'll keep him in the left footer's club, but that's a bad miss.
That is a bad miss for him. Man of his skill. Oh, that's a perfect spot for him. Just right-hand side. Nice for a left footer, but anyway, we'll let him have one every now and then. Probably even seen him kick this one on the boundary.
Oh, yeah, that was unbelievable.
Just before half-time.
And that put Adelaide 33 points in front. Only 10 seconds remaining here. I doubt that we'll get another score. The ball comes down the line, member side. Harry Mackay front position. Got pushed out of it. Miller used his body well. Ball goes towards the boundary. There's the siren. That is a good quarter. So Adelaide won the first quarter by 19 points. They led by 33 at halftime. You can hear the crowd. Now they lead by 52. So they are building on the lead. We'll come back and have a look at some of the Lodex Equipment Hire stats during the three-quarter time after this break. We are here at Crows Nation thanks to Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
That quarter on Crows Nation was for Revo Fitness from only $9.69 per week.
For the hottest hot party you've ever seen. Cream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Get the best in heat pump and solar hot water and government rebates.
Install a ring. Install a ring.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. Tipper is the real-time marketplace for punters and tipsters, bringing you expert tips on demand. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. Just flip an expert tip when you want one and never pay for a losing tip again. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Hey, it's Ariane Titmus. Australian Made Week is almost here, and it's your chance to go for green and gold. From the 19th to the 25th of May, get out there and support the home team by buying Australian made. So, if you've got what it takes to be a champion, look for the famous green and gold kangaroo logo and get behind our makers and growers. Because Australian made makes Australia. Visit australianmadeweek.com.au.
This week on Swans Radio,
Sydney host the Giants. For Origin Energy, join Nick Davis and Braden Ingram on the call for the Big Sydney grudge match. The last time these two teams met, it was a final for the ages, and this time round, it'll be one to remember. The Swans versus Giants, tomorrow, live on Swans Radio from 1 p.m. Don't miss it.
Proud partner of Swans Radio, Origin Energy. All kinds of useful. originenergy.com.au.
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. For over 4 generations, we've been proudly making the highest quality Italian-style cheese. With a passion for tradition, we're offering a little slice of Sicily to our customers, including ricotta, burrata, semi-matured and hard cheeses, and an extensive range of specialty cheeses that are considered the best artisan cheeses in Australia. Floridia Cheese, available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au and follow our socials. Floridia Cheese, traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
Hidden Gems of Melbourne. Prince Wine Store in Bank Street, South Melbourne. Wine Enthusiast magazine has voted Prince Wine Store in the top 10 iconic wine stores in the world. The only store in the Southern Hemisphere to be chosen. Up to 4,000 wine lines, all wine regions of the world, from $10 to $10,000. You'll find the perfect wine at Prince Wine Store, bringing Melburnians the greatest wine in the world, delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
You're listening to Crows Nation for Hyundai. Find your next Hyundai at Adrian Bryan Hyundai.
Rankin goes over the top of Rochelle. Rochelle's looking really dangerous. Round the body goes Josh and delivers in style. A masterpiece there from Adelaide. They worked it from the centre circle and ended up in the hands of Josh Rochelle.
Plays on with a handwood of Michael Annie. Streams through. Adelaide won another big mark. They've got under the football. Reading it beautifully. Front and centre. Rankin. Check side through the middle. It's party time. Adelaide lead by 51. 3 in a row. Bang, bang, bang. Now it's 52 points. They led by 19 at quarter time, 33 at half time. Now it's 52. This is Crows Nation. Hope you're enjoying it on a Saturday evening. Kimdall and David Wildy and our expert, the little champ himself, that played 321 games for the Crows, Tyson Edwards, courtesy of Lumo Energy, 100% Australian owned. What did you like, Tyson?
Well, a lot of Adelaide. There's not a stat that they're not winning at the moment, so they're winning everything. I mean, inside 50s were 15-8 that quarter. Clearances 10-6 that quarter. Riley O'Brien versus De Koning in the ruck. Hit-outs 30-12, so they're just winning everything at the moment, Adelaide.
All right, how's this going to unfold? Willie, you're a disgrace. You tipped Carlton. Tice, you said Adelaide by 8 points. I said Adelaide by 5 goals. I'm saying 71. What are you saying now?
Well, you're changing your opinion. You can't do that.
I'm going for goals. 71.
Talk about a front runner. Fourth quarter.
I tipped them by 5.
Underway, it's Berry, who's been good since coming on as a sub, replacing Nan Curvis. Cut off there by Cowan. So Cowan Marks, he was a sub for the Blues.
Actually, I made him our sure thing on Kimbo and the Roots last night.
Did you?
Yep.
Okay. Then,
Adelaide.
Well done. Should have given me a ring. Could have saved a few bob. Gamble responsibly. Here's Keane.
You wouldn't have listened.
Keane and Butts have done great jobs too on the big men. Really haven't been a factor at all. They can just take their time now, or you want to put the foot down on the accelerator. This time it's Curtin to Rankin.
Oh, he's kicked them from here before.
So Isaac Rankin is an excitement machine. We just love watching him play. He's got a big bag of tricks, and Curtin's getting better with each outing.
Snuck up too. He's up 21 possessions now.
And 2 goals already.
Probably a couple of goal assists too for Isaac. So he's going right back in, almost into the bleachers. He's tucked away in the right full forward pocket, northern end, right on the 50-metre line. So
ambitious, isn't it?
We know he can kick a long ball. He hasn't played a lot of games for Leathers 25, but he missed a fair few with injury early on with the Gold Coast. So from outside 50, can he get the carry? It's swinging around. He got the carry just, but it missed to the near side. A point to Isaac. First score of the final term, 13-11, 89-5, 6:36.
So Carlton, they're looking to play fast. I don't think it's going to help them, though. They trail by a mile. 53 points it is, but the ball comes out the back to Miller. He's just getting better week in, week out. So too this man, Isaac Cumming, recruited from GWS, has the ball on the members' wing. He's going to pump it inside 50. Does that. Setting himself. Walker. Oh, punched away. Free kick. Off the ball. What happened there? Hello, no one knows. No, it's going back to Carlton. So to be taken by Haynes. There we go. He gives it off to Sard. Sard with a dinky little kick. Puts it into Holland. Gate back to the 1-2 in Sard. They give it to Mitch McGovern. He's had a scratchy game. Drives it long. Good mark taken at the front there by Willie White. Finally got him right. Now it goes to Curnow. Good work back there by Worrell. That was brilliant. That was going to be a certain goal to Young. And the crowd, teammates get around him. He's played a game.
He actually, got himself out of position because he tried to press up on the play before, and then just raced back to goal, and that's brilliant. That's really well done.
Just gave him a flick across the chops too, just to add a bit of salt into the wound. But Carlton have a 40 up from goal. Been slim pickings for them today. Only 5 goals to their credit. It's been really poor. Around the body goes Walsh. He's missed everything as well. Bounces once and out of play. So they'll get a boundary throw in. 5 goals, 6 at 24 scoring shots to 11.
Well, you avoided my question. What do you think it'll finish at? It's 53 now.
I think Adelaide, another 3 goals. Yeah.
Another 3,
you said 71,
70s,
around there. They should. I mean, they're demoralised at the moment, the Blues. So many of their better players doing nothing. Miller to Laird. Laird's been good. He's always good. Kicks in the Walker direction. Walker couldn't do much with Haynes, but somehow the ball slapped back to him. Ollie Hollands might win a free kick.
High free kick.
Too high.
Laddie, 19 disposals. That's thanks to Lodex Equipment Hire. I'll tell you one thing. There'll be one man out there looking for one more goal. That'll be Ben Keys to keep the 3-goal record against Carlton going. Yeah. He won't be feeding it off. Ball in the middle of the field. Neil Bullen's been good. Oh, that's holding the ball. No, umpire let it go. Comes out wide now. Willie White's got it. Goes inside 50. Fists it away. Oh, there's a free kick for over the shoulders. Harry Mackay. I'll watch the replay. It could be a sympathy free kick. Tyson?
No, I think you have to do it when you got big men. Is it Lewis Young?
Lewis Young, yeah.
Yeah, I think when you're that tall, defenders in old days would do that.
Well, your hand has to come down. I can't stay up.
When we played, you'll have to smash their arms.
I know, but he didn't even really. It just brushed his shoulder.
There wasn't a lot in that, to be honest.
No, that was a bad free kick. They've let it go. Young gets the opportunity to drag it back to 47, but he drags it to the left instead. That's the footy gods, because that was not a free kick. Alrighty. We're here thanks to Hyundai. Buy your next one at Adrian Bryan Hyundai. The Revo Fitness scoreboard. Smash your goals with Revo Fitness. Margin now 52 to Adelaide.
Yeah, Adelaide are going to go 5-3 with a showdown next week, followed by Collingwood. And then here's Rank, and this should be a bit of cream on the cake. Phil Thorpe's got it. Could have gone to his mate Rochelle.
No, Rochelle, I can't believe he called for it, Willie.
Their careers, Rochelle, they both played 61 games, and Phil Thorpe's got one more goal than Rochelle.
Yeah.
Rochelle might have passed him today, so this might equal it all up. 77, 78 goals, and Phil Thorpe for a big man is a beautiful kick.
Well, that's the kiss of death.
Well, are you backing him in?
It was until you said that. You got 4.
Hasn't kicked a goal today.
Are you calling it?
I'm calling a goal.
I'll stay
and Rochelle's missed, and Phil Thorpe hasn't. So there you go. Icing on the cake, the big man's on the board, and Adelaide are doing this in a canter. Really good footy. They played well against the Giants, poor last week, and Tyson have hit some top form in this afternoon.
Absolutely, and Carlton have now officially made their sub. We spoke about it before incorrectly, said they've made their sub. Fogarty has come out of the game now, and Cowan has come in. So, but another handy goal. That was pretty slack there from Carlton, though, from the other end of the ground to go coast to coast like that so quickly. That's going to make Michael Voss very angry in the box. It's not what you want to see to finish a game off. You want to defensively be pretty sound and at least come out of this quarter even as far as on the scoreboard, and those sort of goals just demoralise you.
Have not won a quarter, the Carlton Football Club. Adelaide led by 19 at quarter time, 33 at half time, 52 at three-quarter time. They now lead by 58 points on the Revo Fitness scoreboard. Ball back centre field. Riley O'Brien's been huge. We need to give him a bit of love and a bit of credit. Walsh gets it. Handball goes to DeConing, probably playing for St Kilda next year. His kick goes inside 50. Mark Keane, first player there. Anything could happen. Good handball. It was all good. Got it to land. Possession number 20. We got it towards... Who kicked that one? That was Keane.
Keane followed up. Played well.
Yeah, we'll take that. In one of his better games, perhaps his best game of the year, Mark Keane.
The stars from Carlton just haven't shone today. The Cripps has tried hard, but they have been dangerous. Stewart's tried hard, but once again, not dangerous. Ball tossed in right in front of us. DeConing had the great start of the year, but just dropped off a little bit. Walsh hasn't been dangerous at all today. Ball slips out towards Hewitt. So Georgie Hewitt, round his right shoulder, snaps it up towards half forward. Crow's defence has been outstanding. This time stand by Cumming. Just gives it Miller, who's content to go back dangerously. But standing in the way and holding his ground is the veteran now, Rory Laird.
He is. He prepares himself well. He's very focused. You can, if you want to hear him, he's on Kimber on the Rouge every Monday, thanks to McGain Real Estate. He's an absolute beauty. Very honest young man, older man. Ball goes to the outer side. Handball goes out wide. Now Curtin gets a possession. He gives it off as well. Adelaide dicing and dancing and overusing the ball. That wasn't good from Rochelle, and they've turned it over. So the free kick will go to Hollands. This is Ollie Hollands.
Done some nice things today, Rochelle. 17 possessions, couple of goals.
Sard's tried hard.
Yeah, he's given a bit of run.
It's all pretty even now for Adelaide. I think, it's all evening up with possession-wise. Everyone's doing their little bit, which is really good to see as you're playing. You want to see everyone chipping in.
Ollie Hollands has tried hard. The Blues, though, It's really painstaking watching him go forward. Ends up with Lewis Young. He's forced to go out wide. This time's marked by Elijah Hollins.
Shelley, get on the mark.
So Team Michael Voss will be disappointed after coming off 3 wins in a row, and their best one against Geelong today. They just haven't looked in it, haven't looked at all like they were interested.
They'll be coming for him again. It's not a forgiving mob, the Carlton supporters.
Brutal, wasn't it? Yeah, they were building nicely, weren't they? Building some nice momentum, but you said it, Wills, Adelaide just looked a lot sharper right from the outset and all the way through tonight.
You're right. You could almost tell from the first 5 minutes that it was going to be their day. Ollie Hollins, a long kick towards a congregated pack there, and once again this time it just slipped over back coming, thumped it through for a behind.
He does little 1%ers, Isaac Cumming.
He's
got a good
pick
footy
up.
brain, like it. He's given Adelaide depth, and that's what they didn't have last year once they got injuries.
Peatling and Neil Bullen.
Ball comes back into play. Brodie Smith back in the side. Kicked it long. Now taken off the bootlegs. There was Michael Annie. Handball went out to Neil Bullen. He in turn gave it to Rankin. Sweeping handball goes to Rochelle. Nice looking kick. Finds the fog. Hasn't done a lot, but he's been okay.
Hasn't needed to do much, has he really?
He's kicked 1-1. Probably should have had 2. That's a nice kick into Michael Annie again. So the ball on the outer wing. Now they concede and go back to centre half back. Now back in the middle to Millerer. Now they get on their bike. They come back to the member side to Jordan Butts. Go short, Jordan. You're not the best kick. He does that and he finds Keys, who in turn finds Zach Taylor. Zachy boy kicked one against the Cats here, Willie, when we were calling that game down the other end of the ground.
When you think about Walker's only got one, Philthorpe's only got one, as Fogg only got one as well, so only 3 goals from the big men. Normally they contribute a few more to a win in particular.
Dawson's filled the void. He's kicked 3. Rochelle's kicked a couple.
No, he can't do that, Texie. He walked between the man on the mark and Taylor.
I think this will be just on his limit. He'll be kicking right on 50. Going to have a crack. If not, he should go short. He's got Fogarty. He's having a shot. No, not going to get there. Goes out wide. Went about 10 metres short. Ball taken there. Hollins was waiting for the crumbs. Ball still alive. Fogarty tried to crash his way through. Walsh went out the back door. The kick was a shocker. And guess who? Michael Annie lining up for his second.
Wow.
He's already smiling. Have a look at him.
Back-to-back home games. He kicked his first goal against the Giants. He might get his second the next game here.
The pressure of a set shot, though, Toss.
It is a little bit different, but I'll back him in here.
Does he remind you?
Back him in here.
Tyson played a lot of footy with Ben Hart. He doesn't do a lot wrong, Michael Annie.
Yeah, Benny Hart was super. He's so underrated, I think, in a lot of ways. It sounds silly, but so underrated. And he's very similar. Does his job.
Michael Annie from 40 metres out, 45-degree angle. Too much pressure. Too much pressure. 58 points the lead.
Yeah, percentage important too. So Adelaide, as Port Adelaide will find out with a couple of 90-point losses, you need to, if you're going to lose, don't lose by too much. Carlton, they've just run out of ideas at the moment. They don't look sharp at all. Look at Berry. He's the sub. He's got the fresh legs. They're still running hard. Neil Bullen to Millerer. Sweeps it out wide. And Michael Annie starting to enjoy a couple of nice possessions down the side. This time he goes short. And guess who? Fogarty on a long searching lead takes a mark. Uncontested, 30 metres out from goal.
How does that happen? Oh, that's a coach killer, that one. That should never happen. That's your midfielders should be pushing back into that spot. That kick has to be contested. That's way too easy.
They've lost all shape, Carlton, and spirit, I'd suggest.
We actually saw the Fog miss one from a similar range. You don't think he'll miss 2. He's just got a beautiful leg. His action is perfect. Any young kid wants to learn how to kick a football, he's going to watch Darcy train. He'll probably miss this one. But he doesn't. He kicks a goal. He almost tried to put me off, but he got a couple of goals in Adelaide. Kimbo, this is getting horrific for Carlton. They are smashing at the moment. 14-12, the 100 is up. Was it 15-12? 15-12, 102. Gee, to 5-6-36.
64 points. Not a bad day at the office, Thomas.
You take that. Goodness me, that's a great one. I was predicting a really close game of footy with Carlton coming in good form, but it's Will said before, they really haven't fired a shot. And I was expecting a little bit more aggressive or risk-taking in this second half just to try and make something happen. But maybe Adelaide just been too good and been able to shut them down and not allow it. But
it's funny, Tyson, when you get smashed up, they all of a sudden, the players you think average, suddenly look average again.
Yeah.
They come up for a week or two, but they've got a few holes, haven't they?
You got 23 players. You name the players from, if you pick them like in the schoolyard, you name the players from 15 to 23 for both sides. And that's
Adelaide went hands down.
Yeah. And that's why it's bullish on
Cowan and Carroll and White and these sort of guys.
Fullback centre field, 64 points to margin. Let's see if we can get it out to 70 or 80. Ball goes out. Walsh in there. Wrapped up in a tackle there. Ball still alive. Zachy Taylor's in there. Met front on by Hollands. Umpire blows the whistle. Adelaide are only 60 metres away from goal. We get a nice tap and a handball here and maybe a score if they can get some clean footy. Neil Bullen has it. Wrapped up by Mackay. Still a chance to do the before set. Up it goes. Riley O'Brien. This time he thumps it. Gets a bit of space. It goes inside 50. Neil Bullen grabbed when he didn't have it. Umpire nearly paid it. Michelle had it. Tries to get it. Walker. Then he throws again. The Texans caught on in the ball.
It's about fourth time though, Reggie.
If he turned the outer side, he had someone out that he could have handled too. But
his strong bugger is Taylor Walker. Yeah. 650-odd goals, just incredible, really. Former Crow, McGovern, goes to the far side. Two Crows collide. Not two worlds collide.
Here we go.
Michael, and he's having a real purple patch to Berry. Berry to Saligo. Once again, he marks unattended. 45 out from goal, directly in front.
And this boy can kick a goal. He's a beautiful shot. He's kicked 5-1 for the season, Willie. I don't want to give him the kiss of death, but he gets distance and accuracy.
Yeah, Michael Voss, when he looks at the replay of this game, he's going to be thinking, gee, we are a long way off the pace.
And this will make it 70 points, boys.
Quite a few goal kickers for Adelaide too. Fogarty, Neil Bullen, Rankin, Walker, Dawson, Rochelle. So Kimbo's backing him in. Jake Saligo. They got him with a late second round pick. He's been unbelievable for the Adelaide Crows. Almost played every game since debuting. Kick on his way. Got the carry. Umpire races to his left.
Kiss it in.
8 behind. 15-13. 15-13 plays 5-8. That's on the Revo Fitness. Smash your goals with the Revo Fitness.
Still got 8.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Next goal will make it 71. They might be able to do better than that. Maybe they can get to 100. Ball comes out. Brody Smith's had 11 touches. Ball goes out of play. Brody Smith's return. Toz, your views?
Serviceable, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no problems mine. I think second half they haven't really had much to do, the defensive end, so no, he's been fine.
And I know they roll around on different opponents. Looked like he was on Motlop most of the first half. He didn't do a lot. He's come back onto the ground now. Oh, kick there. I think it was Keys kicked it in the backside of Rankin. Now taking the footy is Brody Smith. He's wrapped up in a tackle.
Yeah, nice courage, wasn't it?
Yeah. So the veteran, he's an All-Australian. What's this game? He probably didn't think this was going to happen. Game number 263. You never know what can happen.
Been stuck on 262 for a while.
Yeah.
But he's been a wonderful contributor for Adelaide Football Club over a number of years. And once again, Carlton, they're struggling to get out of their back line. They advance towards the wing.
Oh, well done, Butts.
Adelaide's back line's been outstanding today, not just the midfield. But I suppose the pressure off the midfield's made it a little bit easier too.
Yeah, not taking anything away from the Richmond Football Club. That was superb, and it was the start of a dynasty, but it was unfortunate with the knee reco when Smith went down that year. If he'd been playing, he just never
2017,
known.
yeah.
Yeah, and, that's how good he was back then. He made a huge difference. Oh, Rankin, he's a star. Comes through the stoppage. Now breaks the tackle. Have a look at that. That's for the show reel. Goes out wide to Peatling. He drives it in. Oh, this is tailor-made for Wiedering. No, he sat at the back. Now picked up by Neil Bullen one way, then the other. He went out of play.
I was going to say it's tailor-made for Walker, but it wasn't. Richmond won by 8 goals that grand final then.
It doesn't matter.
He's not 8-goal man.
No,
it's clutching at straws.
I would have thought.
Maybe they lose by 6.
You just never know.
Come on, Kimbo. That's pulling the wrong band a little bit too far out.
You said the Carlton would win today.
Oh, well, you made me say that. I didn't have a choice.
You backed them.
Someone had to go, lot points in. Not this many points in, though.
All right, it's not about us.
No.
Remember what you're gambling with.
I think disappointingly for Michael Voss, it's just the inconsistency of, performances. It's such a good performance last week. Yeah, you can say Geelong were off a little bit, but you still got to get the job done. And then tonight, to consolidate their good form, it's just get absolutely obliterated by Adelaide.
If you're wondering what the noise is all about, good mark taken there. That by Brodie Smith plays on. The Mexican waves happening, Willie.
Lands in the square. What can they do? Carroll's in there. Can't do much for the footy. Neil Bullen like a rugby. Tried to get it over the line like a try. Saad's hands were good to Wiedering. Wiedering went to go for Doherty. He lets it go. Umpire says chuck it in.
Crowd want to deliver it. Couldn't play that. Doherty's been a warrior. He's enjoyed so much on and off the field, but the end is nigh.
What's the crowd? You're good with crowd numbers. What are you thinking?
Well, I think it'll be about 48.
That's a good crowd, isn't it? Adelaide now, they're coming back with a bit of voice and a bit of hope this year too. They'll be 5-3 in the showdown next week, and they'll start a heavy favourite there. Halfback playing with the Blues, go forward, and Curnow. He, to me, has been disappointing. A couple of big contests, just hasn't gone hard enough.
Mind you, playing in a poor side today, not a lot of opportunities. It's made it easy for Butts.
They've looked at his goals, Kimbo. Most of his goals come against the lower-ranked sides. You've got to do it against
you think he's overrated, don't you?
I do. For $800,000 player, I do, yeah.
I think he's a beauty. Good mark, so's this bloke.
Averages 2 goals a game throughout his career.
Most forwards do now. That'll get you Coleman, 2.5 goals a year.
Hudson, 5.64. Tony Lockett, 5. There's a few others.
Different era. That stat doesn't hold up. We'll get back to the play. Ball goes out of play.
What's in the history books?
Members. Yeah, different era, Willie. If you're kicking 2.5 now as a forward, you're kicking at about
Taylor Walker's
you're kicking over 70 goals a year, and that can win you a Coleman. Have a look at the wave going on here. It's a big party. Look at it, Willie.
We're looking for the Mexicans. So the ball tossed back in now. Good performance from Adelaide. Right from the very start. Out of the blocks they came hard. Cripps has tried hard but without a lot of effect. Kicked their first goal tonight to Koning again. Just lashes his boot at the ball. It's been marked by Curtin, who's done some really nice things. Likes those orange boots, Curtin.
That's the crowd. They're loving it.
Berry now. What can he do? As you said, he's got the old-fashioned crew cut. Goes to Laird. Lairdy's been really solid today.
5.5 minutes to go. They're going to just control the footy here and chip it away.
The crowd are enjoying themselves, aren't they? There's a real vibe about the Adelaide Oval at the moment. They're in the pocket. They go Walker went up, but he didn't get near the footy. And Haynes in the end took a nice mark. He's tried hard, Haynes.
Yeah, he's a good player. Still is at the age of 32. Brings it out wide. Comes out to Hollins. So this is Elijah Hollins, the two brothers out there. He's got the ball still deep in defence. Now he tries to go up the corridor. Looks for Motlop. Brave kick, and Motlop takes a mark. Had to, or Adelaide were in. Now he plays on Motlop. Handball goes over, ends up with Hollins. Now an opportunity. Mackay, the target, went over his head. Keane gets rid of him before he got the footy. Then tries to chase it. That can't be deliberate. That can't be. And the umpire doesn't play it, so we've got to throw it in the wrong
pocket. If I ask you the question, who's had most possessions of the ground, what's your immediate thought?
On the ground?
On the ground today. Most possessions. It's only 25. It's not huge.
Will Dawson be up there, would he?
Rankin.
Rankin's
leading. Yep. All comers at the moment.
So. All right, ball thrown into that right forward pocket. Now an opportunity. This should be a goal, but Chera, no good on his left. Goes across the face of goal. Mark not taken there by Kerner. Yes, it has been against 2 Adelaide players. They're going to cough up a goal here. So he's got it in the left forward pocket. About 20 metres out, he just step around and bang it through the middle. He does that, and Kerno gets his second, and the margin goes back to 59. All righty, crowd's put the cue in the rack. They're onto the bevies. 4 minutes remaining.
Only 33 inside 50s for Carlton. 55 to Adelaide.
So next week you think Hinge will come back. Brady Smith's done nothing wrong, but he'll probably come back and regain his place. Murray's out for a few weeks. Crouch is out for a few weeks. So probably get one back, and I can't see any other changes for the showdown.
Probably not.
This has been a team performance, Tyson.
Absolutely.
Hasn't pretty well played well.
Yeah, you look at the stats now, that's really even up. You said the Rankin's now picked over to 27, but then you got Miller at 25.
Yeah.
Michael only 25. Laird 23. A lot of defenders. And yeah, so it's all really even.
That'd be almost career high for Michael Annie. That's a really good performance from him. Been solid.
I'll tell you what, there's been pressure on a lot of coaches this year, and it was mounting. It's a free kick to Adelaide. I've got no idea
Might have been infringement of the square. Too many numbers would have after a warning. So Brian now. Out comes Fogarty, pushed out of the contest. Umpire said it was all legal and love and war. Gee, they're under the pump again. Sard handballed a teammate in real duress. And Philthorpe put a half suplex there on McGovern. 15 out from goal.
Adelaide should make something happen here.
So the big fella Riley Philthorpe, bench is about the 140, 150 kgs. A big man. DeConing, though, won that tap easy. Spills to Ollie Hollins in his 50th game. Picked it up again, the young man. Caught one high. Oh, I thought it was high. Umpire said it is high.
A little bit late. He looked around at the other umpires. All righty, so Hollins has the football. Ollie Hollins, game number
50. Don't mind him, Kimbo.
No, he's been having a crack. He's been in reasonable form. Kernow's gone down the ground a bit. He gets it, takes the mark. Nice looking kick to the outer side. So now it's Lord with the handball, and they go forward. Worrell, did he get his hand on it? He didn't. Good mark there. We'll give that a McGain Real Estate Mark of the Day nomination to Sammy Walsh. He goes into Chera. He's been quiet. So all these guys start for Carlton last week against Geelong. Adelaide's midfield got smashed last week, but now they're good. What a mark taken by Dawson in defence. He's everywhere. So he's gone back into defence now, boys. What have we got left on the clock? 3 minutes 20 remaining here. That was a big moment thanks to budget car and rental. Carlton were pushing. Smith gets it. He's around the 14 possessions. Now he's going back, little junk time.
It's where you build on
Oh, yes.
Nothing wrong with this little junk time. You build, you go from 10 to 15 very quickly the way they're playing.
Yeah, if you've had a multi, you don't mind this.
I think Miller has had his best game for the year as well.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. Have a look at it. There's about 8 passes, the ball's gone nowhere.
So the Irishman goes 8 metres out, even wider to Butts. And Butts has got time to have a look in the mirror, check the footy, and now he's going to advance at about 15 metres down the line, and the kick was okay to Taylor. He's been okay, Zach Taylor. Like, they persevered with him, haven't they? He's
a hard nut.
Since he's come to the side, he's done some nice things. Mike Laney,
16th possession for him.
Yeah, talk about 16, the number 16. Mike Laney's got it, and I don't think he's at 30 possessions a game. He's heading that way. Now Miller again.
I think that's 11 possessions now in a row for Adelaide.
Is it?
Oh, we'll make it 12.
Yeah, nice mark there to Brodie Smith. A bit of stat building, but why? Hey, they don't want to get hurt. They've got a big game next week. Showdown. Saturday night, you hear it on SEN.
Yeah, 59 points the lead. That's on the Rd8 fitness scoreboard. Now they go long. Another possession. Fogarty takes the mark.
The shoulder looks all right, doesn't it? He's not wincing or...
A little bit of bruise-free footy at the moment for Adelaide. That's not bad. Another shot. Oh, he spoiled the chain. There you go. Fogarty's turned it over. Comes now inside to Walsh.
Geez, being for his standards, that really no impact at all, Sam Walsh.
No. Adelaide's midfield's been good. Ball comes back to Curnow. He'd be happy all day when he's getting it on the members' wings. When he's a key forward. He goes out wide. Don't know why they're chipping it around. What do we got? A minute and a half. So not a lot happening these last 3 minutes of this game, but a strong mark's been taken there, and it's been taken by Cripps. He'll be lining up for his second.
Harry Mackay's been disappointing today too, the big fella. He's such a big man and struggled to take a mark.
He hasn't had too many opportunities.
You got to make some of your own, though. You can't be, hand-fed all the time, Kimbo.
Oh, really? I know, but it's a little bit harsh.
You reckon he's been good today?
don't be silly. I just think he just hadn't been near it. And it's been their ball movement. He should miss this, but he doesn't. He whacks it right through.
That's a good kick.
Run up was interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah. A late dip to the right.
Margin 53. It was 52. Adelaide will be filthy if they don't win the last quarter. They're winning it by 1 point. I won't be happy.
Adelaide or you will be filthy?
Both. Probably the latter more, me.
No, I think Adelaide will be pretty happy still, but
yeah, still they got out to 65.
Last 3 games they played here against Carlton, 47 points average winning margin. That's going to be very, very similar tonight.
And you still tip Carlton.
Oh, I got told to tip Carlton. I told you. You and Tyson went Adelaide. Someone's got to go the other side.
This is Crows Nation. You back Carlton.
Oh, it's Crows Nation, not AFL Nation. No, I would have gone Adelaide then.
No, you would. They've taken Cripps off. No use him being out there now. Vossi, all red in the head.
I always feel this should be when the mercy rule can be applied. Last 2 minutes, nothing to gain except injury.
I see, I'm different. Get another goal.
Okay.
Another goal.
You might concede another one
hurt
too.
Him. No, hurt him.
Okay, Riley O'Brien to Rankin, who's been outstanding tonight again. Taylor to Keys. Kim wants the third
had a
goal.
shot. He had a
It's all about the
shot.
bounce. It didn't go end on end.
He never looked, Tyson.
It sat up. He wanted that third goal. He knew it.
Did. Hungry hippo he was. He never looked. Naughty boy. 31 seconds left on the clock. Well, 25, I should say. Short pass. And Young has the football. He'll kick down the line, the members' side. Which game are we going to next, Willie?
I'm not sure. I would imagine Carlton Collingwood, will we?
No, Carlton, they're playing another one, are they?
Well, they might have to.
Brody Smith's lining up a goal. Brody Smith's going to kick a goal. Brody Smith kicked a goal. And look at the boys get around him. One of the most popular players at the club. They come from everywhere. Margin goes back out to 59. Brody. That is brilliant.
Tyson, that is unbelievable. They know he's battled away in the SANFL. He comes up here. He's played pretty well tonight and a bit of icing on the cake late.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's done well. He's done his job. Done more than his job, really. He's played quite well and just stuck at it. You know, it's not easy to bide your time in the SANFL knowing that you're really waiting on an injury or some poor form before you get an opportunity. And he's been a great player for this club for a long time. And the boys love, you know, we're just watching some replays now. The guys on the bench, Rory Laird and Jordan Dawson down there. That's fantastic to see. And, nice little finish. They finished the second half nice, first half nicely with Dawson, that goal. And he's playing up for the crowd now.
All the high fives too. That's Brody. Good on you.
It's actually 60 points to margin, and Michael Annie's got a great relationship with Michael Annie, and he ran over. There's another. Oh, I thought there was another free kick in the middle.
And I think in Geelong, Collingwood, or there's another game in Perth too, Melbourne, West Coast. So I'm sure we get them both.
We're going to Melbourne, West Coast.
Okay, there you go. So final seconds, 1:10. There you go. Not even final second, it's final second. A fantastic victory to the Adelaide Football Club. Showdown beckons next week. But they've absolutely smashed the Blues to the tune of 60 points and even 10 goals. Well done, Crows.
We've got to head over to that game in about 18 minutes. We'll be heading over to Perth. It mightn't be that easy for the Melbourne Demons, but they should get another victory. Don't steal my glasses, Willie. All righty. Our expert is Tyson Edwards. He's here thanks to Lumo Energy. Switch to 100% Australian-owned Lumo Energy. Adelaide led by 19 at quarter time, 33 at half time, 52 at three-quarter time. They won that last quarter by 8 points. It's a 60-point victory, a 10-goal victory, Tyson, in a game that a lot of people thought, and let's be serious about it, a lot of people thought it could go either way.
Absolutely, fantastic result from Adelaide. They'll take that every day of the week. And a really polished performance, you know, from go to woe. They were very good tonight, looked sharp early. They looked like they had a lot more speed on the ball, speed in their legs than Carlton. Showed them up in that area, clean around the contest, really well structured up. I just thought it was a really polished performance, and I think Matthew Nicks will sleep really soundly tonight watching that. That's no need to watch the replay. That was a brilliant performance.
And Tyson, the addition of the boys that have come in, like Cumming and Neil Bullen and Peatling, Dawson, and also Rankin, there is a lot more foot speed, isn't there?
Yeah.
And they're quick by hand as well.
Yeah, and that's the speed of ball movement that you're saying, quick by hand or foot. It's, you don't always have to use the ball and use your legs quickly, but decision making comes into it as well.
I'll never trust the man on the gate again. Crowd officially 46,057.
Still a healthy crowd, isn't it?
Yeah, good crowd. A lot of people voting today.
Yeah, of course, the big election.
Did you not vote?
I voted yesterday.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Good boy. Tyson, did you remember to vote?
Yeah, I voted. I don't know why I voted, but I voted yesterday.
I voted today.
Nothing's going to change.
Let's go down to the boundary and have a listen to Benny Keys.
Amazing, awesome team effort just across the board. Fans were awesome crowd in, beautiful weather. Hopefully a few more like this in the coming weeks.
10-goal win, mate, and then it won't be too far away, but the showdown next week, next Saturday night, we need a few of these Crows fans to rock up.
Absolutely, wouldn't expect any less. They'll be there, and we can't wait to get out there, but we'll enjoy this one for now, and then we'll get ready for next week.
Hey, talk to us about that last goal. Brody Smith with about 30 seconds to go. Every single player ran to congratulate him to kick that goal felt like he kicked his first one. He's played over 250 games. He must mean a hell of a lot to this squad.
Yeah, that's what he means to us. He's obviously been playing Sanford footy, playing really well, mentoring all our young boys, and just being the great clubman that he is. So to get him back in the side this week and for him to put a performance in like that and kick one of his trademark long bombs was pretty special.
I can see the absolute joy in your face, mate. Go and enjoy the win, and good luck next week against Port.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming, guys. See you next week.
Benny Keys there, kicked a couple of goals himself, always plays well against Carlton. Adelaide winning by 60 points, Port Adelaide losing by 90 points going into showdown.
Wow.
But it means little. Tice, how many did you play? You played a stack of showdowns.
Yeah, no idea. But no, honestly, form
But you would have played, what, 20?
Maybe close to, something like that. But yeah, honestly, the way they've gone over the and that's a really good part of the showdowns. It doesn't matter form coming in. It's 50-50 on the day, and they're always cracking games. So, but you always feel a little bit better about yourself coming in with some form like this for sure. So your game's sound. You're structuring up sound. Your team's in good position rather than trying to search for something that Port might be after their poor performance today. So
Tyson, you spoke about depth, and that's a big thing for me. Looking at Adelaide, and they've slowly been building, but the bottom 5 players in the team now are way better than perhaps what we've seen over the last few years. And there's actually some good players that still can't make the side. Shows a bit more depth.
Yeah, that's a really good sign too. That's how you build consistency with a team, when you've got players coming in that that can definitely play their role, can play different positions, got a little bit of experience, so they understand what it's all about. And I think that's what you've seen from Adelaide this year. There's been a couple of performances where you thought, they probably should have done a little bit better than that. But overall, they've been pretty consistent. There's no big losses.
When you think about it, they lost by a point to Gold Coast. They're 5-3 at the moment.
And let's be serious. And Gold Coast played really well, but there were
5 goals up against Geelong.
Some of the weirdest umpiring.
But that aside, they lost. Couldn't rank in the rank and free kick.
Yeah, but there were a lot of other ones.
But the one against Geelong, I think, is the one that got away, Kimbo. 31 points up in the third quarter, and they get beaten by 3.
And through mistakes and turnovers, like Hinge turned it over about 3 times in the last quarter. You see 2 players, senior players. Rory Laird did it, kicked into the man on the mark, Paddy Dangerfield.
They've had one bad game to mine. That was last week.
Bad quarter.
And you're playing free on Anzac Day in the home crowd. I mean, things can happen, get that environment. But it's a great comeback after they beat the Giants conclusively. They lose, and they come out today a big win.
Anything can happen next week. Had to win today. They really do need a big scalp in Melbourne, though, and like a Collingwood. And they owe Collingwood a few where they've been perhaps the better side on a number of occasions, and there's been some weird decisions as well. So it's an interesting situation. They're building okay, and they've kicked over 100 points once again.
Back into 4th position as we speak, Adelaide.
And their percentage goes up to 131. And just repeating that Port Adelaide Footy Club lost about 12 percentage points today.
And that's going to be a game at the end of the year. Even if Port are equal in 8th, it's a game they won't get that back.
We've got a little bit to get through, boys. Just quickly, the other thing I like about Adelaide, they've had on a number of occasions up to 12 goal scorers. They had 9 goal scorers again today, so they spread the love, don't they?
And it was more we spoke about the big key forwards. Well, I did anyway before the game, potentially having the biggest influence, but it was more the smalls that chipped in with the goals. But an even spread is really good as well. That's what you don't want to be relying on. Maybe Tex just kicking the goals or Darcy kicking the goals or Riley. You want to have that spread and multiple options, because that's so much harder to defend.
Butts is handy backup, isn't he? I don't think he's in the best side, but when you lose Murray,
he's a defender.
He's a dead set lockdown. That's okay. The other guys are attacking. Worrell can attack.
I thought, in fairness, because the knock on him, he doesn't get a lot of the footy. It's a bit like young Huey Bond as well. But I thought last year, prior to getting injured, that Jordan Butts was a lot stronger in the air and was taking a few more intercept moments.
He's certainly handy replacement. Great depth if you lose a goal like Murray.
And some genius in the box said if Mackay and Curnow can't kick at least 4, they've no chance of winning. I think they only kicked 2. Big Harry didn't get any.
Do you hear the stat on that one? If they both kick 3 goals, they're going to 13-1. And 13 wins to 1 loss if both the big boys kick 3 goals in the same game.
Well, that's 6, so that's a fair.
Yeah, I know, but they do kick the majority of their goals normally.
All those stats, especially the ones from David Wilder, courtesy of Latex Equipment High, we love their support. Let's go through some of the awards. This is going to be tough, Tyson.
Very
tough. You played a lot of your footy in the back half. Well, you could play everywhere. You're a little genius. Who was the best defender? Thanks to Murray Pest Control. Played pests at their own game with the team from Murray's. Honourable mentions, then your best one.
Well, to be honest, the Adelaide defence in general were very, very. I mean,
I'm sitting on the fence.
Yeah, I've got a best. But they honestly, and you look at we just spoke about it before. They were very even in contribution across the whole ground. But I thought they structured up so well tonight.
Michael Worrell, Miller,
they all had that moment. Miller was really good in that first half. But I mean, I think Worrell was the standout. I sort of, when you look at a game like this, I look more so when the game was more so on the line, which was more the first half, and I thought he stood out a little bit higher than the rest of them, but they all had their moments tonight. I thought it was a fantastic effort from the defensive end.
Yeah, and it was the defence, Willie, as you well know, that basically won the game against GWS. They were brilliant.
They've got a nice mix now, putting Leddy back there, and they've got Miller for the bit of class there. They can all run off. Look, even Keane did a couple of nice offensive things too, so well done.
We've had Rory Laird as a special guest on our show on Monday nights for 4 years now. Well, we'll go down for the song, boys. I know I'm blowing my own bags here and I'm a broken record, but for 3 years, and he absolutely hated it, but for 3 years I've been saying Laird had to go back in defence to develop the midfield, and he didn't want to. He's a proud man and he's a very good midfielder, but he doesn't hit the scoreboard, and he tried his guts out 2 years ago. The poor bugger can't kick over 45.
I just think down back it allows him, he has got leg speed. I know he's not super powerful, but he has got speed where he can get out, and I think playing half back it allows him to do that a little bit more rather than getting stuck in the mid, getting tackled and those sorts of things. It allows him to use his strengths a bit better, and he uses his short kicks really well, and I rate those short kicks coming out of the back half really highly, because that can open up the game for going forward. So I think he's suited back there as well.
And we're not being nicer because we only get you every now and again, but he's a bit like you. You were very good overhead. People forget how strong he is overhead, because when he's in the midfield, he was never taking any overhead marks, but back there he plays a little bit taller, and he's so good beneath
I think the other thing, you look at the other end of the ground, there's so many options now for Adelaide. It's not, we talk about Walker, Fogarty and Philthorpe, but you throw Rankin in there and Keys and Bullen and Rochelle and others running through. It's dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good mix. It's a really good man and dangerous. You got to pick when you're playing against Adelaide, you got to have your matchup spot on, because there's so much firepower there now, which is really good to have.
That was one of the things looking at the game prior to it. Who was going to? That's why I said if the two big boys don't kick the goals,
who gets their goals?
They struggle a little bit. I think they've only got one. What do we got?
One, Cripps got a couple each.
5, 6. They got blokes that have kicked, like White's kicked 5. Durden's only kicked 7 for the year. McKay, Harry, he's been out, but he's only kicked 4. Cripps have kicked 5 as a midfielder, and Motlop's only kicked 5. So you compare that to Adelaide, and they're up against
the more I look at the Blues and people listening, wherever, they're not good enough to be in there.
No, a lot of texts coming through saying, well, why the hell did you tip them? Let's go to the big moments for today. Thanks to Budget Car Rental. Get on the road faster. Call 13 27 27.
I wish they'd won.
Hey, what was your big moment, Willie? Did you have one?
Oh, yeah, I thought a lot of big moments. One of the ones, the funny one, was the efforts Taylor Walker put in, where he had about 6 efforts. And look, he's an old man. He turned 35 on Anzac Day, but Tyson, he's still doing things, and they're all team things, aren't they? He's not a selfish player at all.
I think that's where he's changed his game a little bit in some ways, where it is all about team and about winning for Tex. It's not about him kicking 3 or 4 or 5 each week. And I think credit to the coaching staff to, obviously they've had that discussion where, Tex, we don't need you doing that anymore. If you got your moment, you take it, but we want you to set up our forward line, we want you to instruct, we want you to help these guys and develop them, and you do your bit when you need to, but we want you playing team footy, and he's doing it, which is fantastic.
Give me a couple of Worrell moments. One the spoil, one the big mark over there against Acres, a couple of nice things too.
Jordan Dawson's goal before half-time as well.
That was huge.
That was big momentum going into half-time.
Yeah, and that sucked the life out of Carlton. They were 27 down, which is not great, but then it's 33.
Yeah, game over.
I want to pose a few questions about the showdown next week, so we'll race through these respectfully. Hot and cold player today for Panasonic Air Conditioning, Panasonic Comfort Cloud. Set your air conditioning from your phone. I'll give you one. That's Cowan. Didn't touch it. Got subbed out. He's cold. Do we have a hot one?
Oh, plenty of hot ones for mainly Adelaide, Tyson.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dawson is the one, I think. Once again, he did most of his work in that first half, but he's hit the scoreboard. He's had his 22 disposals, which is about where everyone was sitting. 6 clearances as well, and he's taken 7 marks, most of them forward. Got some awesome flexibility.
And as the captain, really set the tone in the first quarter. He was absolutely everywhere.
And also Worrell and Rankin pretty hot too.
Yeah, around the grounds, thanks to TAFE SA. Hire an apprentice with fee-free TAFE construction. Fee-free TAFE construction. Well, Willie, Port Adelaide went down by 90 points to the Western Bulldogs.
Unbelievable.
We're going to be heading to the game over between Melbourne and the West Coast Eagles very, very shortly. Mark of the day, thanks to our good friends at McGain Real Estate, sold by McGain again.
We saw a lot, but I think the mark when Akers thought he had Worrell under the ball, Worrell just stood there and clunked it. I think we gave that to McGain Real Estate at the time. So, but there are a lot of good marks, mainly once again the Crows.
Yeah, nothing super spectacular.
No.
Dawson's down there.
Nice mark.
De Koning took a reason. Or did he get it taken off him? Don't give it to him anyway, it's Crows Nation. All right, so that's the mark of the day. We love the support we get from McGain Real Estate. The power play rankings for Red Energy switched to 100% Australian-owned Lumo Energy, were as per the players we mentioned a little bit earlier.
They said Dawson be right, wouldn't he?
Dawson, 122. Rankin, 116. Michael Annie, 116.
Oh, nice.
And then a couple of defenders for the Crows. For Carlton, Cripps was the most on 95 and Ollie Hollands on 92.
Okay, and the Cripper kicked 2 goals, so that helps him. Hey, can we talk about next week, boys? And we can talk for both sides because we give a fair call to both sides next week, even though it was Crows Nation today. I think it'll be Power Nation next week. It's their home game.
Is it?
But we'll call it neutral. We'll call it neutral for both showdowns. I throw this open to both of you. If everybody's fit for Adelaide, well, to me, Hinge comes in and it's a brutal world. Unfortunately, Brodie Smith goes out. Unless they were to keep him on the bench and then someone like Zach Taylor goes out. Can I throw something left field? Is there a world where Sid Draper comes back into the side for the showdown?
No. Well, from my point of view, no.
So he gets 30 playing in the SANFL this weekend.
Yeah, but you just seen Adelaide dismantle a side that's been in pretty good form the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Okay,
the one change probably would be Hinge and Brodie's unlucky.
I mentioned that before, but would you look at maybe a Taylor?
I think Taylor's been okay. Taylor's been okay.
I'm just throwing it out there.
I think it's very hard to change a side that's won as convincingly as a team tonight and structured up so well. It would be very difficult to do that.
Yeah. And to be honest, Sid's going to be a star, but he hasn't done enough to warrant his place ahead of a couple others.
No, what he has though is leg speed. He's been a little bit scratchy, but it's not easy coming off the bench all the time. And he came on for Matt Crouch over in Perth when Adelaide were getting belted. Only had the 2 touches in the quarter.
I'll be staggered if there's more than one change.
Yeah.
And there's probably going to be Hinge coming back.
And for Port Adelaide, conversely, what do they do now?
Well, Willie Rioli, they're saying, maybe in a bit of trouble for a strike.
Did Lockie Jones get injured as well?
Yeah, Trav was saying right at the end he looked a bit sore. They had
him. Or not?
But Tyson, they had so many players down today, Port Adelaide. It suddenly makes you look an ordinary side again and just shows how good the Bulldogs are. But it's going to be a big effort to come back. I know showdowns are different, but Adelaide are going to go in there with sky-high confidence, and Port Adelaide need to find that in a week. We know they can, but I think Adelaide deserve to start a pretty warm favourite next week.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. They deserve that for sure with their performances over the year. I think Port played a pretty hot team at the moment as well, but to lose that convincingly and not really fire a shot the whole day, did they?
And then we called the game when they played Hawthorn and they were leading by 70 points.
They got down to 22 from that, didn't it?
During the third quarter.
And Sydney game almost, Sydney kicked 4 behinds to finish the game, could have won the game.
If the Crows win this one convincingly, how much longer does Ken last?
Look, I was okay with the a lot of media BS, I reckon, because everyone's looking for a headline.
That'd be 4-5 then when they.
I think to me he's been a really good coach, and maybe
very good coach.
And maybe in time, and there'll be supporters, the ones that expect to win a flag every 3 years that are still living in the Magpie days, in the house-in days of the Port Adelaide
I see it differently, Tyson.
No, I'm saying I think that they'll look back and they'll say that bloke overachieved for the list that he had a lot of the time through his coaching tenure.
Tyson's saying how long if suddenly loses.
It's only outside noise.
No, but I'm saying I don't think Josh Carr would want to take his team over halfway through if they're on the downward. Let him get the new picks. Let him put his own. I think it'd be almost suicidal for Josh to take it.
It doesn't do him any favours.
No, probably not. But my just concern is they're so inconsistent with their performance, and they've got a team and some talent in there. Talent's not everything. I understand that. You've got to harness the talent, but
it's mainly their top end talent, though, isn't it? They're relying on the.
Yeah, but just the inconsistency is really concerning for I think a team that we would expect them to be performing a little bit better better than what they're showing.
They've still got a forward line with Ollie Lord that's trying to find his way. He's by no means an established AFL footballer yet. You had Christian Moraes playing. He got dropped this week. He's only just played 3 games.
Will Lorenz
comes in. Who else? We had the boy that's just done his foot.
Cochrane.
Yeah, Cochrane, who hasn't played any AFL football. Logan Evans is only 17 games and he's lost confidence. He's come back in. That won't help his confidence today.
So Kenny stays for the rest of the year. That's what you're saying to me?
Yeah. Well,
I'm moving Tyson, though. I think there's too many holes in the port. They're good when they get it going.
You think he should go, do you?
I was surprised with him staying another year.
So you think they should go? Well, they put him on for another 2 years. So you think, we've got to go. We're gone. We're heading to Perth. Thanks, Tice. You've been wonderful. Good chat.
Thanks, boys.
That quarter on Crows Nation was for Revo Fitness from only $9.69 per week.
Working fatigued on farm isn't the same as being sleepy or drowsy. It's about pushing your body beyond its mental and physical limits day after day, with no time to recover. Fatigue can make you experience slower reaction times, reduced coordination, poor memory, or concentration. Fatigue on the footy field can lose you the game. Fatigue on the farm can lose you much more. Know the signs and manage fatigue. Search Fatigue on Farms.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. For just $1, you can flip a tip from expert tipsters on demand. And if that tip doesn't profit, you'll get your buck back. Get $5 free credit when you create an account. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIER. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Mate,
If I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew, pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. The 2025 Toyota AFL Premiership season. Welcome to AFL Nation.
Good evening and welcome to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win, and of course 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Miles Fitzner with you here at the MCG for AFL Nation for an absolute corker between the Collingwood Football Club and the Geelong Football Club. 1 and 8 they are, Saturday night blockbuster. Do not go anywhere. I'm joined in the commentary box by the Saturday night crew from last week too. I'll start with you, Adam White. Hello to you.
G'day, Miles. A genuine blockbuster when Collingwood and Geelong play at the MCG, when you think of all the big games that these two teams have played, particularly in the last sort of 10 or 15 years. And then obviously a night of significance for two reasons. Jack Crisp breaking the record tonight for the most consecutive games. He beats Jim Stein's record tonight. And it's also election night.
Well,
so I wonder what time will we know the result of the election before tonight's football game?
I think we might steer clear of a few updates. We'll go around the
grounds for Chemist Warehouse.
We'll see what we can do.
The bellwether seats and all that sort of thing.
A man that will be right across the election results as he's right across everything else. The superstar himself, number one draft pick from 03, 250 games, Brownlow medal, All Australian. Adam Cooney, hello to you.
Good evening. Surely the Cannabis Party gets up tonight. Did anyone vote for the cat? And there's an animal lovers party as well.
I think my neighbours might have voted for.
There's
what I gather.
There's shooters and fishers as well.
Shooting, fishing, swagging party. There's all sorts. You can do anything these days. But I've voted. But it's a good evening, lovely evening for football. Beautiful day. Big crowd in the house. Been a stinker of a Saturday so far with a couple of blowouts. Dishy's just getting it done over Port Adelaide convincingly, and the Crows smacked around the Blues, who we thought were back in form. So hopefully this one goes down to the wire and we salvage the stinking Saturday that we've had so far.
Before we go into tonight's game, have you got a theory as to why we're getting so many blowouts and so many shocking performances from teams, like really dramatically swinging from week to week a performance from any team?
I believe there's a couple of things in it. Facetiously, I say that interstate teams are struggling at the moment due to the buffet factor. So it's when you stay at a hotel, you eat twice the amount of food leading into a game that you usually would. So
I'd eat 4 times.
You go into a game heavier and you feel a bit more lethargic and less energetic than usual because you're full of tucker. That's one thing. The Blues have gone over to Adelaide. They've overeaten. And I think Port Adelaide have gone to Ballarat and overeaten as well. But I think that's a conspiracy theory of sorts. One that makes a bit more plausible sense is that it's a very even competition. And we've seen every team have moments. The Pies, we're going to watch them in full flight tonight. They're on top of the ladder, but they've had moments this year. Geelong have looked really strong, and they've had some dodgy moments, and they sit 8th on the ladder. Name me a team that has looked rock solid in the first 2 months of this season. There hasn't been one.
No, I agree with you.
Everyone has had a flat spot, and if you're off Collingwood, then anyone can win.
They've been pretty good the last 5 weeks.
They have. So if you take out Collingwood's first game against the Giants, which was back in summer, it feels like.
Yes.
They have been the team that has been the most consistent, but they still have, as Kuhn said, they've thrown in a shocker. Brisbane's thrown in the shocker against Collingwood on Easter Thursday.
That's why it makes this one fascinating, because you'd say Collingwood are probably in a shade better nick than Geelong, but Geelong have won 7 of the last 10 against the Pies at the G. It's a good record.
And they don't stay down for too long, Geelong. They have some poor a week or a fortnight, but they never turn it into 3 weeks or a month. They generally get their act together, and on a big occasion like tonight, you'd think they'd be putting in a really strong performance to try and get themselves back up to that upper echelon of the ladder.
We've got a few things to talk about right throughout the pre-game show, and of course it is the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job search, Before You Dig, online every time. Still waiting for the sides to come out on the ground, of course. There's a lot more people on the Collingwood side of the ground, and we may as well touch on it to start it away here, Whitey. It is a historic occasion. Equals Jim Stein's record of 244. Stein's took 10 years, 268 days to accumulate it. And Crisp has taken 10 years, 273 days to do it. 5 days difference. Crisp was born in October 93. Steins was 149 games into his 244 game streak at the time. And Dustin Fletcher is the only player to have played in both streaks. Well, not with the players from both streaks. But it's a fascinating record. The next closest is Callum Wilkie. He's played 139 consecutive, but he is also chasing the 139 consecutive from debut, which is held by Sydney Swan. Do you know which one?
Someone that's...
Jake Lloyd?
No, it was...
As a current player?
Yeah,
Diesel?
Pardon?
Diesel.
Well, I thought it was Creswell. The Creswell or Crouch?
Oh, you're the one asking the questions here.
I sort of just led myself down the path then, and it's like one of you had it.
No, I don't know the answer to that one.
Yeah, 194. I think it's Crouch. 194.
And for those that are listening to us, and particularly our Collingwood fans, and you haven't heard the interview with Dwayne Russell from, I think it was yesterday with Jack Crisp, it's worth listening to, and because he talked about the significance that he placed on this record, and that he'd started thinking about it about 2 years ago, that he really wanted to break it. And
generally when you start thinking about those sorts
that's
of things,
exactly right. You do your hamstring the next week.
Exactly.
But he talked about how, it's something that he's really proud of because of what's required to get up, week to week and show that level of consistency. And
it is amazing that over that journey that he hasn't had an ankle that's required
it is amazing.
A week off or a corky that's
This is a guy, Miles, that he was the steak knives deal in the Dane Beams trade all those years ago, and they just chucked Jack in because he couldn't get a regular game at Brisbane, and we'll take Jack just to make Collingwood feel a bit better for Beams going to Brisbane, and he hasn't missed a game since he started at Collingwood.
It's the luck with injury is part of it. The form is a full credit to him, but the luck without illness. And we've heard some people in the media talk about not getting illness. So you're talking COVIDs, flus, gastro, you name it. To not get a illness through that time at all is freakish, absolutely freakish, as we see Geelong make their way out onto the ground. How many people tonight here, boys?
Well, the MCC is saying 82,000 is what they're looking for tonight.
Yeah, you'd hope it'd be around,
I think election night does
would be nice.
Probably make it maybe 5,000 less.
Why?
There are people that are interested in the election, probably less now than maybe 20 years ago. I think
surely not.
I'm not going
to the game the logistics around voting and then being able to get still into the footy and all that sort of stuff might just drop it a little bit. Most of the voting
booths they close at 5:30 to 6.
Yeah, that's right.
So surely, look, all due respect.
You're not staying home to watch the election, though, are you?
I would be if I was at home.
Yeah, where would you rather be?
I'd rather be right here.
Exactly.
I've got the election on the other TV. I can keep myself covered.
You can have that on behind me. Hey, the teams are just starting to make their way out in the warm-up for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. And, of course, footy's on. And BWS has got the deals. Get your game day bevvies sorted with great value. Head into BWS for savings today. Of course, T's and C's apply and choose to drink wise. As we love hearing this. And this is a historic occasion for Jack Crisp. His streak has included wins against all 18 teams in the comp, and it took him 93 games to do that within the streak. Again, in 2014, there were 914 people have made their AFL debut since he started this streak, and 339 of them don't play in the AFL anymore.
This is good information you got here.
Research isn't just a suburb, White.
Where did you get that from? Wikipedia.
That's an Adam Cooney special, though.
WikiLeaks.
Crispy Leaks.
Have you ever been to Research?
No, I didn't know Research actually was a suburb.
Yeah, northeastern suburbs of Melbourne.
Beautiful part of the world.
Out past Eltham.
Hey, well, to get out there, you'll need a Signet, of course, because they're our travel partner. You can stay powered 24/7
well, at
with
Research, you might
Signet
not actually get a Signet, to be honest.
Jeez, what you can put that one in the book. That was well worked in.
Miles, you're a punter.
Yeah.
What odds would you throw out there that Jack Crisp just nicks a hammy of?
You can't say, that. You cannot say that.
Just maybe, or just rolls the ankle and then he misses next week.
You absolutely cannot say that.
What will you give me? What's the market?
$6.
$6. He's paid $2.44 in a row, and you're going to give me $6. Surely that's in the 20s.
$6. Anyway,
imagine if he just if he rests next week.
Quick update on the weather here too. Currently 14 degrees with the feels like. Currently about 16 degrees with the feels like around 14. Expected to drop down to a forecast of 14 degrees, and that feels like to be more like 10 or 11. So it will come in a little bit chillier here. Grounds look magnificent as always. Not much wind to speak of. Maybe a little bit of breeze here, Coons, but it's normally pretty swirly.
It's reasonably protected. It never really favours one end unless it's absolutely howling. It's generally more of a swirling breeze that sort of dips in under the giant stands of the Coliseum. But no, pretty good night for footy. There's no doubt about that. No excuses tonight.
And the weather is for Grundfos Pumps. 80 years of innovation, Grundfos Pumps. Serious performance built for life. Search Grundfos Serious Pump. Not far away from both teams in the warm-up. We're getting the photos there for Jack and his family.
Family photo, isn't it?
Yeah. Really good for them, and we'll touch on...
That's another one as well. How the kids haven't brought something home from childcare.
Unbelievable.
They come home snotty and they're spitting all over you and dribbling on you. He must keep away from him Monday to Friday.
It might be all that hands-on.
Hard operator.
We might get stuck into some of the ones we've got to tick off for the pre-game show. What could be an unmissable moment for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Remember, choose to drink wise, Coons.
Well, I've got the MCG aged care facility tonight. There's old buggers everywhere that you look from both sides. Steele Sidebottom, Paddy Dangerfield, Pendles, Reece Stanley. But you know what? They're all still more than fulfilling a role. And it is incredible that at this age, a player like Steele Sidebottom can be in career best form and go inside and win the amount of clearances that he did last week and keep having a real effect on the contest. And Paddy Dangerfield, who is pretty much a permanent forward now, I mean, the power that he possesses still inside 50 would keep defenders up before a game. So it's great that the old guys are still playing so well and still having an impact on their sides.
Coons, those older players for Collingwood, Steele Sidebottom, 2025, averaging 25.9, 4.6 tackles and 5.6 clearances a game.
And gone inside. Like he's played majority of his career out on that wing, just roaming up and down the MCG, a little bit at half back, and you know he's kicked some big goals in his career. But at the ripe old age of 34,
he was 338 games.
He's gone back as an inside mid and doing really well.
Also, Pendlebury, like we mentioned his stats, he's averaging 22.9 this year, 3.5 tackles. He's flying.
He's got an update from the MCG staff. It looks like security coming to get Brian Taylor because he's throwing paper airplanes out the window and he's just copped someone in the eye. A fan has been copped by a Brian Taylor paper airplane.
He'll get sued.
Like he may be escorted out
for an injury. Hey, who could be the breakout player today for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life?
I'm going to go with Jai Clark. He's a youngster. He's an inside mid. They've got him playing a little bit more outside. He's 20 games into his career. I think, if you want to get some more time in the midfield, young fella, these are the big moments in the big games where you can earn a reputation. So hopefully it's a big night for him.
We're not far away from the toss of the coin. We'll get that in a while. But this is your favourite and my favourite, of course. Who is a Flexalt most flexible player? For Flexalt, the only flexible oral ice treatment for sheep. That means he'll whack it in their mouth.
Well, Josh Dacos can play on a wing and he can play half back. I reckon he can play half forward as well, but he's having a terrific season, super consistent, running off the half back flank. He's almost in
tag territory. You can't tag his brother, he's too good, so maybe the clamps come on Josh Dacos to try and stop that run and dash off half-back. He's in all-Australian form. We know he's won a best and fairest in a premiership year, and he's eclipsed by his high-profile brother, but gee, I wouldn't say he's flying under the radar because he's having an unbelievable year, but just cruising along at half-back, he can also go into the midfield.
Whitey, what are you expecting tonight? Where's it going to be run at one? But the ins and outs are fascinating too. More Shields and Cox come in for the Pies, and out goes Howe, McStay, of course, and then Duncan in for the Cats, and Tommy Stewart out injured. We saw that last week. Where are you expecting it to be run at one?
I'll be completely honest with you, Miles. I'm not sure. And the reason why I'm not sure is we're just seeing such crazy results week to week. I don't think there were too many people that would have thought that Carlton would beat Geelong so easily last week, even though the Blues have got a reasonable record against the Cats. And then Carlton go out today and get beaten by 10 goals to Adelaide, who lost to Fremantle last week, who were terrible against St Kilda last night.
Sense.
So there's not much making sense at the moment. But what I will say is, and I'll put this on the table a bit tonight, what happens if Geelong does get beaten by 6 goals plus?
Well,
do we start to worry about the Cats? They'd be 4-4 after 8 games, and I know I'm talking about something that hasn't happened yet, but they've lost to Carlton and St Kilda quite badly this year.
Yeah,
where they were played uncharacteristically, and they've been very mixed. Geelong's usually pretty consistent.
But their best isn't what you're looking for at this time of the year when you see teams at their best. Like, their best is as good as anyone's best.
Yeah, I agree. I think we reassess at the halfway point of the year. I think we'll get a better gauge on where teams are at leading into the back end of the season once it does start to settle and all the teams who have had their buys, and we start to get a bit more of an even look on the ladder. But it's never panic stations with Geelong. You know what you are going to get with them 80% of the time. So, and they can bank 90% of their home games as wins. So that keeps them in the hunt, even if they're not playing their best footy. I mean, they'd want to have a really, really good show tonight. There's no doubt about that, because they do, they pride themselves on these big games and these big moments, and they're a really consistent side. So they have dropped away. There's no doubt about that. So these are the moments that the good players need to stand up.
I love it here. It's 7 of the last 10 against the Pies. They love the big games
I agree with
here
that.
at the MCG.
But that's right, Miles. But if you look through their team tonight, you've got the likes of Manor, Clark, O'Sullivan, Stevens, Humphreys, Wiltshire, Mullen, Closey, O'Connor. They're all in the starting 18 or starting 22. I can't remember a Geelong team where there are so many inexperienced players that are playing. They're usually a lot more experienced than what they are tonight.
And also,
for a variety of
that
reasons.
superannuation ad, what do they say? That historical performance is not an accurate representation of future performance. So you just never... It doesn't matter what's happened in the past, Miles. You can't look and live life in your
That's a big list.
mirror.
That's a big list of players that don't have a lot of experience. Whereas Collingwood,
They've sneakily done that, haven't they, the Cats?
They've sneakily done it, but, Manor you wouldn't pick. Manor you wouldn't pick that he's had any experience at all. Like, so you go through a few. They've got to go pretty well to get a crack there.
Yeah, that's right.
It's almost one of those lists that's been harder to get a game, one of the hardest lists to get a game on in years, hasn't it?
Well, generally their draft picks have to wait 3 or 4 years to get a go at it.
A lot never see the light of day.
You know why? Because they just walk in free agents every year. Yeah. And it looks like they might get a couple.
Might get a couple more too. Hey, the toss of the coin is about to happen here, Whitey, for Keno Go. $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. And Keno Go you can play with just $2 today. Darcy Moore and Patrick Dangerfield in the middle of the ground.
The AFLPA current president and the AFLPA former president.
There you go.
Passing the baton over.
I would have thought Jack Crisp would toss the coin in his...
I would have thought he would too. And Darcy Moore has won the toss. Kick to the left of your radio dial or the punt road end of the MCG. Not far away here. Who are you tipping and why, boys? Whitey, start with you.
No, I'm with Collingwood based on what I was saying before. There's a lot of inexperience in Geelong's team tonight.
Yeah, I'm going with the Pies. I think their form stacks up and they're really hard to score against at the moment. Even when they do lose the footy and teams intercept, their scrambling team defence has been brilliant over the last 5 weeks. So even when they do turn it over, they're not getting scored against heavily. And I think the Cats might have slightly tougher time than they have in the past at kicking goals on this magnificent venue.
Cats for me. 7 from the last 10, 3 of the last 5. That spells everything. Just quickly around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Shop the Chemist Warehouse Mother's Day fragrance sale now. Of course, Adelaide beat Carlton 110-50. The Bulldogs beat Port 131-41. St Kilda 94 beat Fremantle 33, and Essendon took care of North Melbourne 65-62. Round 8 action, AFL Nation, all thanks to 4 and 20 Traveller and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Miles Fitzner, the 2008 Brownlow medalist, with you. Adam White to take you away for the call.
Well, first surprise, Josh Dacos starting on the bench. So we saw him warming up by himself late. Maybe that could have been a possible fitness test. He was the only one out there kicking the ball around, and he's starting on the pine. So it's an early watch.
So Collingwood wearing the black shorts and the predominantly black with the white stripes. The Cats with their white shorts and their traditional jumper. And the umpire holds the ball aloft in the middle of the MCG. It's a genuine blockbuster. Collingwood and Geelong at the home of football. And now we get the opening bounce. It'll be Cameron up against Stanley. Perfect bounce. Stanley over the top wins it down, and Dacos immediately tackled by 2 Cats. Once and then twice, and now they're getting him pretty hard as the players get to their feet. The umpire wants it to throw it up.
Fierce tackles early. Max Holmes starting at half back. Jordan De Goey is his opponent.
Cameron taps it down to Long, immediately tackled by Smith.
Mullen to Dacos early.
It's an interesting one. Holmes just stalking the back of the contest here as a defender.
Stanley again reaches over the top, side bottom with a big tackle. Smith gets a handball out to Clark, rushes a kick, fortunately to Mullen, squeezes a kick, up towards full forward, stretching and marking. What a terrific mark to Neil. He had to back, he wasn't sure what was coming from behind, stretched out and held on to the football with 2 hands.
Yeah, he just kept his eye on the ball. Frampton had good position, starting in that assertive front position as a defender, but the kick from Mullen sort of skewed off the side of the boot, and it went about 4 different directions in the air, and Neil just read it, kept his eyes on it.
To the city end. From about 15, maybe 20 metres out, right of centre. We're right behind the kick, and it goes straight through the middle. The perfect start to Geelong after just 75 seconds. They're on the board with their first goal of the night on the Host Plus That's a Plus scoreboard.
Great start. It was a crunching double tackle on Nick Dacos in the first 2 seconds of the game. He was working through that centre bounce contest. It was the Diet, Tommy Atkins, and the Irishman Mullen getting the job done there. Got the repeat stoppage, and there just slick hands from Smith. Clark just throwing it on the boot, and Mullen had made position forward of the ball, hacked it inside 50. Neil kept his eyes on the pill and finished nicely. Great start, Cats.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller and for Elders for Australian Agriculture too. And the final word from the coaches for best sheds came through before. Australian sheds at the lowest prices. Back in the middle of the ground. Riviera might be Saturday night, election night football. There you go, Whitey.
Very good.
So tap comes up and straight down. Atkins now with the clearance out. The Bailey Smith runs out, tries to get on his left, kicks it straight to the umpire. Nearly falconed him early. Side bottom, turnover. Back inboard to Houston. Little handball back to Maynard. He looks wider with his left foot and tries to find Lipinski out near the wing. He's muffled that. It's gone over the boundary line. We'll have a boundary throw in. Centre wing, far side of the ground.
Oh, a bit dewy. And that just skidded straight through him. And that's sort of, it was almost like a...
it's like a header into the back.
He tried to duck.
Bins there from... Was that Peter Carey down there?
Yeah, it was Brett Roseberry, one of the most experienced umpires to ever umpire the game.
Yeah, the way,
the crowd enjoyed it.
It's not about you, Brett.
Boundary throw in again. Atkins was at the fall of the ball. Long got a kick away too. Heads up towards Mychek. He only tapped it as far as Holmes. Little turnover. He got spun around. Membry out the back. Humphries picked up. Membry's wrapped him up. He spun him around twice. Crown want ball, no. Umpire said, I'll have it again. Right on the paint of 50. Right half forward here for the Pies. Ball up and down. Blix-ups. Gets wrapped up straight away. Long in there also. Cameron, side bottom, sock it out to himself. Smith sort of went in waist first, tried to use his body to guard the area. Humphries flicked the handball out to a little bit of clear air. Close finally. Clean possession on his left. Looks up and only went as far as Quano. Big punch over the top from Stanley. Boundary throw in, centre wing again, far side.
Pretty good work from Bailey Smith there. It looked like Sidebottom was just going to cruise through that stoppage and get another clearance, but just got his body in the way, did enough to get the ball back. Holmes and DeGoey is a real watch at the moment. If I was Jordan DeGoey, I'd be trying to drag him as deep as I possibly could into defence and test him out one-on-one with his marking.
Lipinski handballs it forward for Collingwood. Bobby Hill has a bit of a fumble. Good enough, though, to collect. Handball to Lipinski. Poor kick. DeConing marks for the Cats at defensive 50. So he's at left half back and on the southern side of the MCG. He doesn't really want to kick down the line. He's forced to in the end. Dangerfield in a one-on-one with Maynard. Maynard with a spoil at the drop, front and centre. Lipinski runs around in a circle and then centres the ball up to Sidebottom, who marks centre wing, southern side of the ground. Flat kick, nice kick onto the chest of Membry, just outside the 50. He looks up. He wanted to go quickly. Now he settles in over the kick. He looks inside 50. Eyes darting. No one really presenting. So it looks like he's going to have to kick to a contest. He does that now. Myercheck is there. Elliott is there. O'Sullivan with a big spoil. It's about 20 metres out from the Collingwood goal. Going in hard was Holmes. Now McCreery coming in the other direction. Locks it up. It'll be thrown up 30 metres out from Geelong's goal.
Big watch this with the tag here on Dacos. Long's trying to do a fair bit of work on Mullen. Cameron tapped down only as far as Clark. O'Connor tried to shrug 1, 2 or 3. Could be in trouble. Big trouble. Oh, umpire said I'll have it.
So that's what frustrates fans, because that's usually part of it.
Yeah.
He tried to spin out of the tackle as well.
Manly better of it out towards McCreery. Holmes tapping towards the boundary and wanted it. And that one I think he's going to get away with. Boundary throw in now. Left forward pocket here for the Pies. About 30 around the boundary. 1 goal to the Cats. Collingwood get to score. 5:30 gone on the New Tech automation for manufacturing clock. Boundary throw in again. Stanley tried to get the front. Free kick against, and it's going to go to Cameron. Paid for holding. We'll see this on the Makita XGT 40-volt max replay, but Coons, look there to the eye through the binoculars for mine.
I was just having a look behind the ball to see how they were structuring up. Was Houston and Perryman just arguing with each other who was going to be the spare, but it was just the arms slightly wrapped around. Stanley started at the back of Cameron, soft as butter. I'd like to see them called play on, please.
Yeah. Thought he might have held the back of the Guernsey. So Cameron, 45-degree angle, will kick this from 43 or 4. Looks like he's hit it okay. Umpire goes a long way to the right and hits the woodwork. They score. So 1 behind for the Pies, 1 straight for the Cats, all thanks to Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
Collingwood's first score of the night as Holmes kicks into Smith in the back pocket wearing the white headband. Kicks along to the southern side of the ground. Up they go. Neil couldn't mark. Gets to the back. It's a Geelong footy. Dempsey runs away. Takes a bounce. Handballs to Stengel. Stengel up to Dangerfield, who marks in front of Frampton. Sliding in on his knees. He's at half forward. He's going to run on here. He's going to kick deep. It's a poor kick. And Pendlebury takes the defensive mark for Collingwood.
The midfielders worked really hard to get back and fill that space. The kick for Dangerfield was a stinker. Just had to get a bit more elevation on it. Hit it off the toe and fell short. Stanley had worked really hard to be that forward option. And now he's got to sprint back and try and help defend Cameron on the way out.
Pendlebury short into Houston. Again, Collingwood go the southern side with the kick. It's poor. And floating in and marking is DeConing. He'll kick it back inside 50, back towards Houston or over the top. Good mark to Neil. His second involvement in this match. He kicks deep in the Cameron direction. It gets away from him and Quainer. It's on the scoreline. Quainer gets it through for a rush behind. But Neil starting very well for the Cats. Geelong 117, Collingwood are behind. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Elders for Australian Agriculture.
Just had some average kicking to start this game. It was a terrific mark from Neil, but then the kick from him inside 50 to Jeremy Cameron missed him by 5 metres.
I was going to say, the ball's pumped up properly the way the kicking was being. Out to Chris. First time he's touched it tonight. Lowers the eyes, finds Membry at left half forward. Membry wheels around. There's a 2-on-1 deep. It's in favour of the Pies. Hills at the back. Elliott with a big fly. The big ride there on DeConing. Stood up out of the tackle. Umpire said free kick for in the back. He did ride him right to the ground. See this on the Makita XGT replay. Just had the hand on the shoulder. and play it in the back. Geelong looking to switch. Holmes through left half back. One bounce, looks out towards the wing. Close the intended target, coming across. The rising star in Dempsey. Cameron had a yard on Moore, tapped in front to Stengel. Handball over the top. Here we go. Henry for the shot. Out in the goal square. On his own was Blixars, runs in open goal. Puts it 44 rows back. It was well called by Hugh Kearns. On his own in the goal square. Henry didn't blaze away. He found Blixars in the goal square. They get their second. 2-1-13. The Cats, they lead the Pies. 1- score on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
Yeah, they've just had a couple now where the Pies defenders have squeezed up. And as soon as they allow that first one, Dempsey getting it on the wing, Cameron was all by himself at half forward. They did pretty well to defend that one, but Blitzarves just put his head down, sprinted inside 50. No one tracking behind, everyone just watching the ball. Blitzarves, that off-ball run, wide run, inside 50. Good hard work. I believe he has an athletic background, Mark Blitzarves, so good work rate from him.
Hey, did you know Pendlebury used to play basketball?
I believe he did dribble the Spalding at times.
Just looking at the Makita replay, it was the fact that Moore left his opponent to contest, and then once it was front and centre, his opponent was out the back.
I think he did the right thing to leave, though, to try and help out.
From the restart in the middle, there's a throw called, so it'll be a free kick to Collingwood just as Geelong were emerging with the football.
If he didn't really take possession of the ball, we sort of lost it as he was trying to possess it, and it flicked out.
Along with the lateral ball to Maynard. Maynard's kicked straight onto the chest there of his opponent in Duncan. Not sure what that was all about. Duncan kicks on quickly.
Again, they're out the back.
Stengel gives the handball to Smith.
Danger.
Smith to 50. Smith to goal. Smith spectacular. The Cats have jumped the Pies. And you just knew the moment Bailey Smith took possession of the ball, it was going to be a goal. Geelong 3-1-19. Collingwood are behind after 10 minutes.
Well, it had to be a goal because he torched Dangerfield, who was all by himself, 40 metres out from goal. He could have strolled in and popped it over the top. So he kicked the goal, but if he didn't, he would have been in some strife from Paddy, because he just absolutely torched him. But again, turning the ball over in a dangerous position. I think it was Maynard. It was a really strong lead by DeGoey, but poor kick, well chopped off. And then from there again, it's the third time already that Geelong players have got out the back of this Pies defence, who are squeezing up really high. Very unlike Collingwood at the moment.
Expert comments for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Thanks to Adam Cooney. Another clearance here to the Cats. Neil's gone into the ruck. Looks up in towards forward 50. Cameron was a target. Getting across was Moore. Now Stengel front and centre. Managed to gather. Handball across to Holmes. He's wrapped up straight away by Long. Umpire said, I'll have it. 55 from home. Right half forward for the Cats.
Up to 7 inside 50s now to 4.
Running hot for Ream, they certainly are. Dacos, I think the first of his night. Mason Cox on the ground too. Got a clearance out towards Membry. Over the back it went. Schultz tried to tap to his advantage. Getting back there, O'Sullivan did well. He's got support there. De Koning finally picked the ball up. Looked out towards Clark in a one-on-one. Lost it to Perryman. Over now to side bottom on the turnover on his left. Slanted on the boot and out of bounds on the full right half back.
Gee, how good's the scramble defence at the moment from the Cats? It looked like Collingwood were going to get out then. Just players just diving, so desperate to win the ball back and help out in defence. It's a really strong start from the Cats.
They're on the back foot, the Magpies. There's Guthrie, told to play on. Kicks to the members' wing. Cameron up high. Cox in front, got hands to it. Then slaps it Collingwood's way. Nick Dacos gave the handball to Josh Dacos, running past. Inside 50, Elliott. That's better, Collingwood.
How good's that?
You can see Membry, McCreary, a few of them just telling Jamie Elliott, settle down, go back and take your kick. You're only 40 metres out from goal, pretty much straight in front to the punt roadie.
Dacos to Dacos. Just clean pick up from Nick, attacking the ball below his knees, and then the give out to his brother, who laced out Jamie Elliott.
Jamie Elliott for Collingwood's first goal of the night. Kicks from just inside 50. It's close. It's missing to the right. Kind of just leant back on it on contact. and only just made the distance from 48 metres. The Magpies 2 behinds. The Cats 3-1-19. That's on the Host Plus. That's a plus scoreboard.
Wasn't the smoothest run-up from Jamie Elliott. No. Generally great set shot, but looked like he just sort of stuttered in his approach and leant back on it, popped it into the sky with a 9-iron.
For Geelong, left half back Guthrie. He's out towards Dempsey. He got the sit in the big fire. Blixhav's over the top, but Dempsey did well. Turned the ball over to Perryman. Snap over his shoulder, trying to find some territory before it goes over the boundary. Guthrie happy to run it over. Disguised it well.
Some early numbers. Max Holmes has started at half-back. He's up to 4 disposals. De Koning 4. Bailey Smith 4 and a goal for the Pies. Still side bottom. He's up to 4 already. Maynard 3. Houston 2.
Boundary throw-in. 70 from Collingwood goal. Centre wing or Shane Warne stands side. Cox may have got the better of Blixhavs that time. Tapped it forward. Bobby Hill with a yard of space. He was met heavily by Mullen. Seems to be doing a really tight job on Nick Dacos.
Yeah, it's a big night for Mullen because he'd want to have a good tank if he's going to run with Nick Dacos. He's done a good job so far. Dacos, no real influence apart from that lovely gather. Just the 2 disposals, so Mullen will be happy with where it sits at the moment, but he won't stop running.
Yeah, they're certainly trying to support him, his teammates at the stoppage. Side bottom out the back of this boundary throw-in. Flicked over to Schultz, wrapped up straight away, managed to get a handball clear. Membry off, super clever. Over to Bobby Hill, outside of the boot, and goals it. Well, that could be a Beaumont Tiles contender for goal of the day. You want to talk about now, Membry had it. Tap to space, Bobby Hill banana. Collingwood get there first.
Yeah, how smart was that? Bobby Hill, intelligent forward. Just saw that the Pies had that forward momentum. Schultz had won the ball and thought, well, I'm just going to duck inside 50 and see what happens. De Koning was right up the backside of Tim Membry, so he just had a little deft tap onto the Sharon forward. He knew his little fella was out in space, and that's a crafty finish from the man they call Bobby, but his name's Ian.
That's right. Adam Cooney tonight for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship expert. So it's taken 15 minutes on the Host Plus. That's a plus scoreboard, but Collingwood finds the major for the first time tonight. There is a 666 infringement against Collingwood.
Warning. Slap on the wrist.
Yeah, that's right. That's all it is. And the umpire...
I don't understand that. If it's the rule, you've got to just pay it.
Exactly. A good bounce in the middle. Cox wins it down for the Magpies. It comes out Geelong's way to Atkins. Wants Smith. Doesn't get that far. Josh Dacos collected on the bounce. Handballs to Lipinski. Back to Josh Dacos. Members wing. Running towards the boundary. On his left. Kicking to half forward. In front. Mychek couldn't complete the mark. Atkins with the crumbs. Got the handball out. Now they can build here. The Cats. Initially through Bowes. Now it's with Guthrie. Inboard handball to Smith. He'll go back to Guthrie. Forward to the members wing. Oh, they've turned it over here. Poor handball. Cox intercepted. De Goey. Handball to Lipinski. Look at them run here. The Magpies. Perryman got the handball from Long. Squeezed a kick nicely to Schultz. Just forward of centre. He's going to kick inside 50 and Membry's going to mark. He's marked the ball 35 metres out, just right of centre. But Collingwood feasted on the turnover. They swarmed over the loose ball. Quick chain of handballs and then the precise kick inside 50.
Yeah, you got to be careful when you are chaining with handball in fast play, not to loop one over the top, because teams that are pressing up at you, if you give that loopy one over the top, gives you time to actually get in the opposition's face, and Mason Cox was able to affect the turnover on that last play.
9-5 on the season. Membry leans back on it, kicks it into the post. For the second time, the Magpies hit the post. And they are 1-3-9. The Cats 3-1-19. 17 played in the opening term. That is on the Host Plus. That's a plus scoreboard.
He leaned back on that one as well, Membry. So that's Elliott and also Membry just leaning back on those set shots. You'd think they'd practice them at training. I'm not too sure.
It's harder to hit than miss. Smith on the turnover. Again. Here they go. Handball over the top to Dangerfield. Smith on the breakaway. Centre wing looks up the right half forward. Stengel got to the front, but he was there with Quainer and Cox. He was outsized. Quainer flicked over. Jai Clark got the turnover. Now out to Stengel with a yard of room. Now it's Dempsey v side bottom. 1-on-1 Dempsey! He got the ride, side bottom, back and said, "You can call me Bailey, is in on the ladder. Just jump on, son."
That is a good leap.
You're beauty.
He's just need the bald scone on side bottom on the way up as well.
And the land on 2 feet and then the big breath.
And a little smile too.
Yeah, I am the man, he says. Well, he's directly in front, the top of the goal square, and if you're going to take a hanger, that's where you want to take him. Geelong get the quick reply. 4-1-25. They lead the Pies 1-3-9, and that is on the Host Plus. That's right, the Host Plus. That's a plus scoreboard, and they were winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a plus issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the PDS and TMDs at hostplus.com.au.
Well, they learned their lesson from the last passage of play in front of us, MCC members wing. They tried to chain their way through by hand and got themselves in trouble, and it cost them a set shot. Bailey Smith got on the end of that one as well. Great work from Dangerfield to give that 1-2 to recognise the line breaker is on the drive-by. And then it was a long kick forward, just did enough in the contest. Stengel made the right decision, could have handballed to Ollie Henry, kicked to the top of the goal square, and Ollie Dempsey said, "I'm about to fly."
Makita XGT 40-volt replay. More power, more efficiency, more Makita. Oh, don't you love seeing hangers?
That was like the bag at training with the assistant coach underneath it.
And they back into you.
Yep, exactly right.
David Whedon bag.
Pendlebury getting the clearance for the Magpies on the bounce to Hill. Good kick into the corridor, and Cox coming out. Marks 40 out directly in front. So however it's happening, and Adam Cooney, you can tell us how it's happening, they're allowing Geelong the corridor to be open for the Collingwood player, whoever it is, to lead in unimpeded.
Mason Cox should not be afforded that much room to be able to lead straight up the corridor. Just gave him too much leg rope there. I think it was O'Sullivan as the key defender, just trying to sag back. Good ball use from Hill, moving quickly.
Cox to the punt road end. That's a better kick. That's a straight kick. Collingwood get the immediate answer to Dempsey's goal. They still trail the Magpies by 10 points. Collingwood 2-3-15, Geelong 4-1-25, 20 play. First turn on the Host Plus, that's a plus scoreboard. AFL Nation for 4-20 Pies and Elders for Australian Agriculture.
Pies just starting to get their game going. Now, just the value of a centre bounce clearance and to have those electric forwards that just get the jump on, and Humphreys is no slouch. He got some toe, but you're never going to keep up with Bobby Hill once he gets that first metre on you. Just a hack kick forward, good forwards play in front, and he made the most of that opportunity, and Mason Cox straight up the middle of that leading lane. Good finish from the big Seppo.
Certainly was. Just quick check on the stats. Bailey Smith with 7, Stengel 5, side bottom 5, De Koning 5, and Scott Pendlebury for 4. That's for Ream, Australia's favourite in hot water. And is that a recall already?
I reckon we should probably ban that. Just throw it up.
Saw Whitey give the umpire a rap for the bounce too earlier.
The 1 in 20 they get.
Yeah, the 1 in 20 that was right.
Oh, look at Nico.
Here, Nico. He flicks a handball over to Scott Pendlebury on his left. Look wider again. Had the runner out there in crisp, record breaker. Wheels inside 50. It's Membry and Cox again. And O'Connor said, nope, it's mine. He takes the intercept mark. They'll look to sweep through Holmes. So runners out wider here. Clark v side bottom. Clark, a bit of a ride on side bottom again. His back's getting sore. Mitch Duncan back in the side.
Mitch.
That's a dirty clanger.
That might be the worst moment of his career.
That could be the worst of his career.
What a stinker.
He's half dropped the ball and sort of pulled out almost of the kick and kicked it out of bounds on the full. We don't have clanger tags anymore, but that'll be the clanger of the night nearly.
Side bottom now, we'll kick it back into the 50 for Collingwood. Cox in front, gets to the back. Cameron with the impossible! Oh, no way! No way! Yes way! Cameron's done it! A left foot check side. The ruckman playing like a rover with one of the best goals you'll ever see. How did he do that? Collingwood 3-3-21, Geelong 4-1-25. Adam Cooney, explain how he did that.
Well, it was Wayne Carey-like, wasn't it? Just leaning back, put it on the left, check side, just rolled it through. It was a big contest, so there was plenty of tolls there, and Reece Stanley just switched off momentarily and left Cameron half a metre out the back. He picked it up, threw it onto the left boot, and curled it through the goals from deep in the left pocket. Punt road end. Great goal, Darcy Cameron.
Dare I say, Miles, that is going to be the Beaumont Tiles goal of the day?
Oh, I think it's pretty close. We've had 3 and 4 kicked, and that's the best by a mile so far. 4 points the margin in favour of the Cats, thanks to Host Plus. That's a plus. Centre clearance. Whoa, that should have been a free. You slide in like that. The crowd wanted the free. Flick over to Dacos with a yard of room. From 55, pulls the trigger up inside 50. Huge intercept mark taken there by O'Connor on his hands and knees. Absolute ripper. Nick Dacos starting to get busy. Coons in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's up to 4 now, but having an influence on this contest because everything he touches turns to forward entries. And I don't like that free kick given away. Dangerfield sliding in to win the free kick. Sidebottom just stood there and almost jumped into Dangerfield. Danger was actually the one making the play. It wasn't dangerous at all for Sidebottom, but he made it look like it was.
Humphreys, O'Connor and Duncan just stat padding in the back line.
Moved
up a bit further forward. Now to O'Sullivan. I like the look of this kid. O'Sullivan.
Oh, good call, Miles.
I quit.
He's put it 8 rows back on the full.
Whitey.
That was remarkable. Perryman into Josh Dacos with the free kick. Miles has left the building. Josh Dacos to the wing, and Sidebottom marks in front of the Geelong interchange gates. It's the Cats by 4 points.
Good contest.
25 played in the opening term. So Geelong getting the break. Collingwood with the last 2 goals. Sidebottom into the 50 he goes. Myercheck from the side in a pack of 6. Took an outstanding mark.
It's the old-fashioned marks up, isn't it? It's a big pack where everyone flew.
It's an outstanding mark, but it's horrible defence. I was watching Myercheck. He was standing in the pocket. No one was anywhere near him. He just put his hand up and said, just kick it long to me. If I can run and launch, I will mark it. And no one put any body contact on him whatsoever.
45 metres out, 45-degree angle from the left. For the lead. The Magpies in front of the MCG. The Magpies 4-3-27, leading the Cats 4-1-25. We played 26 in the opening term. AFL Nation for 4-20 Pies, and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Adam Cooney for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship expert.
Well, it's a good game of footy, and both teams pretty efficient when they go in there at the minute. Inside 50s, 12 to the Pies, 8 to the Cats. They've scored 7 times going in there. The Cats have scored 5 from their 8 entries. So both teams looking really dangerous at those entries. But Reece Stanley was the ruckman who dropped back into that hole. I think Guthrie just had to go over and man Myercheck so he couldn't run and jump at the footy. It would have allowed an uncontested mark from Reece Stanley. But if you let a key forward stand by themselves, generally they're going to mark the ball.
The Blockbusters living up to it. Just a few points of margin in favour of the Pies. Centre clearance went in favour of Geelong with the turnover at half-back. Chris was the man. Pulled that kick short in the corridor to Elliott. Back to Chris through the middle of the ground. Went up to hit Memories, flicked his man. It goes over the back and over the boundary line. And we'll have a boundary throw in the left forward pocket for the Pies. 4-3-27. The Pies lead the Cats 4-1-25 thanks to Host Plus. That's a plus. And we've gone right on 27 minutes for new tech. Automation for manufacturing. Optimise your business with automation. The boundary throw in. Cameron and Blixarves go at it again. Charging out to go. He tried to flick it out to Long. Could have been a throw, not paid. Long. Shrug 1, shrug 2. And then Cameron's handball's intercepted there by Dempsey. Back up into the middle of the ground.
So from halfway, it's a Collingwood ball now. Maynard gave the handball to Houston, who just chips the kick onto the chest of Lipinski on the members' wing. Up to Elliott, who marks nearly at half forward. Wheels onto his right, shaped to kick into the corridor, now goes into the pocket, backing back, Cameron! Darcy Cameron. He'll have another shot at goal. He's hit the post and kicked one of the goals of the season. So he's had the lot in this first term. And now, about 25 metres out from goal, will he kick a drop punt or open the angle and go the right foot snap?
I think he's going to go the left foot check side like his last kick.
Yeah, that's
this is
right.
the same spot.
It's almost
where he
exactly the same spot.
May as well. He's got it right once. Go again, big fella.
He is going with the right foot snap. Here we go. Opens the angle. It was too easy. Hit the belly of the ball. It stays inside the field of play across the face. They fight for it. It gets rushed through for a behind. So, Collingwood, 4-4-28. Geelong, 4-1-25. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Nearing quarter time also in the West. Melbourne, 2-2-14, leading the Eagles 4 behinds.
I reckon it's probably time to get Max Holmes around the footy now. He's on Jamie Elliott at the moment. Just that last play forward was sitting back inside 50 by himself and let Elliott go up and win the footy.
Dangerfield won the one-on-one at half-back. His kick intercepted, though, in the middle of the ground by Darcy Moore, who's come out towards the interchange, found Maynard. Lipinski now by foot. So he's 70 or 80 from home, right in front of our commentary position here on the members' side. We've gone nearly 29 minutes. Lipinski wheels around, looks down towards the boundary line. May have been a push in there. Guthrie did well, got to the front. Nick Dacos, handball turned over. Turnover again, back to McCreery. His snap sort of tugged nice and shallow. You'd say if it was a golf putt. It goes over the boundary line. We'll have a boundary throw in. 28 plays 25 thanks to Host Plus.
Just another panicked handball deep in defence from Max Holmes then. Get him back in the midfield. Let him go to work with those other big dogs in there and try and get some line-breaking run going from it.
Deep in the left forward pocket, ball thrown in. McCreery onto the loose ball. No, he's worried out of it. It's still alive now. It's crushed through for a behind. Almost like for a moment there, play stopped. Everyone was looking at the umpire expecting a free kick. Nothing came.
He was sort of hugging him without holding him. So Geelong looking to come out of defence. There's Holmes on cue. Now Bose, centre wing fast sign. Had a yard over the back. Goes up to a one-on-one this time. Neil in front of all did well. Has a short option. Dangerfield doesn't use him. Blixar's backing back. Goes up towards the goal square. Kick was ordinary. Very ordinary. Cut off there by Perryman.
It's his third big, strong mark for the quarter, Neil. It looks like he's set for a big evening playing on Darcy Moore. He just stepped off his line and panicked. Just had to use a bit more poise and control with that kick.
Just on that, Coons, the inside 50 entries at one end have been sublime. Yeah. The other end have probably not been subpar.
Yeah, a couple of long hacks and rush kicks in there to the advantage of defenders, not your forwards. Is not ideal from a Geelong perspective.
Oh, De Koning, a big mark with the kick coming out of defence by Frampton. So the Cats will come forward again here. The high kick into the 50. Dangerfield is there, got hands to it, doesn't mark. Neil tried to palm it on. It's loose about 25 out from the Geelong goal. Collingwood, though, have the football. Elliott, an indiscriminate handball straight to Dempsey of the Cats, into the pocket to Cameron. Breaks the tackle, running the boundary, confronted by Elliott. Handballs back to Dempsey. They lose it, the Cats. Come out with a footy, Dacos. That's Josh Dacos. Poor kick, straight to Holmes. Took it on the bounce, hammers it back inside 50. It goes off hands into the behind post. The ball to be thrown in deep in the left forward pocket.
Two poor entries again. De Koning's shallow kick that landed 35 metres out, easy to defend, and then Holmes has kicked that one off the instep and gone out of bounds. So
he might have burned a couple too there, just around him.
Yeah, I reckon he had a ping from 55.
Now there's a whistle, and there's going to be a free kick from the throw-in before it was thrown in. It's going to be a Collingwood free kick to be taken by Dan Houston.
Not sure he knew
against Stengel. On to Houston, one of the best users around. Oh, Maynard with an absolute paddock through the middle of the ground. He's got side bottom running for him. Getting back is Blixard's side he went. Blixard's courageous. De Goey went one way, the other. Back to side bottom, non-preferred. Flick wider again, McCreery. Had Lipinski, uses him. Lipinski tries to go with the outside of the boot. De Goey can't gather. Getting back was Holmes. Also back there was De Koning, and they get a chain of handballs, and out they come, but the Pies they're on there for a second as there's another big contested.
Two out the back.
Taken by Neil. Two out the back. It's Cameron. Stengel's on in the goal square. Cameron marks it at 45. Stengel's still on. Siren goes. We'll have a shot after the siren for quarter time.
I didn't mean to cut him there, Miles, but I could tell the siren was about to go, and he was about to play on and kick the Stengel, and it would have been all over.
So Jeremy Cameron to give the Cats the lead at quarter time. That usual squeeze of the ball that he does these days.
You get your natural arc here, though, don't you?
Yeah, you get your natural arc. This is the same spot he kicked the can opener on, wasn't it? Jeremy Cameron from 49. Hung it out left, stays out left, and doesn't even score. Quarter time here at the MCG. The Pies 4-5-29. They lead the Cats 4-1-25 on the Host Plus. That's a plus scoreboard. AFL Nation, Miles Fitzner, Adam White, and your 2008 Brownlow medalist Adam Cooney back right after this.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus. Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
AGT introduced Sundancer wheat, the ideal replacement for LRPB Lancer. Bred specifically for Queensland, Sundancer is very high yielding with excellent yield stability and has APH quality classification. Sundancer through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
Hey, it's Ariane Titmus. Australian Made Week is almost here and it's your chance to go for green and gold. From the 19th to the 25th of May, get out there and support the home team by buying Australian made. So, if you've got what it takes to be a champion, look for the famous green and gold kangaroo logo and get behind our makers and growers. Because Australian made makes Australia. Visit australianmadeweek.com.au.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
Create a fresh, unique look for your home that reflects your individuality and personality. The Spaces for Living Live Bold, Step Bold sale is now on at Choices Flooring, with savings across a range of carpet, timber, luxury vinyl, window furnishings and designer rugs. Whether you're renovating or decorating, enjoy great discounts on featured products. Visit choicesflooring.com and download the Live Bold, Step Bold sale catalogue or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Save on hot water energy use by up to 73% with Ream Ambi Heat Heat Pump.
Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Working fatigued on farm isn't the same as being sleepy or drowsy. It's about pushing your body beyond its mental and physical limits day after day, with no time to recover. Fatigue can make you experience slower reaction times, reduced coordination, poor memory, or concentration. Fatigue on the footy field can lose you the game. Fatigue on the farm can lose you much more. Know the signs and manage fatigue. Search Fatigue on Farms.
G'day, Dwayne Russell here. It's the weekend, the game's on, you got the snacks, but what about the drinks? Don't worry, Liquorland will have you raising your glass in no time. Get your favourites delivered straight to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. When the game's heading up, Liquorland will bring the drinks so you won't miss a minute of the action. To the footy, cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus only, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
SEN is always your number one home for everything in sport. Miss something or just want to hear it again? Catch up on the SEN app and discover podcasts of all your favourite shows and interviews. Download the SEN app and listen back today.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Macca's new McSmart meal is here.
Up towards full forward, stretching and mark.
looking. What a terrific mark to Neil. 15, maybe 20 metres out, right of centre. We're right behind the kick, and it goes straight through the middle. Duncan kicks on quickly.
Again, they're out the back.
Stengel gives the handball to Smith.
Danger.
Smith to 50. Smith to goal. Smith spectacular.
Managed to get a handball clear. Memory off, super clever. Over to Bobby Hill, outside of the boot, and Carlton.
Collingwood, Cox in front, gets to the back. Cameron with the impossible. Oh, no way. No way. Yes way.
Welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller and for Elders for Australian Ag, and those highlights from Macca's. I'm loving it. Macca's new Tennessee barbecue range, kicking and flavour goals. 3 points to margin in favour of Collingwood. Miles Fitzner, Adam White. Adam Cooney, what did you make of the first quarter?
Well, it was entertaining. I mean, 8 goals in the first quarter. There wasn't a lot of physical pressure on, just the 22 tackles combined from both sides. So it was up and back. A couple of goals from stoppage. From a Collingwood perspective, they'd be pretty pleased with, but they just allowed Geelong players to get out the back 3 or 4 times and kick easy goals. So just team defence from Collingwood pressing up really high and struggling a little bit at times with players getting out the back, as we see another mare of bounce.
Yes, and also I can report that Reece Stanley is out of the game. So that's happened at quarter time. So we start the second term officially now, with Nick Dacos getting the first handball straight back into the contest. It'll be thrown up.
Oliver Wiltshire, I think, was the sub-minus.
Yes, that's correct.
Which hurts because now Shannon Neal's going to have to be their number one ruck, who started really strongly.
Banner emerges with a footy for the Cats in the corridor, goes deep, bounces in the square and goes through for a behind. So the starting subs were Will Hoskin-Elliott for Collingwood and Oliver Wiltshire for the Cats, because I said Stanley out, so Wiltshire into the game. First score of the second term are behind a Geelong.
Get an update on Stanley sooner rather than later. Haven't seen anything pop up on the replay here, but through the middle of the ground, the Pies go. Bobby Hill is wider, kick going to go out in front of him, cut off there by O'Sullivan. Lowers his eyes, trying to find close, managed to handball across to Bailey Smith. He goes up towards right half forward. It's another shank, gets to Dangerfield on the half volley. He couldn't get a handball away. Turnover. Nick Dacos just did 2 360s and there was no one on him. Managed to find a target inboard in Pendlebury. Has runners everywhere. Comes wider, uses Schultz, edge of the square. Breaking is Elliott. He's got a paddock of room. He's got Houston over the top if he wants to use him. Can go deeper. No, he doesn't. He uses Houston short. He's a beautiful long kick of the footy. And Dan Houston will go back. 45-degree angle will kick from 52.
I'm not sure that was his intended target on the kick from Elliott. But again, the Bailey Smith kick going forward lands. It's a shallow kick. Lands 51 metres out on the bounce. Dangerfield is under pressure, and then Collingwood players just swarming and switching the ball from there. They actually had 3-on-1 inside forward 50.
Dan Houston from almost on the plane of 50. Bang on. He's hit it neat, sweet, and the umpire did not move an inch. Collingwood get the first of the second quarter. Adam Cooney, you called it before. Just again, turnover. And then they were scrambling to get back. There were options galore, one of them being Houston, who's well out of position. And he is as good a kick as a football as I've seen for some time.
It's like just a little warm-up kick that you do with your partner, 15 metres from each other, just 2 or 3 steps, just half hit it.
55.
And it went straight over the umpire's hat. Such a beautiful kick. Kicked it from outside 50. Oh, that's a nice hit.
They don't get any better than that. That's what, if in 1,000 years they say, what was it like to kick an AFL footy, they'll go back and watch that.
Yeah.
Perfection, isn't it?
So Collingwood with the last 4 goals of the game to set up this 8-point lead after Geelong started so brightly. From the middle, Darcy Cameron got the initial tap and then socketed it further forward straight to DeGoey, who handballs to Pendlebury. Pendlebury to the 50, like my check here. Oh, he can't quite mark it. Schultz was also there at the back. Now they fight for it at ground level, about 30 out from Collingwood's goal. They all jump on top of the ball and it'll be thrown up.
What about the kick from Pendlebury, though? I mean, everyone is thinking that's going, same side, just kicks it, hooks it around his body on the left to the advantage of Mychek, who should have taken the mark.
Cameron got the tap down for Collingwood. O'Sullivan for the Cats. Handballs to Mullen, immediately tackled to the ground. It'll be thrown up right forward pocket now.
Collingwood attacking to the city end in this second quarter. Jumping very high there was Blitzavs. Got the tap down. Paley Smith, so out of the congestion. Low down. Josh Dacos dropped the mark. O'Connor for the Cats. Gets it out to Clark, who was clever in tapping it to Atkins. Got tagged, dispossessed. Now Chris for Collingwood. He's tackled as well, and that will be no play. I know it is holding the ball. So a free kick to Geelong, defensive members wing. It's Collingwood by 8 points. Early stages of the second term, AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller and for Elders for Australian Agriculture.
John Clark, who's just starting to get more of a consistent game, went long up the line. The target was Henry, cut off by Darcy Moore. So a handball over to side bottom to Maynard. Pulled the 45 inboard. Darcy Cameron, Nick Dacos running. Looks laterally. Houston right in the middle of the ground. Runner in Quainer. He's got a yard now. Targets run at him everywhere. Looks over the top. Elliott is it. Got room and a good mark. It is champagne. When they are hot, they're hot, the Pies. But from half back, they didn't miss a target. They went inboard when they had to. They had speed when they needed it through the corridor and hit the target 44, 45 metres out. Elliott will run around and kick this.
Yeah, you're right. He will. Just take 2 steps out. He's a brilliant finisher. And we'll put this one in the book after he leant back on his first set shot.
1-2, snap, goal. He makes it look that easy. Collingwood get 2 in the first 5 minutes here at the MCG. And they get back out to where they nearly were, well, where they were before. 14 points the margin. All thanks to the team at Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
So, Coons, at the 10-minute mark of the first term, Geelong led by 18 points. Now, 5 minutes in the second, it's Collingwood by 14.
They've dialed it up, and that is, you put the cones out, and that is a 3/4 ground kicking drill, exactly how you want to move the ball. From one side of the ground, you kick back inside on the 45, handball receive, run the angle, kick back into the middle, you get a halfback streaming straight through the middle of the ground, kick to your forward in the pocket. Beautiful.
Just thanks to the Macca's new Tennessee barbecue range, kicking flavour goals, hamstring for Reece Stanley.
Pendlebury gets the handball out of the clearance. This is good again from Collingwood. Schultz, the side bottom into the 50. Mark was dropped at a push against Elliott, so it's a free kick to O'Connor for the Cats.
He's had some big one-on-one wins in this game so far. O'Connor has been brilliant back there.
Spreads it wide to Mullen, who handballs on to Humphreys, who kicks up to Close. This is better from the Cats as they attack down the southern side of the MCG. Close looks up. He runs side of the mark to get a little bit of extra distance into the 50. Moore destroys the pack. Frampton for Collingwood. Got a handball now. Nick Dacos in trouble. Mullen got him. Lost the footy. It's now loose again, but it's back Collingwood's way. Nick Dacos involved again and Josh Dacos.
Oh, that's
and now
gotta
it's
be
Frampton
deliberate.
handballing it straight through from behind to Geelong.
Oh, that was... I suppose he was under enough pressure, but...
Yeah. 13 points, Collingwood's lead.
Probably need a bit of a stricter interpretation on that one as well, considering how strict we are around the ground.
Josh Dacos to bring the ball in. Our expert comments, of course, Adam Cooney for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. McCreery managed to stay inside the line, had Crisp, the little cheeky handball. The dink inboard to find Pendlebury, cut off though by Holmes. Quainer tries to put pressure on. Holmes goes wider, found Blitzavs, has got a one-on-one deep. Kick smothered though. McCreery did well. Lipinski now for the Pies. No free kick paid. Back to Pendlebury. Missed his hand with a handball. You don't see that too often. Dacos. Nick variety. Back now to Maynard. Still can't hit a target. Then the smother there from Close. Now they find Lipinski and can half centre wing.
You can look up. He thought about handballing over the top to Nick Dacos. Decides not to. Instead, he chips down the line to Pendlebury. Wearing the bright orange boots. Left half forward, nearly left half forward. 2 good kicks out from goal.
Can't miss those wheels, can you?
No, he's waiting for the forwards to set. Now he's going to kick to a contest. Myercheck up, couldn't mark for the Magpies. Comes out initially Geelong's way, although Myercheck applies a big tackle to make sure the ball goes nowhere. It'll be thrown up instead. 25-30 metres out from Collingwood's goal.
Starting to get busy now. Nick Dacos getting his hands on the footy. He's up to 10 disposals. Pendlebury as well has started red hot in this second term. He's on 10.
Here is Nick Dacos. Bounces off one, tries to dribble it. Not quite. It would have been a goal, but it's been pushed through for a rush behind on the line. He did that like his dad did so many times. But a despairing dive on the line got it through for a rush behind. 14 points, Collingwood's lead.
Would that have got to work out on the replays during the week if that had gone through? So the Cats to bring the ball back in. Cox dropped what he should have taken. Dangerfield managed to get a handball away to O'Sullivan. The forward handball to Cameron. He did well at ground level. Cameron wheels around. He's got Dempsey on the run. Just overcooked the kick and it goes over the boundary line. 45 out, left half forward here for the Cats. They are kicking to the punt road end to the left of your radio dial.
It's been a bit sloppy, haven't they, to start this second term, the Cats. At times were clinical in the first quarter, getting out the back of Pies defenders, but they've tightened up the Pies and the Cats aren't handling this heat very well, turning the ball over in their forward half.
The boundary throw in. Darcy Cameron got to the front, in and under. Big tackle away there by the goalie. No real clean possession. Long bounced it like a basketball one-handed. Jumping in on top was Cameron. Umpire said, I'll have it. Ball up right on the Telstra logo. As we see Steele side bottom get some work on his lower back.
Left half forward for the Cats. Ball thrown up. Neil won it down to Manor, who got hit high and will get a free kick. Sort of front on and high contact. He's going to handball it immediately to Cameron from the 50. Goes at goal. It's going to go across the face. And it's just pushed through by Frampton for another rush behind.
Low percentage play. As we see the hit on Manor high as he's coming up. Just took the ball, sort of ducked into it. Nothing to worry about.
Chested him in the end, didn't he? Maynard looking at the Makita replay.
Probably almost play on, isn't it? He was the one who tried to draw that contact, but low percentage handball out to Jeremy Cameron wide in the forward pocket.
You very rarely see that these days, the handball out to the boundary line. You see the ones inboard but not out. Plainer shrugged a couple of tackles. Houston did well. Frampton, full switches on now. Crisp, right half back for the Pies. Found Darcy Cameron out towards interchange. McCreary over the top, ignores it. This is what they've been doing all night. Inboard to Schiltz, then Chris. They're running and flying. McCreary's got one to evade. Runs around on his right, heads up inside 50. Bobby Hill had the little sit. Oh, the commentators jumped up thinking, here comes the hanger. And there's going to be a free kick here.
It's going to be Elliott's ball. It was against O'Connor who came back in the contest and just took his eyes off the ball and blocked Elliott's run and jump at the footy. And he hit him high. So there's probably 2 free kicks in that. Just pumped him up as well, O'Connor, for being rock solid in defensive 50, and he gives away a silly one.
Elliott, 5 metres in from the boundary. Right forward pocket. He'll kick this from 40. He's got this in him. We all know that. He's done it many, many times, and especially on this ground. Maybe just caught that fraction wide. Actually, all the way wide. Out of bounds on the full. 42 plays 29 on the Mate Internet mobile scoreboard.
So the Cats kick it around in defence. Duncan from the back pocket out to the southern side of the ground. Frampton with the spoil away from Dangerfield. Remember, he handballs it straight to Dangerfield. Wheelchair involved. Oh, now it's come back Collingwood's way to go into the 50. Crashing in there and hurting himself was Myercheck. Geelong come up with a footy here. The kick forward by Wiltshire is not great. Straight to more of Collingwood. Handballs immediately to Houston. Out on the southern wing. Myercheck still in trouble inside 50. Into the middle it goes, and it's a Geelong football now. Stengel emerges with it. Kicks it wide to right half forward. Close will mark. He should chip over the top to Henry. He does, and Henry marks. So Ollie Henry playing against his old side, hence the boos. He's 40 metres out from goal, near the boundary, right forward pocket.
Terrific decision from Tyson Stengel. Looked up and Maynard was a spare in the corridor inside defensive 50. Changed the angle with the ball to close at half forward, who was by himself, which allowed the easy pop over to Henry.
Ollie Henry taking his time, going with the drop punt, punches at it, kicks it well, kicks it through for a goal. And didn't they need that, the Cats? It's their first goal since the 18-minute mark of the opening term to get back within 7 points. Collingwood 6-6-42, Geelong 5-5-35 on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard. And around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, I reckon we've got the close one here because the election is over. It's official, it's been called. Labor wins government. And over in the West, Melbourne are beating West Coast 24-5.
Well, it was a big moment from Ollie Henry, who was copping boos from 50,000 odd Collingwood supporters deep in the pocket.
It's a hell of a goal.
Yeah, to go back and relish the moment. What was a really difficult set shot and then just give it to the crowd after. Brilliant piece of play from Ollie Henry, and when his team really needed one.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20, Traveller, and for Elders for Australian Ag. Miles Fitzner, Adam White, your 2008 Brownlow medalist Adam Cooney with you. We're back in the middle of the ground. Cox did well, left-handed, down to Goey. He kicked in front of Bailey Smith. The kick goes up towards half forward. It was Hill front on against Mitch Duncan. Dempsey, there was a whistle. And it'll be the free kick for the front on contact to Duncan. And hasn't he been battered back in the side? The replay before Mycheck got him. Hill got him front on.
Next week, the old boy.
The old boy's getting a workout. So the switch is on. Not 15 paid. Guthrie on the far side of the ground. Managed to go up towards O'Sullivan. He tapped it over the back. The turnover now to Dacos. Collingwood go inside 50. Hill with a big fly. Elliott with the handball. Down to Schiltz. Off his boot and through for a minor score. The boys have got the old Air Jordans on tonight. We are seeing some big flies. So through for another minor. 6-7-43. The Pies and the Cats. 5-5-35 thanks to Mate Internet Mobile.
Bailey Smith marks the kicking. He's been quiet in this term. He had a good first quarter. He plays on and kicks out to the southern side with the kick towards Dangerfield. Couldn't mark. Thrashing in Clark. Still a Geelong football. Dangerfield got the handball to Duncan. Into 50 towards Ollie Henry. Takes it on the bounce. Close to the boundary. Kicks it straight to Cox. Trying to centre it up. Magpies have it back. Ooh. Cox's kick wasn't great for Crisp, who slipped over and coming in the other direction. O'Sullivan did really well to knock it out of play. He might have hurt himself in the process. There's almost a collision between O'Sullivan and Crisp, but the ball has gone out of bounds for a throw-in.
Yeah, it was super work rate from O'Sullivan. Ran 70 metres, left his opponent to try and cover that exit, and did it really well to get a stoppage for his team. And how about the pickup from Paddy Dangerfield, far side of the ground?
50 metres out from the Collingwood goal, from the Geelong goal. Cox won the tap down. Long linking up with Cox and then with Dacos and then getting it back. Long's kick towards half forward. Humphreys got a bad bounce. Oh, my hit! Just absolutely collected Humphreys. Ball spits out Geelong's way to O'Sullivan initially. Now Cameron back to O'Sullivan having a good 5 minutes. Out wide towards Wiltshire, the sub. Couldn't mark. Clark front and centre for the Cats. Gets immediately tackled and strongly by Maynard. And the umpire comes in and says, I'll have it. Out on the southern wing here at the MCG, where Collingwood leads by 8 points. And we've played 16 minutes in the second term on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
They're the tackles you remember early in your career, Coons, aren't they?
That was a big one. There's been a couple of really big hits. They've dialed up the pressure this quarter, Collingwood. And the Cats you just feel they're just hanging in there at this stage.
Certainly are. Dacos taken high as he went over it to the half strip, and Atkins got him with a knee, I think, on the way through. As we'll check the Makita replay, did in the back of the head. Thanks to Makita XGT, more power, more efficiency, more Makita. Dacos with the free kick. Again, they want to angle back towards the corridor. De Goey took it, didn't realise he had one hot on his hammer. Overrunning it was Neil. Cox then to Maynard on his left out the space, and no one there but Jai Clark. So Jai Clark for the Cats at right half back. Pulled the kick and managed to find a target in Atkins.
Not a lot of tempo footy, have we? There's only been a lot of slow play.
Duncan, underground to Guthrie. Link up there to Mullen. Mullen comes wider. Dempsey with a little fly, bit of hang time. Went inside, had a few options, finds a short one, and it's Wiltshire. Got a bit of party time about him, Dempsey.
A bit. It's all party. He's like a giant mullet. It was Jack Crisp. I think he just said, I don't care what happens here, I'm not ending up on a poster. He just almost got out the way and let Dempsey just roll through.
That's right. Oliver Wiltshire picked 61 in the 23 national draft from Barwon Heads. This would be his first goal if he can kick it for the Cats. They'll come from everywhere if he does. Right on the paint of 50. Hits it, umpire likes it, and it just goes left.
I think you're right. The umpire did initially like it.
And then he went sideways. Through for a minor score. 43 plays, 36 on the Mate Internet Mobile scoreboard.
Look at Alton Humphreys just getting some treatment on the pine. He's just got a split. bleeding profusely on the bench, probably from that hit with Myercheck, which he'll remember. He'll probably have it HIA given the status of his cranium at the moment.
Houston to Pendlebury to Josh Dacos to Sidebottom. Some pretty big names involved in this chain to this point at right half back. Members side of the ground. Collingwood leads by 7 points, 19 played second term.
Just quickly running hot for Ream. Dacos and Bailey Smith both up to 14.
Up to the members' wing goes the ball. Off hands, long, bounces off a tackle and then runs away with the football. Kicking towards centre half forward. Membry back, crashes in, can't mark. De Koning under pressure, handball straight to De Goey. Knocked off the football. Geelong have it. Atkins handballs that straight to Pendlebury though. Pendlebury for the Magpies. Out wide to Membry, who's got plenty of space at left half forward. 50 from goal. Decides not to play on. Instead goes laterally back to Pendlebury as they kind of play the arc. And he's back at left half forward, 70 out. Marshalling the troops as he often does. Flat kick. Wants Cox. Can he get to it? He at least got a hand to it. Crumbs though to the Cats. To Koning, a handball to Smith. Now to Bowes. Bowes out wide with a handball to Close. Close will just chisel a ball into Manor, not 15. So he has to go quickly and he kicks it out of bounds on the full. Collingwood get it back just forward of halfway. Shane Warne stands side of the MCG.
Just again another error by Foot. Saw a stat pop up, disposal efficiency, and it said that Geelong were in front of the Pies. You wouldn't have thought so watching the game. So back inside 50 they go once more. Cox was a target. Blixav's got to the front. Pendlebury bent over and sort of picked the footy up, locked his legs and said, I'm happy to stay upright while you can ball it up for me. 45 out, left forward pocket here for the Pies. A nice quick one. Darcy Cameron tapped down and tried to find Pendlebury, getting in and over it. Plenty of players now. It's almost stacks on. Ned Long standing over it. Umpire said, we'll do it all again. Cameron. Blixav's with a run up this time. See if they can get it clear. Clearance came from Mitch Duncan. Long up the wing. No one home but Perryman. Back now to Frampton by hand. Then Houston by hand. Then Quainer in the middle of the ground by foot. So there's side bottom, or he's got Bobby Hill deeper. What does he do? He uses side bottom short. Slow it up. Geelong numbers back. Most players, if not all the players, are in this half of the ground. Side bottom pulls it short. Managed to find Elliott. Too far for him. Oh, he goes wider to Josh Dacos, and that was cheeky. So still too far for Josh. He'd have to kick from 55 or 6. Just in from the junction. There's the short kick. They've worked it well, kicking to his brother. Speed off the mark, but they're kicking, precision kicking, and that Adam Cooney was elite.
Yeah, and just the temperament and the patience just to wait for something to open up. Geelong players, just about everyone was back inside defensive 50, and only one player was willing to push as hard as he could to lead at the ball and present. It just happened to be Josh's brother Nick. I think he was the only player he was looking at too, to be fair.
Nick Dacos, bang on 45 degrees from 51 or 2. Steps a couple out to his right, runs into the paint. He's hit it pretty well. It's a goal. He gets his first, the MCG erupts. And the Magpies strike again. Just the kicking in close. I mean, they hit the targets there, almost bang on. All three of those kicks were spot on lace out. 7-7-49. The Pies said the Cats 5-6-36 on the Mate Internet mobile scoreboard.
Yeah, they've dialed it up. There's no doubt about it. They look a lot smoother with the footy. Geelong under the pump at the minute. Collingwood's pressure is tremendous, and them just not dealing with it that well. I reckon that's one that's going to pop up on the game review from a team point of view. Everyone back inside 50 for the Cats, and just to leave that small leading lane and a 15-metre kick to the most damaging player in the competition is unforgivable.
In the middle we go again. Cameron winning it down. Guess who's sharking it? Nick Dacos. He slipped over at the critical moment and his handball missed Maynard. Geelong have it. Manor broke a tackle. Open goal. Gets it. There's the immediate answer. A slip from Nick Dacos. An uncustomary slip from Nick Dacos inside the centre square. results in a Geelong goal. Collingwood 7-7-49. Geelong 6-6-42. 23 played second term, so a 7-point lead to Collingwood. And over in the West, it's a 7-point lead to Melbourne 2 minutes before half-time around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse.
7 at half-time. They wouldn't want to lose that.
Well, they've kicked their way back into it.
They would not want to lose that, the D's.
Just been watching.
It'd be a ride at Mount Buller.
Not an overly high-scoring affair, is it? 3-7 to 2-6.
But just a mistake from Nick Dacos slipping over. It's a rare one. It just allowed the Geelong players to pounce. And then Manor cruising through.
Well, he put the hand up like it was... Sorry, Coombs, like it was a certainty for goal for DLFC. It's innovative forages for farmers delivering certainty through science. He knew straight off the boot. So the clearance to the Cats again. Clark wider to Dangerfield. Centre wing far side. He sort of zigzags, comes back inboard, try to catch the defence out of position. Kick up towards a hot spot, getting back there. Cameron doing the roving cheeky. Sort of handball blind over the shoulder. Josh Dacos now to mop up. Went with the 58th degree and found Pendlebury there at the left half back.
That is just great poise from Josh Dacos. Calm, cool in the crisis, deep in defence. Swung around on his left and hit Pendlebury for the exit.
Oh, good mark to Cameron in front as Pendlebury kicks to the southern wing. He's a good player, Darcy Cameron.
Well, he was helping out in defence only about 15 seconds ago and then charged forward to take the big mark.
Kicks long down the line towards Mason Cox. He got hands to it, couldn't hold on. Clark almost had his head taken off by Steele Sidebottom. He'll get a free kick for the Cats. So defensive wing, Shane Warne stands side of the MCG. We've still got nearly 3 minutes of playing time remaining before half-time, so plenty of time for both teams to hit the scoreboard. Clark will go backwards to O'Connor, and O'Connor will centre it up to about 30 metres out from Collingwood's goal. So it's a real sort of horseshoe transfer of play from one side to the other. Holmes now marks. Holmes' kick is terrible. And it's well read and chopped off by Perryman for Collingwood on the members' wing. It's like he was wearing a Geelong jumper. Perryman goes short to Lipinski. So now Collingwood have to wait for their forwards to set.
It's a big win, though, for Collingwood to win it back in their front half after Geelong had gone into slow play to that big switch. They'll get a stoppage in their forward line now because of it. Just got caught in between Max Holmes. Just had to kick the easy one. The easy option was decoding. It's a 20-metre kick, and they retain possession at worst. Then they can go down the line, and the Cats have it in their front half and are able to actually take a little breather. Now they're under pressure.
So as Kuhn says, it is a stoppage because Lipinski's kick was fisted out of play by De Koning. Blitzavs wins it down. And then the kick out of the contest, back towards the wing. Neil in front, couldn't take the mark for Geelong. At the drop, though, Manor gets bounced in a tackle and almost hacked it off the ground where he almost hit Wiltshire. Collingwood now with the ball. Perryman handballs it out to Long, got tackled and well tackled by Humphreys. Bowes now throws it away, holding the ball. Free kick to the Magpies in the middle of the MCG.
Inflexible Long, hasn't he? For Flexalt, the only flexible oral ice treatment for sheep. Spreads the kick out to Lipinski. And a runner playing all work to space. Gully calling for it deep. Also back there, Cameron, Cox. They're all trying to block. So is Membry. Sets it up here. Fly's going to come from Myercheck. Big fist over the top. Ball goes over the boundary line. Only 5 or 8 metres around from the behind post. Right pocket. Here for the Pies, 7-7-49. They lead the Cats 6-6-42. It's game on. Don't worry about that.
It's only 7 points. It does feel like Collingwood have control of this game. Certainly in the second quarter, pressure's gone up. They've controlled the marks and got it in their territory more often than not.
Dangerfield with the attempted clearance, got smothered off the boot. Pendlebury, little weighted handball out to space. Tap from Long to Dacos. His left foot snap was bellied. Good punch from Guthrie over the boundary line. This time on the other side of the goals.
It does feel it's a Collingwood game, but they're only 7 points in front.
Which is a positive for the Cats, considering that Reece Stanley's gone down. They've had to shuffle Blitzarves and also Neil into the ruck, and they're not getting dominant possession from the midfield. So, considering that everything is against them at the minute, the way that they've been able to hang in there has been gallant.
Stengel gets tackled from the stoppage. The ball locked up and it'll be thrown up. So now about 40 metres out from the Collingwood goal at the city end, and the Shadows of half-time. Blitzers winning the tap down. Dangerfield breaks a tackle. Handballs to Close. Got a bit of space. Kicks out to Cameron. That's Jeremy Cameron marking on the southern wing in front of Frampton. Looks up. He wants to get into the corridor. He chips the ball nicely to Clark. On to Dangerfield. Dangerfield confronted, so has to chip across the 50 to Guthrie, who marks it left half forward 55 out. But he doesn't go quickly. Enables Collingwood to get numbers back. Guthrie's going to have to kick to a contest. Clark is there, got in front of McCreary, and then the support came from Maynard, who soccers it off the ground, back out towards the southern half-back flank. Schultz fell over while controlling the ball. Is in trouble here, Schultz, unless he finds the boundary. He does, and it will be thrown in.
Well, I don't know about the forward entry from Guthrie. He rushed it, kicked to a one-on-one.
Who was the smallest player?
It was a small against McCreary, who was easily able to defend it. As a shallow entry, just take your time and see if you can spot one up like they did with Nick Dacos.
Side bottom gets the handball out into the path of McCreary as the siren sounds for half-time here at the MCG. And at half-time, it is Collingwood 7-7-49, leading Geelong 6-6-42. All singles, the goal kickers. For Collingwood, it's Elliott, Houston, Cameron, Hill, Nick Dacos, Myercheck and Cox. And for Geelong, it is Smith, Manor, Dempsey, Neal, Henry and Blitzouts. Collingwood led by 3 points at quarter time. It is now 7 points at half time. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, it is half time also in the West, and West Coast leads. So the Eagles 4-7-31, leading the Demons 3-7-25 in a low scoring contest, but the Eagles kicking goals late to get that lead before quarter time. And as I mentioned also around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, stunning scenes in the election, so it will be a Labor victory. So Anthony Albanese will remain as the Prime Minister. But in a big breaking story, Peter Dutton, the opposition leader, has lost his seat. So he will no longer be the opposition leader, irrespective of whether he wanted to continue on, because he has lost his seat, which is a bit of a shock for those that like politics. We'll take a break here. AFL Nation and AFL Politics. Back with Bonner.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
40 Winks 40-hour sale. 40 Winks 40-hour sale.
We're back. The 40 Winks 40-hour sale is on now. Get up to 50% off store-wide.
40 Winks 40-hour sale. 40 Winks 40-hour sale.
Shop leading mattress and furniture brands. Hurry, sale ends Sunday. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. 40 Winks. Serious about sleep.
Wink, wink, 40 Winks.
With over 25 years' experience in endophyte technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37 and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by two 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Create a fresh, unique look for your home that reflects your individuality and personality. The Spaces for Living Live Bold, Step Bold sale is now on at Choices Flooring, with savings across a range of carpet, timber, luxury vinyl, window furnishings and designer rugs. Whether you're renovating or decorating, enjoy great discounts on featured products. Visit choicesflooring.com and download the Live Bold, Step Bold sale catalogue, or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of?
Laser tag? Pew, pew.
No, you clown.
Laser cutting?
Close.
Laser welding?
Correct. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Macca's new McSmart meal is here.
He's got Houston over the top if he wants to use it. He can go deeper. No, he doesn't. He uses Houston short, almost on the plane of 50. He's hit it deep, sweet, and the umpire did not move an inch.
Close to mark. He should chip over the top to Henry. He does, and Henry marks. Going with the drop punt. Punches at it. Kicks it well. Kicks it through for a goal.
Still too far for Josh. There's the short kick. They've worked it well. Kicking to his brother. Runs into the paint. He's hit it pretty well. It's a goal.
Dacos slipped over at the critical moment. His handball missed Maynard. Geelong have it. Manor broke a tackle. Open goal. Gets it.
Welcome back to AFL Nation for Elders and for Australian Agriculture. Of course, they are recruiting now. Head to the Elders website and for 4 and 20 pies. It's time for the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring, stylish and trendy.
The Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show. Spaces for living. Live bold. Step bold sale on now.
Adam Cooney with you. Coons, who was the toughest player today for Truckline? Keep your truck on the move with Truckline.
Well, I did enjoy the contest between Lawson Humphries and Big Brody Myercheck. They slammed into each other. I think it resulted in a split cranium for Lawson Humphries, who got that treated. And Mitch Duncan, the old boy's been battered from pillar to post all first half, hasn't he? I don't think he'll be able to get up next week.
What was an unmissable moment for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you're Drinkwise. We've had plenty of highlights. You can spread a lot of these.
We've had some individual highlights. Darcy Cameron's goal, left foot snap in the pocket, or left foot check side, which curled around, was brilliant. Ollie Dempsey, big hang time in the goal square, went back and kicked the goal. Ollie Henry's had some good flying time. So individually, there's been some superb pieces of brilliance from some of the players out there. Enjoyable stuff.
What about the crucial moment for the first half for New Farm? Australian through and through.
Well, I reckon it's the Nick Dacos goal to put them 7 points up, give them a handy little buffer leading into half-time. They did get the game on their terms in the second quarter. We'll pour over the numbers shortly and all the statistical data, but to have just about every player back inside defensive 50 for the Cats and to allow Nick Dacos, the most dangerous player in the competition, to just lead up into that lane and take an uncontested mark 50 metres out, went back, slotted it. gave the Pies a handy break leading into half-time.
Yeah, it certainly did. And it's like a game on terms. We're all at the back of the media centre here saying it feels like Collingwood are building them and they're 7 points in front. Who was a breakout player for the first half for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life?
Well, no surprises that it was the big two in the second quarter that got them going. Dacos has had 17. Scotty Pendlebury has had 16. It was a bit of a seesawing affair in the first quarter, but those two just lifted 23 disposals between them in the second quarter alone, with Nick Dacos, who's been tagged by Hoi Sin Mullen. He's had the 12 disposals, massive quarter for Nick, and kicked the goal. And Pendlebury's had 11, just sweeping around everywhere and doing as he pleases.
Let's go around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale is on now. Let's go over to WA and wowee. 31 plays 25 in favour of the West Coast Eagles, Coons.
Well, it was a pretty average first half from the Eagles. They didn't score their first goal until halfway through the second quarter. And then they lit it up. They come to life as, unfortunately, we see an injury to Jeremy McGovern. Looked like he's rolled the ankle and then popped the ribs on the way through or something. Big collision in the second quarter. But, yeah, they came to life and Melbourne just stopped. It's been a pretty average game in that first half. A goal up at half-time for the Eagles. They'd be feeling pretty good about themselves.
And also around the grounds too, in the Australian election, they've already called a Labor victory, and Peter Dutton has lost his seat of Dixon. So around the grounds in Australian politics, it's a bad day for the Liberals. Who is leading the power play rankings for Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas, Coons?
Scotty Pendlebury is up to 74. He's the leading player on the ground. 68, Darcy Cameron, who's been terrific. 63, Josh Dacos. 59, Nick. 57, Steele Sidebottom. And 57, Bailey Smith, who was terrific in the first quarter but has quietened down a touch in the second.
Who is the Flexalt flexible player that we could see move in the second half for Flexalt, the only flexible oral lice treatment for sheep?
Well, Reece Stanley went down in the first quarter with a hamstring, which meant that they had to readjust that ruck position. Blitzards is going to play a fair bit in there now, as he can do, that pinch hitter. And unfortunately, Shannon Neal's going to have to back up as a ruckman who had some big contested marks in the first quarter and looked like he was about to shred this thing apart. But unfortunately, because of the injuries, had to spend a bit more time around the ball. McCreary's been quiet. Maybe get him up around the footy. Myercheck just the 2 disposals, and for the other side, Mullen, who's doing the job on Nick Dacos, has just had the 4 disposals. Blitzarv's just the 2, so looking to get those players into the game.
Who was the tackler of the first half? The Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon.
Hasn't been a huge game for tackling, just a 21 at half-time for Geelong, 31 to the Cats. Atkins has had 4. He's built his career on tackling blokes. And Long has had 4, who's a big body, and he's breaking tackles at will, the big fella.
Funnily enough, these are the sides that both of them in the top 5 for tackles in the comp. It's not a big tackling game at all.
No, it has been a bit free-flowing, sort of bruise-free at times in terms of that ball movement, but we have seen some good physicality with players crashing and bashing into each other. But, yeah, very low tackle numbers.
And the subs for Corteva Agriscience, the future of agriculture. Well, we've already seen one made with Will Chiron and the sub out of Reece Stanley. Well, I don't think they've made a move yet with Hoskin Elliott, have they?
No, not yet. No, it looks like he may be sort of halfway through the third, towards the end of the third quarter, that he'll come into the action, hopefully get his 5 or 6 touches and kick a goal.
That was the Choices Flooring halftime floor show. Spaces for living, live bold, step bold sale is on now. We'll be back after this break. We'll run through some of the numbers in the second half here on AFL Nation. But before that, let's hit a goal of the first half for Beaumont Tiles. New flooring at Beaumont's, laminate, engineered, timber and hybrid.
The goal of the day for Beaumont Tiles. New flooring at Beaumont's. Laminate, engineered timber and hybrid.
Side bottom now. We'll kick it back into the 50 for Collingwood. Cox in front. Gets to the back. Cameron with the impossible. Oh, no way. No way. Yes way. Cameron's done it. A left foot check side. The ruckman playing like a rover with one of the best goals you'll ever see. How did he do that?
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
Hey, it's Ariane Titmus. Australian Made Week is almost here, and it's your chance to go for green and gold. From the 19th to the 25th of May, get out there and support the home team by buying Australian made. So, if you've got what it takes to be a champion, look for the famous green and gold kangaroo logo and get behind our makers and growers. Because Australian made makes Australia. Visit australianmadeweek.com.au.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Every coach knows it's hard work building a winning team, and finding the right players isn't easy. When it comes to apprentices and trainees, there's nobody better in the game than MEGT. MEGT can help you recruit the key position players you need to keep your business moving. They can also take care of wages and provide ongoing support and mentoring to keep your business ahead of the game. So, if you're needing to build a winning team, call MEGT today on 134 767 or visit MEGT.com.au.
40 Winks 40-hour sale. 40 Winks 40-hour sale.
We're back. The 40 Winks 40-hour sale is on now. Get up to 50% off store-wide.
40 Winks 40-hour sale. 40 Winks 40-hour sale.
Shop leading mattress and furniture brands. Hurry, sale ends Sunday. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Wink, wink, 40 Winks.
Working fatigued on farm isn't the same as being sleepy or drowsy. It's about pushing your body beyond its mental and physical limits day after day, with no time to recover. Fatigue can make you experience slower reaction times, reduced coordination, poor memory, or concentration. Fatigue on the footy field can lose you the game. Fatigue on the farm can lose you much more. Know the signs and manage fatigue. Search Fatigue on Farms.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Welcome back to AFL Nation, live here from the MCG. 7-7-49, the Pies lead the Cats. 6-6-42, Miles Fitzner, Adam White, and the 2003 number one draft pick, and the only number one draft pick to win a Brownlow medal, Adam Cooney, with you as the teams make their way back out on the ground. Let's crunch some of the numbers, so Coons. We'll get through some stats, of course, for many of our sponsors as well, but we'll probably give it to DLF Seeds as well. They don't get enough of a run. But where is the game being run and won?
Well, let's go through some individual numbers. Dacos 17. He's worked his way into the game nicely with that hard tag from Mullen. Pendlebury 16, cruising around doing as he pleases. Houston off halfback 14, one of the best set shots you've ever seen in the game. Side bottom 14, Dacos 14, Maynard 13. The Eclipse, Patrick Lipinski with 13. For the opposition, Bailey Smith has had the 15, a bit quieter in the second term. Duncan 13, Dangerfield 12. Max Holmes, who I want to see injected back into the midfield, has had the 11 disposals. The Diet, Tom Atkins with 10. So not a lot of ball. They're minus 29 in total disposals. So Collingwood, and that majority of that happened in the second term, just dominated the way that they moved the ball, controlled it by uncontested marks, chipped their way through, worked their way through at times. So they're only 7 points down. It does feel like Collingwood have control of this contest. So, Jeremy Cameron can go to another level. He's been reasonably well held, quiet in the first half. Clearance numbers is where some of the damage has been done. 20-11 in the first half from a Collingwood perspective. They're +8 in inside 50s as well. So getting a couple more looks at it than the Cats at the moment. So there's some upside for Geelong if they can just weather the storm. Once they did raise that pressure, the Pies, it did look like Geelong struggled to move the ball and turned it over and got a little bit fumbly. So if they can weather that storm and get that game going back on their terms where they moved them and took them off the line and then got out the back of Collingwood 4 or 5 times in the first quarter, they'll be in this contest.
Our expert for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. And with MEGT, you can build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. All thanks to Deutz-Fahr tractors, the Deutz-Fahr Warrior range from 170 to 350 horsepower. It's Deutz-Fahr evolved. Visit deutzfahr.com.au. The scoreboard, well, as it stands, it was 3 points at quarter time in favour of the Pies. 7 points at half time. Time for the third quarter, Adam White.
Thank you, Miles.
Max Holmes in centre bounce. Good news to start for Cats fans.
Flexible player, of course.
Alongside Ned Long as we start the second half. Cameron winning it down too long to Nick Dacos. Left foot kick up towards Schultz. Couldn't control it on the bounce, but he got tagged by Duncan. Free kick Collingwood. Crisp deep into 50. Wanting Elliott. It's over his head. And his immediate opponent O'Connor takes the mark backing back in the goal square.
Some good moments, O'Connor. Another one. Not a great kick from Crisp over the head of Elliott to the advantage of O'Connor there, but good clearance work again. Sharp stuff in the middle of the ground. Dacos getting it out.
Bailey Smith marks, kicks on to Guthrie, who kicks towards the southern side of the ground. That wing position, Manor off the pack. Left foot darting ball up towards Dangerfield. Couldn't mark, galloping onto it. Blitzavs taps it into the direction of Stengel. Eventually collects, goes back to Blitzavs. Inside 50 with a kick. It's poor though. Ollie Henry was behind and Frampton took the mark. Released a handball across to Josh Dacos, who flares it wide to Schultz, who marks on the left half-back flank for the Magpies.
Well, that was the issue, Whitey. You called it. Ollie Henry was behind. The kick from Blitzarves wasn't ideal, but Frampton, again, as a defender playing in front, had position.
Schultz back in the side, finds Crisp. Here's that 45 corridor kick again to Long. Their 15 to 18 metre kicks have been deathly accurate. Little handball off to Josh Dacos. Runs out towards interchange. On his left, up towards the 50. Big fly over the back came from Membry. Has options. They're way out deeper. Elects not to go long. Just taking his time. Geelong players flooding back. Now sits it up to the hot spot. The pack forms. Bobby Hill over the top though. Big fist came from Blitzavs, and it'll go through for a minor score. 7-7-49. The Pies lead the 7-8-50, should I say. The Pies lead the Cats 6-6-42.
So from the kick in, they might have stuffed it up here, the Cats. Yeah, have stuffed it up. Because lying on the bottom of it was Holmes, with 2 Collingwood players on top of him. And it's clearly going to be a Collingwood free kick to Lipinski.
It was Humphreys tried to play on quickly from full back and just turned it over.
Lipinski in the Elliott direction over his head. 3 Cats were there to take the mark, and O'Connor was the middle of the 3 and he took it. They almost spoiled each other, Coons. O'Connor.
All night, O'Connor.
Goes back to Holmes. This time it does get to him on the full in the left back pocket.
His 4th intercept mark for the night, Mark O'Connor.
It's all slow at the moment from the Cats.
Holmes to Duncan, leans back on the kick towards Humphreys and coming over the top. Membry destroys the ball over the line for a boundary throw-in. About 60 metres around from Collingwood's goal. Still no goal after 3 minutes in this third term. The Magpies by 8 points. Collingwood kicking to the punt road end as the ball gets thrown into play. Blitzav's in front. Won it down, but it's sharked by Nick Dacos. Handball to Josh Dacos. Oh, he's got the torpedo. It's going long, but it fades late and bounces out of play for a throw. He got onto it. That was a Darren Buick torpedo on the run.
He has gone the barrel, and you love it when they come off with a spiral. It starts and then works its way right through the spiral. He hit it sweet. So the boundary throw-in.
Good result too, boundary throw-in.
Great result. Rucks go at it. Blitzov's got to the front. Tried to tap with his left. Cameron socket, though. It pinged around like a pinball. Pendlebury over it. Then got nutmegged. Sweeping through Perryman, but he was robbed by Dempsey. Tried to get a clearing kick and went straight up and down. Player not 15. Josh Dacos jumped in. Still pack a player swarm. Atkins tried to go to Spakes. Close. Guthrie. Chain of handballs. Here they go. Mitch Duncan. Oh, it was a horrible handball wider. He must have heard the call for sure. And a turnover straight to Lipinski. So Collingwood on the counter. Pulled the kick a fraction shorter and wider, found Bobby Hill, and he slowed up. They were on the slingshot. Geelong managed to get some numbers back. Little pop over the top, back to Pendlebury, right on the boundary line, and it was out of bounds on the full. But that Duncan handball, he has had a stinking.
Yeah, and he breathed a sigh of relief there because he did look up, to be fair. They had an extra number back, so he had nowhere to kick the ball. But I don't know about the panic look-away handball to the opposition. You're better off barrelling that one Josh Dacos style as far as you can, and then you can actually set up in your forward half, even if it is deliberate going back the other way.
Collingwood win it back on the southern wing, and that's a lovely kick from Nick Dacos into to go in the centre square, and he finds Myercheck coming out to mark directly in front, 45 metres out from goal.
How does he see that? How does he see that?
Such a great kick. And the kick back into corridor opens the whole game up. There's not a lot of players that can hit that. I mean, there's probably only 5 in the comp.
Myercheck swings into it and swings into it brilliantly. Collingwood strike first in the third term. Magpies 8-8-56. Geelong 6-6-42. 5 played third term. That's on the Deutz Bar Tractor scoreboard. And for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts, our expert, Adam Cooper.
Oh, we've seen some great execution tonight. Some of the best things about our game. Brilliant goal scoring, big hangers, set shot kicking from Dan Houston, but that kick back inside from Nick Dacos. Oh, I mean, it's almost good enough. I need a cigarette after that because I'm just about done.
So one, they've probably got an issue at the stoppage if he's getting the ball out the front like that anyway. True. The Cats, but it's almost dead square on the run,
just across the body. Executed to perfection, and it's a goal because of that.
56 plays 42. Blitzavs with the clearance up inside 50. Coming out at it was Neil, and he had an arm across him. No free kick paid. Close in there as well. He wrapped up Lipinski one-handed. Can't get rid of it. Has to be. So holding the footy. Haven't seen a lot of Brad Close either. Gambia. He needs to get his game going in the second half. He runs around, took his full measure, but set it up towards the hot spot. Big pack of players form. Blitzov's in there as well. So was Henry. Flicked it out the back. Ducking under was Jai Clark. May have ducked his head. Umpire said, I'll have it.
He's always in the right spot, Darcy Cameron. Just works so hard to help his teammates in defence.
Certainly having a good game. Ball went up and down, and at the front of the stoppage, I think that was Manor. Sort of managed and did a 360 sort of Russian Cossack dancer style down low to the ground, and he's hit the post through for a minor.
Russian Cossack dancing.
Yeah, they low to the ground with the leg out.
Come October, November, Miles does a bit of Cossack dancing at certain times of the evening.
Third coach at Flemington.
Darcy Cameron marks for the Magpies at left half back. So it's been a sort of a sedate start to this third term. as Cameron kicks towards the wing. Crisp came in from the side, dropped the mark, then was tackled by O'Connor, taken to turf, and it'll be thrown up right in front of us on the members' wing. 56-43, Collingwood's way at the 8-minute mark on the UTEC Automation for Manufacturing clock. Cameron taps it down, taken though by Clark. Handball to Smith, to Holmes, to Jeremy Cameron. Now to Bowes, look out, you're gone! Holding the ball. Lockie Schultz, advantage paid. Josh Dacos to Pendlebury. Long ball, Elliott. No, not quite. Spiss came from O'Connor. They're still under pressure here, the Cats in defence. Big tackle applied. It'll be thrown up just outside the Collingwood goal square. Lockie Schultz was brilliant. O'Sullivan got tackled brilliantly by Jamie Elliott. As the ball gets thrown up, De Koning winning the tap down straight to McCreary, to Pendlebury, left foot snap, Scott Pendlebury salutes the crowd, salutes his teammates. There is the old man at his best.
How good's that?
Collingwood 9-8-62, Geelong 6-7-43. He's playing as well as he's played in a long time. He's not slowing down. That was just class personified.
Yeah, everyone should get to Lockie Schultz because it was the reason for the inside 50 entry. Really poor stoppage, set up structure from Geelong to allow those numbers out the back, and Pendlebury sweeping behind stoppage, really around on his left. McCreary left by himself at the back of the stoppage as well. So unforgivable. Forwards have got to push up to the back of that stoppage and outnumber that situation. You can't let any player, let alone Scotty Pendlebury, roll around the back, and he's having another night out, 18 disposals and a goal.
Magpies
stinker of a bounce here.
Sorry, Coons, that's number 3, I think, so far in this game. 3, boy. They were back in the middle of the ground. Just 19 points of margin, game high for the Pies. I'm already having a laugh. He's been taken high, Wiltshire, surely. He will get the free kick against Pendlebury. Dumped him afterwards too.
It was Mullen.
Yeah, it was Mullen. So side bottom with the turnover. Looks up inside 50. They go forward. The handball through to Dacos. Tried to sidestep. Numbers all back for the Cats. Cameron got it back. Had Mycheck square and used him.
Is this game about to get out of hand here for Geelong, Kearns?
Well, it's threatened, and there were signs in the second quarter.
Yep.
You know, there were danger signs everywhere. Collingwood was on top, and they were just hanging in there, the Cats. But it's just, unforgivable mistakes from Mullen, who gets a free kick and went half a metre back from the man on the mark and then tried to play on and turn the ball over. You can't defend that.
Mycheck for his third. Hits it from 40. Umpire goes a long way left. Just misses.
They're kind of keeping them in it.
Well, it's game high for them now, isn't it? We've gone 11 minutes on the new tech. Optimise your business with automation clock, but they've got full control of the game at the moment.
Yeah, 7-3 inside 50s. Contested possession, they're up, and they're starting to really just put the foot down here.
The Cats are kicking it around inside defensive 50, trying to find an outlet. At the moment, they just can't find that outlet. O'Connor's forced to kick to a contest. Stengel against Chris. Chris got a fist in there. Fortunately, fell straight to Ned Long, who gave the handball to Dacos, who kicks up to side bottom, who marks. Josh Dacos wants it. He won't go back to him. Instead, steals side bottom. We'll have a look at his options with a kick over the mark. He's 60 out from home. He's inside the centre square. He's not going to be able to kick a goal from here.
The umpire can call play on because you don't only get 7 seconds. He's given him 20 from 75 metres out.
Pops it up, wants Jamie Elliott, but De Koning juggles the mark for the Cats. Flares it out to Smith, who takes the mark, Bailey Smith. Deep in the back pocket. Chips into O'Connor, still inside defensive 50. Smith will get it back here. Just gets his kick away into the middle of the MCG. Stengel up, more with a spoil. Loose footy, Atkins had a bit of a fumble, bounced off a tackle. Handballs to Stengel, handballs it straight up in the air. Kind of works. Atkins, though, gets immediately tackled. Ball spits out Collins' way to side bottom. Bounces off the tackle from Dangerfield. Handballs over the top to Pendlebury. Took it on the half volley. Handballs to Josh Dacos, who flare it out to the members' wing into the Jack Crisp direction.
Starting to get busy this half too, Chris, but his milestone game. Cameron just inside the boundary. 80 from home, right in front of our commentary position.
Look, cook the Cats, don't they?
They do now.
They look like they are really battling to cover the ground.
Cameron pulled it short to Long. Now 65, we'll say 70 from home. Long to Maynard. Right out on the paint. 63 plays 43. 20 points the margin in favour of the Pies for Deutz Tractors. Get hold of the Warrior range. Up inside 50. The hot spot it goes. Big fly at the front. Getting back was Mychek. Went back to Long. Big tackle late. It was Atkins. Umpire said, I'll have it.
Big Coxie went flying through the contest there. He was pushed out, but...
he was really trying to milk one there.
Oh, yeah, he just lost his footing. Newborn giraffe.
Tap out to clear air to Atkins. Just think the kick up towards close. Good contested mark in front of Maynard. Close at right half back for the Cats. Just needs some run. Neil's sort of gone quiet, but he's now trying to get across to this stoppage, but can't. Dangerfield there, and Perryman has made very short work of Dangerfield. Intercept mark taken.
Short kick into Nick Dacos. Members wing. Comes inboard and then just shapes a kick cleverly to Cox. Now to Josh Dacos running past to Long. Got confronted. Handballs on to Crisp. Another looping handball over the top to Mychek. Now to the running Cameron. Cameron runs out of room. Handballs over his head to about 5 Geelong players who are just waiting for it. And now the Cats, no, they can't clear. Atkins straight to Long. Handballs to Josh Dacos. Josh Dacos a handball to Pendlebury. 50 out. Pokes it into the pocket. Bobby Hill's coming late, but to Koning. Stands strong and marks last line of defence for the Cats. He's done that a few times tonight.
Yeah, they have. They've got out of jail a few times tonight through the actions of De Koning and O'Connor. Just helping them out on that last line of defence with those big intercept marks. But that's a nice kick from Humphries. Hopefully it opens it up.
Adam Cooney, our expert for MEGT, Bowes at centre half back. Pumps one Long. O'Sullivan with the sit, V Moore. Getting to the front, Wiltshire, he might have been held without it, free kick not paid, might not have been there either. Back to O'Sullivan, now Dangerfield towards the junction, bends it back, inside 50 to square it up. Fist came from Long, getting over the back, Duncan, tried to tattoo himself, met heavily by Cox. He's been smashed up.
He's pillar to post, he's been absolutely bashed tonight, Mitch Duncan. I'm not sure if he's in the best 22 for next week with the night that he's had just coming in, but I don't reckon he'll be able to get up anyway. He'll spend the whole week in the ice bath and the hyperbaric chamber, the old boy, to try and get up.
Need it. Cox feed with subs, 20 out from Cats goal. Tap to Dangerfield here. He gets wrapped up again. Long right on him. Stengel tried to go inside. Josh Dacos got him home. Crowd don't like it. Going to take a stab. That 82 might have been bang on.
Crowd-wise, you reckon?
It looks full, but it's not quite full.
I reckon it's, low 80s.
Could be more. Yeah, 85.
Maybe 85.
It's a Stengel around the corner to stem the flow. Must need it. Could say this is a Bendix breaks big moment. Put your foot down with confidence. Stengel around the corner. Pushes it past. And the crowd cheer justice. Through for a minor.
Well, you have to make the most of those opportunities because they have been limited in this third term. Just a 4 inside 50s. Just had to kick that.
Maynard takes the mark and runs on with a bounce up to Hill, who marks defensive members win. The Magpies by 19 points. We've reached 17 minutes on the new tech clock.
Josh Dacos double figures for the third term. He's up to 10 disposals.
Hill a flat kick. Hits Cox on the shins and bounces back to the wing. Long gets tackled by Duncan. Drop the ball. Free kick. That's there, Collingwood fans. Duncan with the free kick. Chipped it inboard to Holmes. Now the run of Wiltshire. He'll kick wide. It's a good kick though. And Dangerfield will mark 40 from home on the boundary, right forward pocket, kicking to the city end.
The crowd not happy. They thought the ball was over the boundary line, but the tackle from Duncan actually stripped Long of the footy before it bounced over. So correct call, crowd.
So it'll take Dangerfield's absolute best kick from here. He's up against the fence. Outside the 50s, he starts his approach. In he comes, Patrick Dangerfield from 45. It's not a bad effort. It's close, but it's just missing near side to the right and through for a behind. So it's an even 3 goals the difference. 9-9-63 Collingwood, Geelong 6-9-43. We've played 18 minutes in the third term on the Deutz Fat Track this score.
I think he might have been getting some advice over the boundary line then. I'm not sure, but through the binoculars, I could have sworn they were telling him how to kick it. Or it might have been where to go. I couldn't quite make it out. Pendlebury. Just under a little pressure. The play lead at him in Darcy Moore. Right back pocket. Still looking to clear. Moore pulls the trigger. Looks up the line to find McCreary. And it was just marked inside, according to the boundary umpire. We hesitated. Approaching the 19-minute mark thanks to Newtek. McCreary up the line again. Getting to the front was Cox. Side bottom there in support. Also Lipinski. Flicked the handball back. Only as far as Blixarves. Long wrapped him up. Umpire says I'll have it. Receiving size long, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's long.
Don't. So Cox out of midair. Socket forward, getting out the back with a yard of room was Membry, had Mychek in support. Does he square it up? Well, he tried to. He didn't quite get the connection on the kick. Guthrie back there as well. Big tackle to Goey. Umpire said I'll have it. Danger territory here for the Cats. Getting close to three-quarter time. 18 points your margin.
Great chase, Max Holmes. Could have been a goal against. Just did everything he possibly could, sprinting as hard as his little legs could take him, and affected that kick from Mychek.
Pat's under pressure here. Smith handled over his head to Humphreys. Clears without really looking, but it works. Blitzav's mark on his chest, and he's galloping away, kicking down towards Neil. Going back with a float, went with one arm, dropped it. Maynard was able to be the beneficiary of that. Handballs to Moore. Gallops away now as Moore. Handballs to Josh Dacos. They're back at the southern wing, the Magpies. Wide kick, well-read Bowes. Good mark against Lipinski. He plays on with a forward handball to Close. Back on the southern wing. Up to Neil. That's better. Took it 2 hands. Wheels onto his right. Dangerfield. He's deep. Neil's there as well. Ollie Henry's there as well. Dropped by Cameron. 20 metres out from goal. They were drowned with choices. Spits out to Dangerfield. Now to Cameron. Must be a goal. And is a goal. The snap from 25 metres. They just had more players down there than Collingwood. It was just a matter of how they were going to make it work. And in the end, it was the 2 veterans, Dangerfield to Cameron, and the Cats get back within 12 points. It's a strange game. Collingwood 9-9-63. You kind of feel they're 5 or 6 goals up on Geelong. They're not. They're only 2 goals up. The Cats 7-9-51. 21 played third term on the Deutz Fat Track, the scoreboard.
It's incredible that they're this close in the contest at the moment. Collingwood are dominating all over the ground. Geelong clearance work, probably keeping them in it at the moment. They've been doubled in inside 50s for the third quarter, 12-6. 6 more tackles. Geelong have only laid 8 tackles for the quarter. They've played poor footy. They're only 12 points down. Even that, they had this a 2-on-1 forward of the ball.
It was a 2-on-1, then it was almost a 5-on-3.
Then it was a 5-on-3, and they nearly butchered it. But Jerome Cameron came in and saved the day, who has been quiet, but he can light up.
AFL Nation for 4-20. Sausage roll this time, and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Out of the clearance, Houston to side bottom on his left to Darcy Cameron. Handball over the top. Bobby Hill with a yard of room. He's in front of Atkins. He's had 1 bounce, 2 bounces. Runs in, has a ping. Oh, Bobby Hill's touched on the line.
Miles, you're about to explode then.
Yeah, I was. We were right behind it. It was online, wasn't it?
It was.
It was online. It's just fallen short. And for those watching at home on SEN Sync, you would have seen from where the camera was showing, it was going straight through, just a fraction short.
Quick reload from the Cats, get it to the southern side, and it's out of bounds. Just for the wing for Collingwood. The Magpies 9-10-64, the Cats 7-9-51. That's on the Deutz Far Tractor scoreboard on the new tech clock. We've played 22 minutes in the third term. Ball gets thrown in. Cameron in the ruck, won it down. McCreary kind of hacked it off the ground. It comes back to McCreary, went without it. Nick Dacos, he won't go without it. He picks it up, kicks inside 50. Cox their only chance. He got hands to it. Sullivan did well then to affect the spoil. And now there's a high tackle free kick going Geelong's way. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, Melbourne leads by 14 points against the Eagles. So they've kicked away in the third term. 7 to play before three-quarter time there. West Coast led by 6 points at half-time. Just repeating the news on the election, the Labor Party is back in office. Albanese will be Prime Minister again. A bad night for the Liberals. Perryman wins the ball for Collingwood. Handballs. Frampton tackled off the ball, lost it. Stengel picks up with it. Handballs to Dempsey outside of his boot. Oh, that was clever. Wiltshire took it on the bounce. Come on, young man, kick a goal. His first goal in AFL football. And every single Geelong player knows it, and they want to celebrate with him. Brilliant work from the Cats down the southern side, and then spotting the youngster in the corridor all alone. Adam Kearney, it's always a special moment when you kick your first goal in AFL football.
Yeah, you always remember your first and your goal when you play footy as well. Good pressure, Dangerfield. Up around the ball. Gee, this is... I'm amazed.
Is there a bit of showboating from Collingwood in the way that they're playing to keep Geelong in it almost?
I don't think we're probably giving the Cats enough credit, are we?
Well, they're scrapping and Collingwood are just...
That's the thing. They're scrapping their way to goals, and it was Dangerfield again. Big tackle in the middle of the ground, and just a bit of flair from Dempsey. I thought the kick was going to go wide to Cameron. Saw Wiltshire all alone forward of the ball, and he finished, the young fella. Well done.
The Pies from clearance through Nick Dacos in Houston. It went forward to Bobby Hill. He dropped what he should have taken. Oh, the kick back inboard. It's a good old-fashioned coach killer. If they score from here, he'll get dragged, surely. Back to Elliott. Collingwood mucking around with it. Inside, Schultz with a dink over the top. Yard of room, getting back their first Guthrie, wrapped up by Hill. He tried to flick out to open space. Humphries and Bowes back there as well. Almost thrown out by Bowes. Back to Schultz. Yard of room here for Pendlebury. 1-2 step. Salts and candy. Pendlebury, he pulled it short and found Membry. It was a team thing to do. And Membry marks directly in front. Pendlebury probably had every right to pull the trigger. 35 out directly in front. He dinked one over the top.
Yeah, stepping in board. He's already kicked a great goal tonight, Pendlebury. Forgive him for blasting that one over the umpire's head, but such is his unselfishness. It'll be an easy goal for Membry.
Yeah, you would have thought.
Bobby Hill's hurt in back play on it with a shoulder.
Could be a certainty for goal for DLFC's. Innovative foragers for farmers, delivering certainty through science. And that it surely is. Margin back out to 13 points. A little steadier. Geelong won't go away. It's like a flu or a cold. They're just lingering. In the words of the Cranberries, Whitey, they are lingering.
Well, it was a coach killer from Lawson Humphries. Just slewed off the side of the boot, tried to switch the ball back inside the corridor. It actually went, the kick went behind him, ended up inside 50, tough to defend. He tried desperately to get back, but Collingwood had numbers forward of the ball, and Pendles just stepped around. A bit of poise. Scotty, that's an easy goal for the Pies after the Cats did so much hard work to claw their way back into this contest. With a minute 30 to go in red time. It's a big goal for the Pies.
That's the Bendix Breaks big moment, surely.
Yep. The Dacoses are running hot for Ream. They've got 52 disposals between them. 27 to Josh and 25 to Nick. From the restart, it will be a Geelong ball here. Lily Smith has a bit of time to kick inside 50. Henry got hands to it, gets to the back. Dangerous spot here for the Magpies. They're under all sorts of pressure. Massive tackle applied on Josh Dacos. Just outside the goal square, it'll be thrown up.
Don't pay that anymore, do they? The old-fashioned, what do they call it? Spilled out the tackle. He had no prior.
Dangerfield was magic there, the way he was able to stick that tackle. Ball thrown up. Neil winning it down. Shark by Moore. Oh, he's coughed it up. Manor. Snap goal. Yes! They will not go away, Geelong. And it's getting a bit testy. It's getting a bit fiery inside 50 at the city end of the ground. Bailey Smith's involved. Scott Pendlebury's involved. Nick Dacos is there. Bailey Smith is really mouthing off.
It's Maynard.
Well, of course he's involved.
Yeah, it's those two went at it.
At 7 points now, again, in the shadows of three-quarter time. Collingwood 10-10-70. Geelong 9-9-63. Manor, he's got 2 goals too, all after quarter time.
Yeah, desperation again from Paddy Dangerfield. He affected the big tackle in the middle of the ground on Cameron to get the ball going forward in that last goal. And again, smashing Darcy Moore from behind allowed Manor to roll through and kick that goal. So the leaders, the big leader from the Cats standing up when he knows that his team needs.
This is turning into something special here, this game. It's just got a funny little feeling about it. Bailey Smith with the clearance, intercepted and half back, taken by Perryman. For 4-20 sausage rolling for Elders for Australian Agriculture. 7 points the margin.
Had more time than Bailey Smith from centre bounce, rushed the kick around the body. Stengel, not sure what he was doing, just had to engage his opponent, but Baz Lenker could have used that speed out of stoppage then and steadied up a bit more.
Certainly could. Up the line they go. O'Sullivan for the Cats, a big punch over the top. Getting back there's Dempsey and Blixarves and Guthrie, the headband crew. They all align. It's like the Brady bunch. Umpire said, I'll have it. Throw the ball up.
Children of the corn. All those blonde kids running through there.
All look like grown-ups. So the ball up. Clearing kick came from Cameron, but intercepted by Blixarves, and he'll look for a short option. Left half back for the Cats. We've gone 29 and a bit on the new tech clock. Magpies by 7. Absolute game on here. Saturday night football, AFL Nation. 10-10-70. The Pies lead the Cats. 9-9-63. AFL Nation for 4-20 sausage roll and for Elders for Australian Ag. We'll be back right after this.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for the Deutz-Fahr Warrior range. From 170 to 350 horsepower, it's Deutz-Fahr Evolved. Visit deutzfahr.com.au.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
If you're in the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed, contact Best Sheds today and take advantage of their 25% off sale. They've got the best sheds in the business, and their sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams and save with Best Sheds 25% off sale. Save big at Best Sheds. 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by 2 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew, pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
Working fatigued on farm isn't the same as being sleepy or drowsy. It's about pushing your body beyond its mental and physical limits day after day, with no time to recover. Fatigue can make you experience slower reaction times, reduced coordination, poor memory, or concentration. Fatigue on the footy field can lose you the game. Fatigue on the farm can lose you much more. Know the signs and manage fatigue. Search Fatigue on Farms.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Macca's new McSmart meal is here.
Coney winning the tap down straight to McCreary to Pendlebury. Left foot snap. Scott Pendlebury salutes the crowd. Salutes his teammates. Dropped by Cameron, 20 metres out from goal. They're drowned with choices. Spits out to Dangerfield. Now to Cameron. Must be a goal. And is a goal. Handballs to Dempsey outside of his boot. Oh, that was clever. Wiltshire took it on the bounce. Come on, young man. Kick a goal. His first goal in AFL football. Neil winning it down. Shark by Moore. Oh, he's copped it up. Manor. Snap goal. Yes. They will not go away too long.
Macca's on Loving It highlights out of the break thanks to Macca's, a new Tennessee barbecue range kicking flavour goals. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and for Elders. For Australian Agriculture, Miles Fitzner, Adam White, Adam Cooney with you. 10-10-70 plays 9-9-63 Coons. It was 3 points at quarter time, 7 at half time, 7 at three-quarter time.
Well, who knows what's going to happen? Collingwood have looked the far superior side, in my opinion. In general play over a half a footy. Cats did really well in the first quarter, but they just keep hanging in there. It's only 7 points and they're still not at their best. Big quarters from Josh Dacos with 13 disposals. Darcy Cameron has been huge all night with 9. Nick Dacos with 8. Maslenka for the Cats got into double figures for the third term after a quiet second. 10 disposals. Tom Atkins with 6. It's just some individual efforts from the big dogs. Paddy Dangerfield getting it done with some big tackling pressure to the middle of the ground and forward to create scoring opportunities against the run of play for his side. Big last quarter coming up.
You start the last quarter with Cameron taking it out of the ruck for Collingwood, kicking towards half forward. Duncan spoils and into the hole. It's going to be a Geelong free kick to Duncan.
Yeah, go to Jack Bowes.
It's coming back, so everyone confused except Adam Cooney and Brett Roseberry.
Beach balls, Coons.
Well, he's an umpire's favourite. We know that, so he just has this understanding with them.
Heard the love of the umpires.
So Bowes, he'll probably just handball it to Duncan. No, he won't.
I wouldn't after some of his decisions.
No, that's right. So Bowes back part of the square. Goes to the front part of the square. Dangerfield gets a run at it and climbs high. Can't hold on. That was spectacular. Josh Dacos went off the ground. Ricochets to Long. Handballs in the Hill direction, but Geelong read it well. Holmes handballs to Stengel. Has to be quick. Is to Smith. He also has to be quick. Handballs it on. Cameron loping after it. Handballs into open space to Close. They're just forward of halfway. Out on the members' side of the ground.
Kick the ball.
Close to Duncan. Back to Close, who goes backwards to Jeremy Cameron on the members' wing.
Obsession with handballing under pressure to putting your teammate under more pressure when he can kick the ball 50 metres and get some territory.
Amazing that they're still in the game the way they are. Cameron pulled the kick short to Holmes. I haven't done this all night.
Good build-up, this.
Short to Bailey Smith. 3 16.5-metre kicks in a row. So Bailey Smith wheeled around. He went up to 20 metres out. Big fly to the front came from Dempsey. Maybe dropped what he should have taken. Getting in and under. I think O'Sullivan got pulled out. Dangerfield there. He goes to Neil. Out of the scrum and misses. Through for another minor score. 10-10-70. The Pies lead the Cats. 9-10-64. 6 points to margin. All thanks to Tyre Power. Mega May sale. The Mega May sale save on Falcon tyres with Tyre Power.
It was almost uncontested in the end from Ollie Dempsey. Made position, read the drop of the ball, and then just spilt the chest mark. 20 metres out, directly in front.
Josh Dacos runs into the field of play, kicks up towards Crisp, couldn't mark. Blitzavs knocks Cox over, and the ball goes out of bounds for a throw-in next to the Geelong interchange gate. So the Pies have been able to move it almost to halfway with one kick. The Pies lead by one kick. 70-64.
Jack Crisp just at the stoppage here all by himself, looking up. There's a Cats player spare off the back of the stoppage in Holmes, but
Smith gets tackled off his kick. Blitzavs is tackled by Cameron and he'll be thrown up. Same spot, just forward of the wing for the Cats, members side. Thrown up quickly. Blitzavs wins the tap down. Clark will get there first for the Cats. Handballs along the line. It trickles out of play. Geelong back to half forward now. Just 60 from home left half forward.
dangerous stuff, leaving Crisp, an extra player at stoppage and leaving Holmes off the back as a bit of protection as he works his way into the middle of the ground now. Holmes is just sort of almost sharking behind the stoppage at the minute.
Boundary throw-in was a fraction short. Smith at the front of it. Got the clearance up towards the Stengel direction. He was in a wrestle with Maynard. Dempsey came out, took it off the bounce, almost like he was marking the footy.
Good play.
Happy to take it to ground, not spill out, Coons.
Well, that's a great point. Just took the tackle and get a stoppage in your forward 50 rather than trying to do too much. Good smart play from Ollie Dempsey.
Cox v Neil. Cox got the better of it, brought it straight down. Dangerfield was there. Only went out in the Josh Dacos direction. He elected to soccer again. Back to De Koning. Now to Bailey Smith. Running backwards though. We're back at the centre circle. O'Connor comes out towards the interchange gate, and Cameron again a long way up the ground to get the footy. Takes his time. Lowers his eyes and overcooks the kick. Intercept taken by Jack Crisp at the junction. Right half back for the Pies.
Hasn't been a good night for Jeremy Cameron.
No, it hasn't.
It was pretty average last week, but he still could have kicked 7. So he can light up at any stage.
Up to the wing. Blitzavs taps it away from Darcy Cameron.
Doesn't look 100%.
No, he looks like an old man tonight.
He doesn't have that change of pace, burst of speed. Just looks like he's carrying something slight.
Yep.
Obviously not enough to keep him out, but it's enough to affect his performance at the moment.
Yep, I agree with that. It's like he's got a bad back or something. He doesn't look right. Ball gets thrown in. Cox winning the tap down. Nick Dacos tried to go off the ground. Mullen, as he's been all night, right on him. And somehow he gets a free kick. Nick. He's pushed Mullen to the ground while he was lying on the ground in frustration, right in front of the umpire, and that'll be 50. And I don't think I've ever seen Nick Dacos lose his cool.
Try and wind him up a bit more here.
Have a look at the replay and tell us what you saw on the Makita replay.
I think it's just the first time we've seen him frustrated. I mean, he's had 25. It's not like he's not getting his hands on the ball. He just pushed straight into the throat of Mullen after giving the free kick away.
Is that me or is that a short 50?
It is a short 50. Mullen into Duncan in the corridor. Short pass to Bose. Not 15. Has to handball it away. Manor handballs to Dangerfield. Breaks the tackle. Gets boot to ball. It's out to the right and it will miss. That was definitely
35.
About a 40-metre penalty.
If that. They got nervous from the 80-metre one they gave the other week.
That's right. So they're within a kick now. It's 70-65. Collingwood's lead. We've played 5.5 minutes on the new tech automation for manufacturing clock in the last 2.
Houston into Kleiner. Now towards the interchange. Bit of a sit here for Schultz if he wants. Ended up spoiling each other, Schultz and Crisp. Sitting under it was Humphries. He's got the bandage around his head. Just keeping an eye on no movement down from the Pies bench with Will Hoskin-Elliott. So he still remains the sub for the Pies. Cox sort of guided it to himself and had an incorrect disposal. That is holding the footy. So Wiltshire, the beneficiary. The boy from Barwon Heads up inside 50. Darcy Moore Did well. Mark not paid. Dangerfield there also. You feel like he's lifting Danger. Umpire said another ball up. Danger territory here. I reckon the Cats have gone up a gear, boys.
Yeah, they have. Danger's been huge.
Massive.
Tonight. I mean, that would have been an intercept mark. Ripped it down. Didn't give up on it.
Cox just dominating Neil in the ruck. Looking a tap left-handed, and
now they can build some pressure inside forward 50 and allow DeConan to just sweep as that spare behind the ball 50 metres away down the line.
Long in the stoppage. Atkins here also wrapped up by Scott Pendlebury. So it's a third ball up deep in the 50 here for the Cats. Cox again, went left-handed, Danger, another clearance, tried to find Smith though, overcooked the handball, Chris just pushed Bailey Smith off it, went with a dink on his left, that'll be play on not 15, Bowes over his shoulder, up inside 50 they go again, getting to the front, there was Henry, Manor across his body, nutmegged a couple, oh no, Darcy Moore, horror mistake, and the beneficiary was Henry. It was a horrible handball. Henry needed an inch and he took it, snap around the corner, and can you believe it, 10-11-71 to 10-10-70, the Cats have hit the front.
Incredible. Great goal from Henry, just opportunistic stuff. Terrible mistake from Darcy Moore, just panicked, slapped the ball out just to space. You've got to know where your teammates are. You have to know where the opposition are in that position. Lost his footing. Better off keeping your feet, picking it up and just taking the tackle. Slapped it back to dangerous space. Good finish from Henry. And the Cats are in front.
Unbelievable.
They've kicked 4 of the last 5 goals, Geelong. Just when it looked like it was sort of 1 goal away from it being over in the third term Collingwood's way. Bledsoe's winning the tap down in the middle. Long collects the ball. They tackle him. He handballs it forward. Good pressure from the Cats. They come up with a loose ball. Smith handballs to Duncan from halfway. Rushes a kick towards the half-forward flank. Close will get there on the second bounce. He's confronted. Handballs back to Wiltshire. He'll kick to the 50. Stretching and Neil couldn't mark. There's a push though against Darcy Moore. Free kick to Neil. Just outside the 50 for the Cats.
He can if he flushes this, he's got the distance. So someone needs to tell him to just relax.
He's going to chip it in the Dangerfield direction over his head. And a defensive mark to Houston for Collingwood.
He needed someone a leader to just tell him to calm down, take your 30 seconds and have a shot. Just rushed it. And
Houston into the corridor to side bottom. Defensive 50. They've got runners on the southern side. They'll start the approach now. Side bottom goes wide. Now the short kick from Perryman into Frampton. Now to the run of Nick Dacos. Shapes a kick towards Schultz, but good defensive work there from DeConing to get in late, get a hand to it, knock it out of play for a throw-in.
Could be a Bendix Breaks big moment. Put your foot down with confidence with Bendix Breaks. 70 plays 71 on the Tyre Power Mega May sales scoreboard. Just coming up 10 minutes for New Tech. Automation for manufacturing. Optimise your business with automation. Boundary throw in. Scrappy footy. It was an awful option by Mullen. Side bottom stood up. Gave to Josh Dacos out the back of the stoppage. Went up inside 50. Target was my check. Mark not paid. Crowd don't like it.
Hit the ground.
We'll get that on the Makita XGT 40 Volt Max replay. It didn't look like he cleanly took it. He might have caught one high, I think. Just a shoulder, but unintentional. Ball up, danger territory here for the Cats, and a free kick paid here to side bottom against Bailey Smith for holding. Massive moment in the game. Side bottom has been enormous. He's already had the 20, 4 clearances as well to go with it. Arguably career best form. Is that much of a hold, Coons?
No. It's just soft. It's just unnecessary in this moment of the game to give away a goal, potentially.
Side bottom from the set shot. The footy gods have spoken.
The ball don't lie. I mean, the umpires just don't need to get involved in that situation. If it's a clear free kick, yes. It was just a half, almost a quarter of a hold. clearly wasn't there. I mean, those sorts of little holds and pulls happen 100 times a game. Just let the players decide what's going to happen.
71 apiece, all thanks to Tyre Power. Mega May sale now on.
All locked up at 71 apiece. At the 11-minute mark of the final term, Mason Cox has been subbed out of the game for Collingwood, which means an extra runner, Hoskin Elliott, into the action. Darcy Cameron taps it from the throw-in. Comes out the side bottom, just shovels it forward. Bailey Smith should get there first for the Cats, overruns it, has supporting Bowes, got tackled, handball back towards Atkins, shrugs the tackle from Myercheck, not from side bottom, coughs it up. Schultz runs out of room, but it's coming back, a free kick to Collingwood to side bottom for holding the ball.
It's a couple of
just
times
outside the 50.
where Atkins has tried to do too much with the footy rather than just take that first option. Trying to break too many tackles. He's been caught holding the ball and burned a couple of teammates tonight, which is very unlike him. Generally very selfless.
Little lateral ball from side bottom to Pendlebury. There's no player behind Pendlebury. He's 70 out from goal. He pops it up. Can someone take a fly? They do, but it's fisted away into the pocket. Hoskin Elliott onto the loose ball. Runs out of room. It'll be thrown in 20 around from Collingwood's goal at the City end.
Cox it's an interesting sub. He was playing pretty well.
Yeah, I just guess, that extra run late in the game. See if he can get some brilliance inside forward 50 from Hoskin Elliott, generate a goal.
Cameron now with the around-the-ground duties, and Membry with the forward-line duties. He took it out of the ruck, tried to handball to Schultz. Bailey Smith with the clearance, banged on his boot just outside 50. Get him back, though, is Perryman. 55, 60 from home. Numbers back for the Cats. Perryman, sort of the chip up. Myercheck with a fly, had a clear run at it. He's putting together a nice game, Myercheck. Tight sort of an angle, 35 out. And he's going to go back and line up for number 3.
It's a bit easy, wasn't it? Have to have a look at the replay and see how he got that separation from De Koning, but he was just trailing in.
13-minute mark of the last quarter. Big moment. Myercheck. Oh, he half shanked it. Nearly missed a lot. It's gone a long way left. 10-12, 72. The Pies lead the Cats 10-11, 71. All thanks to Tyre Power. We do it for 4 and 20 Pies and for Elders. 4 Australian Hack.
So Humphreys has a fumble coming out of defence. Good enough to collect. Long clearing ball to Dangerfield, who marks defensive side of the members' wing. Collingwood by a point. 14 minutes gone in the last term. Dangerfield plays on, kicks towards half forward. Jeremy Cameron in front. Spoil came from Moore. Back towards the wing. Dangerfield just charges through. Handballs on towards half forward. Manor got tackled without the ball. No free kick. Umpire comes in and says he'll throw it up.
Just quickly, for Macca's, the new Tennessee barbecue range, kicking flavour goals. The crowd, 82,514.
Not bad. 2,000 marks. Left half forward.
You say according to the MCG?
Well, don't leave out the detail.
It was a great call,
Cameron kicks it back to the boundary, and it's called insufficient intent. Free kick to Geelong. To Manor in front of his own interchange gates. Collingwood by a point. Manor runs into the field of play, kicks long. Where's Dempsey? He's down there. He taps it on into the corridor for the Cats. Side bottom picks up. Dempsey tackles him. He can't get rid of it. It'll be thrown up. Massive pack of players around this ball inside 50 at the punt road end.
Crooms, have they put Dempsey more permanent forward instead of up on the wing?
Yeah, he seems to be forward of the footy and has been for most of the night. Look out for danger here.
Cameron gets the tap down to Atkins. He's immediately tackled. Another stoppage.
22 disposals tonight, Danger. As a permanent forward, it's a huge night.
Darcy Cameron down to Darcy Moore. He's tackled. It'll be thrown up again. Have a go, Miles.
What a game this has turned into. Cats look cast. At one point, the Pies got out to 20 points and looked all but over. Clearance from Hoskin Elliott over his shoulder. The crowd cheering the old Collingwood chant. Over the boundary again, 70 or 80 from home. What do they call it? The 19th man or something like that? It's spooky rather than inspiring.
Haunting.
It is haunting.
Out on bail.
Shout out to all our Collingwood listeners.
We love you, Pie supporters.
Cameron only as far as Holmes. He went the handball to find Manor. They're going to call it. No, yeah, surely not. Boundary throw in.
That'll rile them up.
You can't pay that.
Well, there was a teammate there who just overshot the handball. Different to the other one, but I guess we're not going to see it that way.
So the Pies have looked the goods all night. Can the Cats steal it? It's danger v Cameron in the ruck here. Interesting. Cameron just got to the front, used his size, attempted clearance. Bo's in there as well. Just ran away from McCreary. Did well with the outside of the boot. Quayner's got the sit here in this. Getting in and under it too was Stengel over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in right at the junction in the Cats forward line. 72 plays 71 for 4 and 20 Pies and for Elders for Australian Ag.
I reckon Dan Houston's done a hammy as well. He's just come off and gestured to the physio. The hamstring. So not good news for Pies fans. Great contest from Stengel, 2-on-1, just to get that ball out of bounds.
From the throw-in, nothing really eventuates, at least initially. Pendlebury with a big tackle, another stoppage inside 50. So the last 3 minutes have been parked in this little area down at the punt road end. But at least at the moment, the Cats can't score a goal despite their field dominance. Manor has a go. He gets tackled. Quayner jumps in on top. Another stoppage. So Collingwood's defence under all sorts of strain here. Can they keep holding on? Darcy Cameron taps it down. Dangerfield somehow got a handball out to Atkins, gets ragdolled, handballs it back to the boundary. Ollie Henry was in the vicinity, so the umpire will throw it in.
It's just Houston getting that. Just had a rub. He's holding the left hamstring.
Got a bad case of cramp or just pinged it. He did say the hamstring to the physio, so keep an eye for the next few minutes. There's 9:30 to go. We'll see if he comes back on.
Cameron wins it down. That's Jeremy Cameron this time. Lurking again is Banner. Gave a defensive handball to Holmes. Got tackled. McCreary there. He gets knocked over by Manor. They've got it back to the 50, where again it will be thrown up. This is amazing how many stoppages there has been in this area of the ground over the last 5 minutes.
Great looking at the replay. Just the scoop out from Holmes. It was a clear throw, but the umpire was blindsided.
Ball up. Cameron took it clean out of the ruck. Smothered in and under by Atkins. They get a clearance anyway. Elliott v. De Koning 1-on-1. De Koning went to go one-handed. The spare was there with O'Connor. Getting on top of him, Jamie Elliott. Oh, he rode him down like a bull. Into the turf, he said. Another stoppage right in front of the interchange.
Big win. They had the spare behind the ball. The 2-on-1 to Elliott to just hold that one in and not let that re-entry come back.
It really slowed this down, and neither team really wanted to let it out of the stoppage at all. Another one again. Blixars v Cameron. This time it's getting closer and closer to the boundary. Bailey Smith, Atkins taken over the boundary. We've gone stoppage, stoppage, throw in. Stoppage, stoppage, throw in. Stoppage, stoppage, throw in.
What's next?
Right.
Free kick.
So a throw in on the members' wing. Houston still with the physios on the boundary. Blitzabs and Darcy Cameron. Side bottom went off the ground. Long's tackled by two Cats. It'll be thrown up. So Nick Dacos and Bailey Smith have both just come back on. They've had their final rest.
Both teams want protection behind the ball. Playing off for the Pies.
Grabs it out of the ruck, up to the 50. Two Collingwood players spoil each other at the drop. Darcy Moore gets tackled. Frampton, good handball to Josh Dacos, to Hoskin Elliott. Kicks back towards the wing. Geelong have got the numbers here at the drop. It's Blitzabs. Kicks into the middle. Oh, Duncan, he waited for it, got clattered into. Holmes got a handball to Zach Guthrie. Guthrie long inside 50 for the Cats. Cameron in front, gets the back. Oh, Dempsey! Dempsey's marked it! Ollie Dempsey! He was a bystander at the back of that contest. It cleared the contest and it landed in the lap of the little number 28.
I'd love to have a look at the replay. Crowd going absolutely mental. They thought it was a throw from Duncan. I think he got a scoop and a fist to it. Let's have a look after this shot.
Ollie Dempsey, 20 out, straight in front to the punt road end. He has put Geelong back in front. Ollie Dempsey's having a night. His second goal, a big screamer in the goal square. And now the go-ahead goal at the 21-minute mark of the final term.
Let's have a look at the replay here from Duncan. No, it's a handball. Settle down, Pies fans.
We saw one of them last week, didn't we?
Nothing wrong with that.
Geelong 11-11, 77. Collingwood 10-12, 72. 21 played final term. And Adam Kearney on the Makita replay giving the thumbs up to the umpire. A handball to Mitch Duncan in the middle that resulted in the goal.
It was slick, but he did get the fist to it. And Dempsey just pushed Crisp out. Perfect timing. Jeez, he's a crafty little forward, isn't he? Enjoys the moment.
Macca's new Tennessee barbecue range kicking flavour goals like Dempsey. Back in the middle of the ground we go. Holmes from the clearance, one bounce, runs out towards the member side. He has two. No runners to go with him. Again with the outside of the boot, going inside 50. Coming out Dangerfield. Maynard didn't like it.
Close to 50.
You can't jump up and remonstrate.
No, you can't.
So,
He's gone over the mark and then pushed Dangerfield after he slid in and marked the ball. He's not happy. Not sure why.
It would dead set be a right. Now, this is a huge kick. This could be the biggest kick of the game. 22 and a half. Dangerfield will kick right from the paint of 50. A little bit straighter than 45. Well within his wheelhouse. Margin 5 to make it 2 kicks. Dangerfield comes in late in the game. Umpire didn't move. Come at the men. Come at the danger. Can you believe it? The Cats 11 points in front. You heard that correctly. 23 minutes gone. Last quarter. All thanks to new tech and Tide Power. Cats in front by 2 straight goals. 11 points.
Great work from Max Holmes. Just identified, first of all, movement through centre bounce. Identified the space in front of him. Took the grass. 2 bounces. It was an unorthodox kick inside 50. On the outside of the boot. Danger just bursting. Bursting with that speed and power that we've seen. Permanent forward. He's had 25 disposals as a forward tonight, Paddy Dangerfield.
Cameron winning the tap down in the middle to Nick Dacos. Now to Pendlebury for Collingwood. Inside 50 they go. No mark taken at the drop. It's a Geelong ball. Schultz though with a big tackle. Scooped out Collingwood's way. Long somehow got a handball out. Schultz snaps. Schultz misses to the left. Behind only Collingwood fans. 10 points Geelong's lead. 24 played final term.
New time.
The Cats with 3 goals to none in this term. They turned 7 down. They're currently 10 in front. 24 gone.
6:15 to go.
6 minutes on the clock. Cats bring the ball in. Danger again, a long way up the ground, involved in the stoppage too. Managed to go to himself, then to Close. Went out wider to Dempsey. He's been good tonight. Back over to Close. Has a runner in Bailey Smith. They're already at the 50 arc. Smith up to the goal square. Oh, touched on the line. Billy Frampton was well done. Neil did his best.
Collingwood straight down the middle. Quick kick in. More marks back part of the square. He wants to go quickly. He's going out to the members' wing. Wants Lipinski. Clark will come late and get the spoil in when Lipinski thought he was going to take a mark. Coming in for support there is Guthrie, who just parries it to the boundary to get a throw in just forward of the wing for the Magpies.
Starting to win those big moments now, aren't they? Those big one-on-one moments. Clark there running back with the flight, just doing enough again with the Schultz kick inside 50, and then Dangerfield far side of the ground on that last passage of play, just winning that big ball, getting it going forward. Thought Neil could have edged Frampton out under it and taken the mark himself in the goal square. Tried to be too unselfish.
Gets the tap down to Hill. Sorry, Coons. Hill, though, got knocked off the footy. Geelong back with the ball. Atkins just chips a kick nicely to Clark.
Another good win.
They feel like they've got the answers at the moment here, the Cats. The only 3 goals in this final term and possession of the footy, members' side of the ground defensive wing. Almost a half forward with a long kick. Framped it up, couldn't mark. Atkins nearly at the drop. Bose was. Gouges a kick forward. Tumbles towards the 50. Stengel trying to chase it. And he gets there just in time. Then takes it over for a throw-in when it looked like it probably would have been insufficient intent had it not stayed in the field of play.
I tell you what, he's had some good moments in this last quarter too, Jack Bowes. Stood up when they needed him. He's had 8 disposals. Dangerfield up to 10 in this last quarter, and he's around the ball here playing as the ruck.
Adam Cooney for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Ball gets thrown in. Darcy Cameron in front. Dangerfield over the top, spoils it back to the boundary. We'll do it again.
Taking time off the clock here, 4:56 to go. The Cats will be happy to just try and bottle this one up, and they can set up well behind the ball with their spares, and hopefully there's some heat around the contest.
Seen anything like it. They were out on their feet, 20 points down, and didn't even look like it. Can they hold on? Pendlebury at the back, nudged off it on his hands and knees into Dangerfield. Had to run a wider. Bo's got around the corner. Oh, there it is. 17 points to margin. Adam Cooney said before he'd been huge. Danger's last quarter massive. Bo's with the snap. Collingwood are on their knees. The supporters are turning and walking out. And that could be the Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the Bond game seal a moment. Adam Cooney, what have we witnessed? What a really good but strange game of footy.
It's been odd, but it really has. It's been individual brilliance from Paddy Dangerfield that's got them back into this contest. He hasn't been alone, but Bose has had some huge moments in the last quarter. But it's a massive risk playing Dangerfield against the might and height of Darcy Cameron in the ruck, but once the ball hits the deck, it just goes to show what Paddy Dangerfield can do. And again, another score involvement.
They were 18 points in front at the 10.5-minute mark of the first. Collingwood came back and were 20 points in front at the 16-minute mark of the third, and away they go.
Marlon gets the clearance for the Cats. Jeremy Cameron dropped the mark. Picked up by Dangerfield. Handballed out to Dempsey. It'll come back to Dangerfield here at the 50. Got a throw against. So free kick to Collingwood. The Magpies streaming forward on the southern side of the ground. Side bottom takes a bounce. Still with side bottom. Now feeds a handball to Maynard. Past halfway. Maynard now takes a bounce. Kicks towards centre half forward to Goey. Strong mark for Collingwood. They've got loose players inside 50. It hangs in the air a while, but Schultz marks 40 out from goal right of centre.
Still 4 minutes.
And that's the thing. Because of all those stoppages earlier in this term, it's going to be a long term. Players, fans probably don't know there's still plenty of time left. Geelong's lead is 17 points. Lockie Schultz will kick from just inside 50 to the city end. Right half forward flank. In he comes. He's not a long kick usually. This one is on line. Has it got the carry? No, not sure. Not sure. Goal umpire, not sure either. We are going to go upstairs.
I don't want to hit post.
And it's called touched. It's just a question of whether it was touched.
Oh.
It's very difficult to see as we look at the Makita replay.
He's put his hand up.
It's whether Blitzav's got a touch on it. If he didn't, it's going to be a goal.
I reckon this is a goal.
Blitzav said he's put his hand up, told them straight away. He had his hand up, signalling to his teammates. I touched it.
Soft call is touch, so it has to be definitive evidence for it to be overturned for a Collingwood goal.
Doesn't look definitive, but there's no finger bending back as they slow it down.
So Blitzav's taking a swipe at it on the scoreline.
You have a defender on the line.
And if he misses it, it clears the line and hits Bobby Hill over the line. All eyes on the scoreboard as we wait for a decision.
Well, so back of the post not in play here.
Well, it's over.
It was cleared the line onto Hill, onto the post, I think.
They can't. There's not enough evidence to overturn it, so they're going to have to go down.
And the more they look at it, the more they're going to confuse themselves. And the more they look at it, it's harder to
review complete. Looking at these angles, there is insufficient evidence to determine if the ball is touched.
Just too hard to tell. So the soft call is a touched behind to Collingwood, not a goal. The margin 16 points as we cross 30 minutes on the New Tech Automation for Manufacturing clock.
I'll tell you what, you're not going to hear about that on Talk Back tonight, Whitey.
I reckon that the boundary umpire called that as well.
Yeah, the Blixhus was straight away and the whole way back told his teammates to set up. Anyway, the Cats bring the ball in. They do tell lies. Dangerfield at the front of the clearance. Sharp handballs back to Blixhus, back to O'Connor on his left. 1-on-1. Darcy Moore gets to the front. He was in front of Ollie Henry. Takes a mark. Crowd want 50. So 3 minutes left on the new tech clock. Moore bombs it up inside 50. Big pack and a form. Getting to the front. Blick subs. My check there. And he's paid the mark. Wowee. My check in amongst two Cats. He's taken a mark.
Talk about insufficient evidence. How many sets of hands did that come off?
We'll get it on the Makita XGT 40-volt max replay. He's kicked 2 goals, 3 tonight. His last one was a shank that just managed to scrape through from a behind. He'll kick this from 46 or 7. Looks like he hit it extremely well. And if you can raise a sword, you're still in the fight. Mychek kicks his third. 10 points the margin. They need 2 goals, the Pies. Adam Cooney, what a game of footy.
Incredible. This is going to be a massive centre bounce coming up here. There's still enough time. There's still 2 minutes 27. So a quick centre bounce here. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, he double grabbed it. Mychek. Good call from the umpires. Just came straight off his hands and no one else.
Just didn't see the initial one when he was passing through the...
Well, everyone was sort of floating through. Blitzhars has had a couple of moments where he probably could have done a bit better. First on the goal line and then that second in the marking contest. So here we go. Big centre bounce.
Massive centre bounce here. Blitzabs to go up against Darcy Cameron with Geelong 10 points in front. Perfect bounce. Cameron wins it down, but straight to Smith of the Cats. Oh, intercepted. Dacos, Pendlebury, back towards Josh Dacos, overruns the football. Atkins picks up, handballs to Mullen. Clever little kick to Manor. Manor's away with a bounce, past halfway. Hill with the tackle, brilliant! Absolutely brilliant. No, it's a trip. It's a trip. Oh. It's going to be a Geelong free kick. Oh. A trip. The MCG erupts.
Gee whiz.
Daisy's got
Collingwood was streaming forward. Geelong was streaming back, but it's a Geelong free kick.
It kills the game.
Manor out wide to Guthrie. Guthrie on the wing, southern side of the ground. Will have to kick long to a contest. Up they go. Blitzavs with the spoil. Straight to Quainer of Collingwood. Magpies have it back. Quainer up towards the wing. Mychek in front. Spoil came from De Koning to Smith of the Cats. Handball inboard to Manor. 50 out. Chips towards goal. It's in the square. Quainer with a one-arm. Brilliant mark for the Magpies.
Quainer one-handed. Outstanding to Crisp.
Gotta go.
Out wide. Found Maynard, yard of room. He lowered the eyes, took a bounce. He tried to hit Elliott. Bowes was under it too. Numbers back for the Cats. Atkins took on the tackler. They're paid a hold here. Oh, no, there's going to be a riot. There's going to be a riot here at the MCG. They've had 3 not go their way.
That one was there.
They've played it for a hold. It was there?
Yeah, it was there. It was just a jump. As soon as the jumper gets pulled, the umpire sees it. So
Bowes out towards Cameron, getting across Crisp. Maynard banged it in again. Membry's trying to get to the front. Elliott couldn't crumb. Atkinson's been good the last couple of minutes with the outside of the boot. Numbers back here for the Pies though. Moore came across. Oh, they nearly spoiled each other. Quainer and put themselves under pressure. Manor, now they flick through. Perryman, wider now on. Here's Schiltz. He's got a man on it, Elliott, and hits him in the pocket.
He's got to go. 45.
44 seconds, 10 points the margin. He's got to go quick to make it a goal in it with 30 seconds remaining. Jamie Elliott goes back and doesn't even make the journey. Mark taken directly in front. Well, this will be a certainty for goal. DLFC's innovative foragers for farmers puts that through. 23 on the clock.
That's long enough.
23, is it?
Still going. 21. There's going to be 21 on the clock. We're still alive.
So Brodie Mychek with his 4th goal, he got not only the mark but a 50-metre penalty. He didn't take the 50 metres, he just kicked the goal. And it's 35 and 3/4 minutes gone on the clock.
I think there's Collingwood fans, some of them have left thinking that it was all over.
They did.
Have they got a good 20 seconds left in them, the Magpies? It'd have to be the perfect 20 seconds. With the Cats by 4 points. We are in the middle. Geelong by 4 points. 20 seconds left in the match. What happens? Blitzavs and Cameron in the ruck. Perfect bounce. Blitzavs takes it out of the ruck. They tackle him. They waste some time.
Dacos started in the centre bounce.
15 seconds.
But he started just at half forward and stepped straight out and went forward in that last centre bounce.
Bobbles around for the restart. Blitzavs doing really well. Or is he? No, he's not holding the ball. Held on to it. They've got 7 seconds. They've got 5 seconds. Side bottom into the 50. Collingwood mark. Jack Crisp. You've got to be kidding me. Jack Crisp has marked it at the 50. Jack Crisp, who has broken Jimmy Stein's record tonight, has a chance to kick Collingwood to victory after the siren. It was a hat kick forward from side bottom. It tumbled in the air onto the chest of Crisp, who took it low down. To the city end, he'll have to kick from right on 50 metres. Jack Crisp for the ultimate fairy tale. In he comes. Kick on its way. It has missed. It has missed. And Geelong win an MCG Classic. It missed to the right. No fairy tale, but one hell of a victory to the Cats. Geelong 13-12-90. Collingwood 12-15-87 in front of 82,000.
Team of all. We are Geelong. We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. At home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark. Down at Gardenia Park.
One of the most extraordinary games you'll ever want to see. Geelong 13-12-90 over Collingwood 12-15-87. The goal kickers for the winners, they shared them around. Manor kicked 2, Henry kicked 2, singles to Smith, Cameron, Bowes, Wiltshire, Dempsey, Neal, Dangerfield and Blitzavs. And for Collingwood it was 4 to Myercheck, and then singles to Elliott, Houston, Pendlebury, Cameron, Hill, Membry, Dacos and Cox. It was Collingwood by 3 at quarter time, 7 at half time, 7 at 3/4 time, but it was the Cats in the end by 3.
And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
It would have been the most extraordinary ending to a football game I think we would have ever seen, with Jack Crisp beating Jim Steins' record for the most consecutive AFL games. It just felt in the stars it was meant to be. And even though Geelong's won, almost Geelong players felt bad for Jack Crisp, Adam Cooney, after the siren. What's your initial thoughts?
We're just seeing scenes here, though, at the moment with his kids running out on the ground to see him, and that's what you want to see. There are as good a pictures in the game when your little kids can come out, they're consoling their dad. Danger goes over to him now. But, sorry, Coons, I just wanted to point that out.
What an incredible game of footy. Ebbed and flowed. Looked like the Cats had all the answers in the last quarter, cruising home. Dangerfield was epic in that final term. But the Pies never say die attitude. That last passage of play with the umpire holding the ball.
It's like Blitzov tucked in on himself and no one was tackling him. It's like he just held
You know what? It was a great free kick because Blitzaz was just trying to hold the ball
it was a second
to get
one.
a stoppage.
It was the second time
he
he
got away with it the first time, but not the second time.
And then just a hat kick forward and Chris playing in front.
It's another result with the season, 8th knock off first, isn't it?
Well, at least we got a close game. There hasn't been many close games this year.
Well, Geelong have now won 8 of the last 11 against the Pies here at the MCG.
Yeah, you came in hot with that stat, and you've proven correct again. So well done. I'm looking at those historical figures.
The data.
Miles, the data. Yeah, you've checked on the data, but there's some big moments in the last quarter and some individual brilliance from a number of players.
We're seeing Chris Scott out with his players, hugging them. You don't usually see that sort of emotion from him. There'll be some sort of ceremony here for Chris to be sort of carried off the ground, you would imagine, beating the record tonight, which just makes it even more. You just felt that it was in the stars that it was meant to be that Chris would kick the goal.
I don't think I would have ever witnessed something that would have been so scripted so perfectly than that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm shattered that he didn't kick it.
It would have been one of the great moments, wouldn't it?
It would have been one of the greatest things in the history of the game.
I agree.
Oh,
Geelong aren't. Well,
when the crowd went up, he's signalling them all over.
Yeah, Geelong were going to be part of it, but Jack Crispy is now leaving the ground with his family. There's 5 kids and his partner, but 5 kids. Collingwood. Well, there's 5 kids out there anyway.
That's what's even a miracle that he didn't miss a game. And 5 little kids.
He's got 5 kids.
Yeah.
I wonder he does so much recovery. Down the beach as often as possible in the water.
What a game.
What an incredible game. As we try and just take a deep breath and try and dissect.
We're not far off getting the winning team celebrations for Tobin Brothers. Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrate lives every day of the year. And we'll have the song, actually out on the ground here, so we could nearly get a break out and be back, wouldn't we? I'll do my best. I think we'll go to a break. We'll come back on the other side of this. Geelong steal it. They've dead set stolen it. 13-12-90. They defeat the Pies 12-15-87. AFL Nation back right after this.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power. Mega May sale. Save on fork and tyres.
Working fatigued on farm isn't the same as being sleepy or drowsy. It's about pushing your body beyond its mental and physical limits day after day, with no time to recover. Fatigue can make you experience slower reaction times, reduced coordination, poor memory, or concentration. Fatigue on the footy field can lose you the game. Fatigue on the farm can lose you much more. Know the signs and manage fatigue. Search Fatigue on Farms.
It's the OMF Mate Sale, and we are looking after you like a true mate would. Get up to 60% off selected mattresses, like the Revivify Support Mattress for under $800, or the Mornington Mattress for under $1,200, and get up to 40% off selected Manchester and up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. Plus, this week, get a free mattress protector. Mate, we're not mucking around. OMF's Mate Sale, and soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
With over 25 years' experience in endophyte technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel, and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Installerine.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Installerine.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Hidden Gems of Melbourne. Prince Wine Store in Bank Street, South Melbourne. Wine Enthusiast magazine has voted Prince Wine Store in the top 10 iconic wine stores in the world. The only store in the Southern Hemisphere to be chosen. Up to 4,000 wine lines, or wine regions of the world, from $10 to $10,000. You'll find the perfect wine at Prince Wine Store, bringing Melburnians the greatest wine in the world. Delivering Australia-wide, princewinestore.com.au.
If you're in the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed, contact Best Sheds today and take advantage of their 25% off sale. They've got the best sheds in the business, and their sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams and save with Best Sheds 25% off sale. Save big at Best Sheds. 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew, pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Winning team celebrating there for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. The Cats beat Collingwood 87-90. That's right, 87-90 in, well, a game for the ages. Miles Fitzner, Adam White, Adam Cooney with you. Boys, we're just saying, all of us in disbelief here, what a game of footy. We saw a hanger. We saw a left foot banana from a ruckman from nowhere. We saw one of the great rundown tackles, called a trip, which you'll get plenty of calls on that later, Whitey.
Yes.
Just a thriller. Just a Saturday night thriller.
It was. It had everything, really. It had, great ball movement. We had hangers. We had snaps. Game that went, was decided after the siren with a set shot from Crisp, which would have been the magical moment of the year, breaking Jim Stein's games record for consecutive games in a row. And then to have that moment, it would have just been the fairy tale finish, but it wasn't to be. When you've played 240 or in a row, your legs are going to be tired at the end of the game. Maybe you should have had a rest. One of those.